Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skill cuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Gas. Korang let's go play Mobile Legends. Gas. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak.
Aduh, dah dapat 1000 cuma dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi.
Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata completekan task dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekatkan task tu.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat. You have slain an ally. Monster kill. Legendary. Launch attack. Double kill. Triple kill. Legendary.
Boleh.
An
Gas.
enemy has been slain.
Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice.
Panggil aku.
So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan tas korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak, tak, boleh. Nice.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Killing spree. Mega kill.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak.
Aduh, dah lah dapat 1005. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi.
Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata complete kantas dan mendapatkan skin percuma jika korang lekat kantas tu.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my
naik.
way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my
naik.
way, aku nak push. Naik aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Hey! Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Grind on. Confirm lah Nescafe. Never stop fighting. Grind on. Power up with only Nescafe. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat datang datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 bersiaran langsung dari Dewan Sri Putra Bukit Jalil. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah berada di minggu terakhir seru Saturday kita untuk musim ni. So today kita akan saksikan perlawanan sebab kita tak tahu lagi pasukan mana akan secure slot upper bracket di playoffs yang akan datang. Dan untuk the lower half pula, kita tak tahu lagi pasukan mana yang akan dapat peluang untuk masuk playoffs. The chances are high, the stakes are high. Semua orang nak masuk playoffs, tapi pasukan mana yang akan masuk playoffs untuk musim ini? So, I'm pretty sure semua orang excited. Tapi sebelum kita start match pertama kita, mari kita tengok jadual untuk hari ini. Untuk match pembukaan hari ini, kita akan saksikan perlawanan Team Secret yang akan menentang MPX NSEA. Now, untuk Team Secret, match ni akan jadi satu match yang sangat-sangat crucial. Dorang nak slot ke playoffs, dorang kena menang ni dengan bersih. Untuk match kedua pula, kita akan saksikan Selangor Red Giants yang akan menentang Team SMG. Untuk perlawanan ini, kita akan tengok pasukan mana akan secure slot upper bracket. Is it gonna be SMG ataupun SRG? Dua-dua pasukan yang sangat-sangat kuat untuk regular season kita. Untuk last match pula, RED Esports versus RSG MY. Now, I'm pretty sure ramai orang nampak post RSG MY sebab ini adalah satu match yang dorang nak misi membalas dendam kepada RED Esports because of what happened dekat playoffs musim lalu. So I'm pretty sure seru Saturday kita akan jadi sangat-sangat seru. Nampaknya dua-dua pasukan dah ready, casters pun dah ready. So, korang dah ready ke? Dah? Dah ready? So, I'm pretty sure semua dah ready. So, sekarang marilah kita jemput Team Secret ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Team Secret menunjukkan peningkatan yang sangat drastik musim ini berbanding musim lalu. Mereka berjaya membuat kejutan dengan menumpaskan pasukan gergasi tempoh hari. Semangat tidak putus asa dan percaya diri menjadi kunci kemenangan. Misi wajib menang menjadi tumpuan utama hari ini bagi meneruskan peluang ke playoff. Mampukah Team Secret membuktikan Cinderella story akan menjadi kenyataan? Let's see what the one eye can do. And the Niners give it up for MPX NSEA. Pasukan MPNC telah berjaya mengesahkan tempat di playoffs. Kemenangan hari ini hanya bakal menentukan kedudukan mereka. Berjaya menjadi penghalang pasukan-pasukan gergasi, adakah MPNC bakal melekar sejarah baru dengan menjadi wakil ke M5? Mari kita nantikan. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, so last week, Ahad, I tak ada kan? Lepas tu, ada satu caster lah buat hal atas pentas. Lepas tu, semua orang tengah request, Rose pula buat hal atas pentas. So, I nak tanya dulu, korang ready ke Rose nak buat hal atas pentas? Ready? Alright, so nampaknya players dah seated. I nak panggil assistant I naik atas. Kita akan buat hal. Alright guys, I nak korang teka hero ni apa? Alright. Alright. Okay ah, ready ah? Papi? Papi? Boom! Alright, so teams, with that, this is your moment. Game on.
The time shall soon come for the curtain to fall upon the grand finale of the MPL MY Season 12 stage. But this is not that day. We still got a few final steps to go before we cross that finish line. And here on the English desk, you'll be joining me, Staffa, Gideon, as well as Lafell to bring you day 1 of week 6. Lafell, back on the English desk. How are you today?
Oh, look, I'm so prepared. I even got my glasses ready just to make sure that we blend in quite good. And the thing is, it's a new patch coming up. So I feel like, all right, it's kind of good and bad for Team Secret because they have to win this one. But a new patch, I don't know how fast they can adapt.
I think the worst part is the fact that out of all the teams they could have played, they ended up playing MPX NSEA on a patch that really is going to help Mali shine. We'll get more into it later, but if you read those patch notes, some of these supports and the new item as well is going to make a difference.
You don't need to look very deep into the notes to know that this is a very support-oriented patch, and there's already been a big shift, so it all comes down to how well the teams can adapt. But in the first place, if you're already known for a support meta, and I feel like not just Mali, but Hyde, Hawk as well know how to play support heroes, it's gonna be tough considering Secret needs to win a clean sweep here. But we do wanna highlight on those patch notes a little bit, so we got our analyst here, Lafell. What you got for us?
Honestly, in terms of everything, we first have to talk about Lolita, that she cannot be played. Yes, she's strong, but she cannot be played for right now because it has been revamped. Just to a TLDR, Munza really wants to shift for the support heroes to be using more magic-oriented items compared to tanky items. Because before it is, we see, yeah, it is a support meta, but we see someone like Estes using tank items like the Dominance Eyes, Oracle, and the such. But for this time, they want to make sure that the scaling is so good that you have to go for those magic items. And honestly, for me, one of the other things that I'm really looking forward to is the Wilderness Blessing. Because I kind of feel like certain teams will try it out in the mid lane as well as the roamer position, because faster roams is going to help out quite a lot, especially on those objective things.
I think the most impressive part, it's not just the river, it's the jungle as well.
Oh, yeah.
So being able to invade as well is going to be a very big thing, especially for your mid duo. And if you have like an oppressive jungler, Fredrin, Mardis, as well as the Baxia, which I'm highly anticipating for these upcoming matches.
Not to mention, if you can imagine stacking it with the agility emblem, with quantum charge as well, and people are just going to be zooming all over the place. So I think it definitely shifts the meta a little bit. And if you add on the supports, we know Raph, for example, has gotten a lot of buffs to help with that movement speed, even nullifying slows. So there's going to be a lot of zipping around the map, I think.
I mean, here's the thing. Even though the support emblem, the healing effect has been slightly nerfed, but the fact that you have the Flask of the Oasis, it's super strong. Not only does it give you extra healing effect, but the fact that you can actually have more shield, 660 all the way to 1005, that's a bit too much.
Very interesting. And these are gonna really shift things up here because it is the last week of MPL MY Season 12. And unlike previous seasons, nothing is clear yet. In previous seasons, it was pretty obvious who was going to be number 1, number 2, who was going to be eliminated. But the fact that at this point, Team Secret actually still has a chance is quite incredible.
It really is. Before in week number 5, I was talking about like the top 4 and the bottom 4 have 2 separate stories. Now it's really a big focus on that bottom 4. Bottom 2 is going to get eliminated and relegated, and they have to go through the qualifiers all over again. But RED Esports and Team Secret so close in points, it's not within their power to maintain staying outside of it, because we also have the Torak and Lunatics not too far apart with 8 and 7.
I gotta say, man, Team Secret, this is like one of the worst situations to be in. Just one loss and you're out of here. You have to win 2-0. That, again, going up against MPX NSEA, that is known for the supports, not a good position to be in.
That has to be quite a hill to climb, right? Like, I gotta ask, right, Lafell, you're the one here that has some coaching experience behind your back. In this position, if you literally cannot even afford to drop one game in a best-of-3 series and you're up against a team who seems quite favored, what's the thought process?
The thought process is, how can I make my players feel the most comfortable? Because the thing is, the thing about on stage is something about being on stage with the crowd being around. You make these small mistakes and you want to avoid that.
You definitely want to avoid making those mistakes. And I think something that could help that is making sure that you have lightning fast internet speed, which, hey, you can actually get some with Hotlink. Not to mention grabbing yourself an epic MLBB skin for only 1 ringgit. It is the easiest way to unleash your style and upgrade your hero. So we got the all-new 5G prepaid for Hotlink right now, which is available for all of you guys. Make sure you guys don't miss out.
Yeah, I've been using Hotlink for quite some time, but I think I agree with Lavelle on this one, where familiarity definitely helps you feel more comfortable, whether it's using, you know, a prepaid pad like Hotlink or coming into this upcoming game. I would say that I would like to believe that, you know, Mali is going to be that big MVP for today, but I think even Team Secret, Matt and Max have really showed up.
It's going to be hard to predict who the MVP is, but hey, you guys watching at home have been pretty good on that. So why not join our MVP predictor? The regular season is ending soon, so getting a chance to get those prizes not going to be around for very long. If you think you got the brain cells to pick out which of these players are going to shine on stage today, scan the QR code below. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, and honestly, going into this match, it is going to be very interesting because looking at how the support heroes have been used, it kind of does make it so that if you use a damage-oriented jungler, might not be the best. So I'm looking at Max. How is he going to adjust?
I am a little curious about this, right? Because it's one of those moments where, is it going to be, are you going to split them apart, or do you want them kind of like kept in, compact together after being together for so long?
I mean, one thing about being together is it's always more fun when you got more people, more friends. So, if you guys want to have some fun, join us in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, where we're going to be celebrating MLBB's 7th anniversary together with your favorite MLBB influencers, people like Solos, Penjahat, Chiku, Moon, Yonizari, Sultan Rick. The list goes on. You guys don't want to miss out on this event.
You're just going to show up?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Nice.
Well, I'm going to hold you to that. I really hope you show up there.
Oh, it's on.
It's on?
I'll take a selfie and everything.
Okay,
I'll prove
but
it.
will it be on top of the mountain?
No, I mean, I'm here for Mobile Legends, okay? I'm not for sightseeing. Hey, Malaysia's great, but Mobile Legends is better.
I mean, you could have the title of like top 1 in Kota Kinabalu and be on top of Kota Kinabalu. Think about it.
I will think about it, but right now, I kind of feel like I want to think about the secret lineup.
Yep, we got Team Secret up on screen right now, consisting of Neo, Martins, Matt, Max, as well as Maima, who certainly have a bit of a potential Cinderella story brewing here. Their chances of playoffs not entirely gone.
Yeah, it's difficult because right now they're trying to qualify to get the glass slipper in the right place at the right time and then hope that it strikes 12. So 2 things that they have to worry about. But for now, I think even for Maima himself, knowing that he's played under Madness before they got picked up by MPX NSEA, the Niners, he at least knows something about them. The movement, the behaviors.
Yeah, having some familiarity with your opponents going to be helpful here, but we're of course familiar with these faces. MPX NSEA, consisting of Sonic, Hyde, Mali-chan, Zavs, as well as Yetri. This does seem to be their meta.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially Sonic being very good at those utility junglers. Man, it's not gonna be a good time for Team Secret here because again, even Hyde, like some of the mages have been nerfed, but I kind of feel like Hyde is perfectly fine with the nerfs going on to Valentina and such. I think he'll be just fine. And looking at this matchup, something that we've seen everywhere else, right? Matilda is a hot pick and a hot ban. But the other hero that we haven't mentioned yet, which is Lilia. Hyde has shown that he can use the Lilia.
I was about to bring that up because one of his pocket picks have been buffed, and it's buffed in a great way, right? Obviously, there are like kind of pseudo nerfs at the same time with the Ice Queen's wand not having a 1 second cooldown to stack it up, and you have to stack it up 3 times instead of 2. So there is a little bit of a pullback, but at the very least, if you land Gloom and you max him out and you keep on hitting your targets, that refresh rate is going to be so good for long extended fights.
Definitely, yeah.
And it no longer comes at the cost of using your ultimate, which is your safety line, like in the past, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see how these changes will affect things. Because if we look at our hot topic for today, is this match going to be the end of the road or the beginning of a brand new journey for Team Secret?
Hey, here's the thing, man. It's a good thing that Mobile Legends is universal. It's international. Even looking at everyone else, like Mirko as well. He reacted to the fact that Team Secret was able to beat Team SMG. It kind of does show that anything is possible. I just love the fact that even though they're in a losing streak, they never lost hope and they kept on going. That's amazing.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, I think what would be crazier is Mirko being such the BTR fanboy of all their players, past and currently present, the fact that his viewers had to tell him that they won that game.
Yeah.
No, you know, just want to point that out.
Gotta call him out.
I appreciate that you call that out. You know, like, he's like a brother to us. We have to bully him a bit.
Absolutely. 100% here. But curious to know what you guys think about roamers. LaFell in particular, because he's a roamer player. Dream team of roamers so far. Stone at first, Biko at second, Noir at third, Malik Chan in fourth, and Zorn at fifth.
Not gonna lie, in my head, I was thinking of Stome and Zorn only. Ooh. Yeah, number 2, 3, and 4. Here's the thing. Stome has this effect that the map doesn't ever seem dark for him. He always knows where someone is waiting at. So I don't know how he does it. Maybe he has a good nose. Yeah, but that's great. And Zorn is a playmaker. The only thing is, I don't think he likes using supports.
Here's the thing. I wanted to bring that up as well. Both Stone and Zorn, they both like to be playmakers for the team, open up the map. That's not going to be as easy to do with the new set of roamers that, well, support type style of roamers that are coming into the game now.
But someone who is actually a little bit more familiar with that is, of course, going to be Hyde. He's a mid laner, but we have seen him on support heroes in the past. Right now, he's going to be competing for that best rookie ranking this season as well. Currently in second place, Yura being at the very top with quite a big difference there. It's going to be tough to make that up. And Yuna right behind.
Hold on. Mid laner, jungler, gold laner, and a EXP. Quite a good mix-up here. You know, just so everyone would know, the rookie ranking, they really want to get the top 5, and then it will be a internal conversation between Moonton, the teams, the professional teams, the coaches, as well as the captains to really determine who's the best rookie of the season.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the best part is that this is also a reflection of the meta right now, where it was a lot more diverse compared to all of it used to be jungles. All of it used to be EXP laners.
Yep.
So I do agree. Diversity is going to be so key in this upcoming matchup as well.
Uniqueness is the spice of life in the end, and I personally want to see some new faces on the Land of Dawn as well. We have, of course, seen some buffs come to heroes. We've already seen in other MPLs interesting hero picks being brought up in the meta. Rafaela becoming incredibly popular nowadays. So I'm very excited to see what's going to be brought in here. I'm pretty sure MPX NSEA will be the team to watch out for, because we've already highlighted multiple times that they should be very familiar with this kind of playstyle. So Team Secret, what are the steps they should take here?
Here's the thing. This first game will determine what kind of meta this will be, because whenever you want to fight against a team that has a very good composition of working together with a support, you kind of want to go for a pick-off composition, making sure that the healer is not there for the team, because the healer is there to make sure that they can have an extended team fight. Without that, their main win condition is no longer there. My personal concern is, even if you're able to catch the healer still doesn't die. If that's the situation, the main way to win before is no longer available. If not, you just have to fight fire with fire. Have a better team fight comp.
Having the better team fight composition. In the end, gonna come down to draft. How well these players know one another, as well as their opponents. As we enter into the draft phase, brought to you by Mr. Potato for our first game of the day. Team Secret going to have first pick, MPX NSEA second pick right here. Already a couple bans coming out.
Yep, we're already seeing the Boxia, the Edith, as well as the Terizla get banned out. 2 bans already for Team Secret. MPX NSEA follows up with the Paquito as well. Good peel so far, hard engagers, just a lot of hard fighters so far.
Yeah, overall, it really does look like for both teams, they kind of understand in this current meta, the front line is going to be very, very disruptive. And I feel like that's a good idea. But the thing is, MPX NSEA here, they're banning out a Paquito. Paquito, sure, is a pretty good front line as well, but it's also very nasty at those flanks. So perhaps they want a stationary mage or a stationary marksman like Ixia, which we haven't talked about, but we've heard Ixia is pretty busted right now.
I think she's very worthy of taking on, especially since Bruno also got nerfed in the earlier stages of the game. Like, the trading just got even better. Now you don't have to, like, hard animation cancel every single time you interact with him in the lane. But I think the fact that Diggy is getting banned for the side of Team Secret does raise a couple of eyebrows.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Obviously, we already highlighted Team Secret probably wants to eye more of a ganking style, a pick-off style composition, so making sure that there's no time journey is going to help a lot there. We do talk about the not-so-secret bans, though. They have banned Joy, Edith, and Fanny very consistently since the start of the season, but this time only the Edith getting removed, showing how the meta has shifted, and the Angela gonna be taken away right off the bat.
I mean, here's the thing. It's kind of good and bad for MPX NSEA as well because, sure, Mali is a support main, but this Angela hasn't had the best win rates, I gotta say.
I do agree with you there. It's interesting why they would go for that here, especially since while Angela, still a very strong hero, hasn't been quite as popular early in the draft recently. NC going for the Yuzong and Valentina.
Yeah, Yuzong also receiving a couple of buffs of his own, you know, at the edge of his sharpened edge, they call it, if I remember, is what they call his first ability. Right at the edge, it does increase damage, as well as the shot residue increasing in damage as well by 0.5, if I remember correctly, from 2%. So that's 2.5% every single time you trade. The lower you are, the more likely you are to die to this Yuzong, especially if you're below 50% of your HP. I think for a player like Yeatri, this fits his style.
What I heard, Yuzong in ranked games and scrims have been causing a lot of headaches. A lot of players have gone to the clinic because of this hero.
Wow, really? Yeah. Dang.
Sure hope there's someone handling those medical bills, but it's understandable, right? Yuzong was already powerful before. You give him more buffs, give him more damage, and he just becomes that much more annoying. We did highlight the bans on Secret side earlier, but now we'll take a look at the top ban heroes on MPX NC, which were Fanny, Grok, and Terizla. Similarly, they've only banned one of those heroes this game, Fanny being the shared ban on both sides, not going to be removed from the pool this time. Seems like both teams understanding that neither side going to particularly favor.
You know, as a drafter, the only thing that I'm thinking about right now is I see the first 3 picks from Team Secret, and now I'm wondering, what's up with the Diggy ban? Right? Is it really for the Fredrin? I think the Fredrin kind of doesn't care if the Taunt gets cleansed.
Is this going to be a double support? Or
and NC, they picked up an Ankai for themselves, so this is good for NC.
I think it's great for NC, in a matter of fact. There is a possibility that Team Secret is going to go for something along the lines of a double support in the mid lane. They could go for something a little bit more game-changing. Obviously, I would like to see the Lolita. There's no reason to bring it right now in terms of projectiles, but...
I mean, Lolita has been banned.
Yeah.
Lolita can't be used right now.
She can't be used right now, but man, a Numenor Blast to disengage. I'm thinking, how does Team Secret disengage, right?
They do have a good amount of movement speed. They got the Heart Guard, so that's a good flexible tool there. Aggression, defensive maneuvers. But yeah, it is true that right now we're not really seeing the purpose of some of these bans. The thing I guess maybe is because they're afraid of Mali just babysitting the gold lane, and that would make life very difficult for Matt. But otherwise, we'll have to see. The Akai has definitely been gaining some popularity. And now we see some very targeted bans in the second phase.
I'm noticing a trend here, right? The bans coming in from MPX NC, majority of them backline divers. Matilda can get you in and out situations, backline dive as well in support. Paquito, the Lapu, and Terizla all kind of do the same thing.
Thorns remain. I can already hear the Niners coming in.
Yeah,
they're very loud.
Marching band? No, they've got the drums.
It's just the drums. That's all they need.
All right. I agree with what Gideon has said. A lot of backline divers here. So the Melissa has been banned out, quite respectful, because it does look like they don't want to get a Martis here. The Martis should be quite good against the Melissa. And Brody has been banned. Are we going to see an Ixia here?
Come on.
I would love to see it.
Right?
Okay. As much as I love Ixia, one of her bad matchups is Irithel. And that's only because Irithel is able to basically outrun, well, not really outrun the range, but get out and outmaneuver her to get behind her, so you can't exactly trade as comfortably. Plus, she utilizes crit, so naturally, she will have a lot more damage in the later stages of the game compared to Ixia.
I do personally think, though, that before level 4, Ixia can actually win out the lane trade. This is just a personal bias, so I think it's not too bad, all things considered, and they already have a pretty solid front line. What I am seeing as a trend from NC is that they're not just getting rid of backline divers, they're getting rid of split push heroes. They want to force NC to fight into them here. And we do get the Beatrix, so unfortunately, no Ixia today.
I mean, it's a safer pick, so I guess it's good. And it's very interesting that MPX NC, they're really hiding their support here, their roam position here, making it so that Team Secret has to guess what are they going for. Are they going for a Rafaela? Are they going for an Estes? Or Mali just be like, yeah, I'm not picking supports here. I'm picking up a Grok. I mean, who knows, right?
Yeah, Kai can still be flagged.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true as well. Yeah.
I think there's a lot of questions for the side of MPX NC. It's going to be pretty tough to determine with the flex picks that they have, but at least for Team Secret, we know that they're going to complete their composition.
We do probably need heroes that have a little bit more early mid pressure. Oh!
double heal, as well as the Benedetta, which I've heard from scrims has been insane.
Her damage in the laning phase feels really nice. How she scales to the later half of the game, especially if you go like the traditional damage build, Bloodlust Axe, Malefic Roar, Hunter Strike, actually is pretty good.
I just gotta say, this is one of Neo's signature before.
That is true.
This season not so good, but perhaps.
It's been quite a long time since we've last seen it, and I'm excited, right? Having this extra mobility with the Rafaela will definitely make up for the dive potential on NC as they lock in Mali's signature, the Florin, to finish up the draft. 3 support heroes in our first game of the new patch.
I mean, it really does show the shift, right? Now, Florin for Mali, if I'm not mistaken, is still 100% when he is the one using the Florin, but the Florin has a lot of adjustments going on, especially the passive, the Dew, is working a little bit more differently, where the good thing is you get max stacks, but the bad thing is the stacks aren't really as impressive as the ones from before.
They really aren't. But it does help the early lane trading for this
Definitely,
Beatrix, right? Especially if you pass the Dew over to Beatrix early on, making sure you have that instant on hit to win out the trade and then back away if Irithel tries to push herself forward.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting here. Lots of tools here and a pretty solid early game mid-roam combo from Secret, but will it be enough against the bulky front line of MPX NC buffed by the blooms of Mali Chan? Team Secret, their life is on the line as we enter our first match of Week 6, Day 1. A victory here very much required to keep their playoff lives alive here. The land of Dawn beckons as we welcome Team Secret versus MPX NC.
Welcome everybody to game number 1. Team Secret on the blue side with MPX NC on the red side.
Interesting here. It looks like Max is the one using Vendetta in the jungle. So definitely one of the things that I want to see is the emblem setup. And we do have to talk about how MPX NC, they're still using the mid lane and EXP to roam to make sure that they get that early level 2. Mandins, as well as Mali-chan is absorbing the mid lane wave.
Okay. Probably some good choices here. Overall, their rotation's gonna be a little bit weaker until they hit that level 2 timing, so trying to make sure they hit that. We do see that Maima gonna be on that mid lane Angela here, so that solves the question of which one is the roam in this situation. Otherwise, nothing too unusual.
I think it's going to be pretty slow for now, right? Nobody really wants to make that first move just yet. They want to keep it standard until the turtle does spawn.
Yeah, right now looking at Neo using the Fredrin up against the Yuzong. For now, it does seem like the Yuzong is winning quite good. And it does seem like Max is being a little bit more proactive trying to find the farm. So apparently in the early stage of the game, no one really wants to fight pre-level 4.
I think that is the wiser choice here in this situation. Neither team is going to be able to get kills based on the heroes they have before they get their ultimate timings. So playing it safe, making sure they hit that timing before the first turtle fight, going to be very important. Now, a personal question I do have is whether this Benedetta is going to be tank or damage.
I kind of want damage, because
I agree.
Okay, right now we got to look at the setup, and it's probably going to be damage. Assassin emblem here, and looks like Maima here is using the Wilderness Blessing to make sure that there is more movement speed as well as hide. So both in the mid lane, it looks like both mid and support or roam wants more movement speed in the jungle.
Do they really need it though? They're already so fast. As we get into this first turtle, we're seeing that MPX NC zoning them away. Neo's the only person who can approach the pit for now, but it's really not going to matter as Sonic secures the turtle. And again, this has been very peaceful until the all-in on towards bot being forcing out the hard guard. The shot residue buff does come into play.
Ooh, if not for the Sha residue buff from the recent patch, that would not have been a kill. That actually matters. Those tiny situations and beautiful spacing there from MPX NC, seeing Neo come on in, delaying the take on the turtle to make sure that Sonic was not taunted.
I would say that Team Secret really didn't look like they were fully prepared for that turtle fight. It looks like MPX NC, they're fully aware what they want to do, while Team Secret, they're not so sure how do they want to respond. And I kind of feel like you should respond a little bit better when you have the Blessing of Wilderness on your side, because a wise man named Sonic once said, gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast here.
You have to go fast,
Make sure to pick up some rings along the way as well.
I mean, Sonic is in the game.
That is true. He is playing on a slightly different creature, but regardless, What I do think is a problem Team Secret has had is that they do lack some direction when the game starts, right? It takes them a bit of time to really get in the groove of things, but I worry that that is not going to work out when you have a double support comp. You really gotta know what you're planning in those first few minutes.
Actually, I disagree. I think that Team Secret, because of this new patch, this is not something that they're used to playing with the double support, because they usually do well in the early game.
Yeah, right now Max already having the first damage item here because we gotta look at the bans as well. MPX NSEA, they've been banning out quite a lot of divers. So I kind of feel like that's the reasoning for the Benedetta here, especially for Max, and I think that's the reason why he wants to go for damage. It's like, there must be a reason. In scrims, this is probably one of their biggest weakness when there's a backline diver and going straight onto Zaf.
That is true. They tend to have difficulty when they're being out macroed on the map as well. So having heroes that can dive, that can split push, puts a lot of pressure on them when they're not quite ready yet. Their momentum does need a bit more time to get started, but we do see that turtle going to be contested once again. The EXP laner is going to be dueling up top in the meantime.
Sonic finds the initial catch on towards Montevideo, loses the heavy spin. They're going to reposition themselves, but they need to get this. Sonic is able to secure the second Lord of the game with Max. He's got the hard guard on top of him. Will he find his kill on towards Sonic's side? He's getting pretty close though, and with the help of the rest, Maima able to help him secure the kill, bringing the score 1-1. They back off, and a fleeting time purchase for Maima's troubles.
Solid rotation there from Team Secret. They are finding that momentum a little bit. We see the rotation from Matt to come over, provide a little bit of extra DPS, and the value of the Heart Guard there on top of the Impure Rage damage to make sure that they can finish off Sonic. Unfortunately, they do still end up losing the turtle though.
Here's the thing, looking at what happened just now, I'm really looking at this game because I have a personal question for this meta. For that Hyde is taking quite a little bit of damage, but so far he is going to be fine. My personal question is, if you have double heal on your side, is that a green light for you to be a little bit more greedy? I want to see if Max is able to build full damage items and still be fine, because just now, it really does seem like with the amount of healing coming in from Team Secret, it kind of makes it doesn't matter, because even if you quote-unquote made a mistake, you're just going to get, your health is just going to get topped up.
I agree with that, but I think we can also look at the angle that even though these supports are supposed to be like very healing, very heal-oriented, they actually have a decent amount of instantly. We are seeing the patch come into play with Beatrix. A huge kill in the lane itself with nobody else's help. Wesker is back, baby.
That brought back bad memories.
Good. I have missed Wesker so much, but that is one of those situations I would not miss on the receiving end.
Hey, miss is a very strong word here. All right? I reminisce. But even I'm like, oh, now I remember why it was nerfed.
Yeah.
That was unfair.
That was very gross.
It is gross. Anybody remember, I think it was it M3? No. It was definitely M2, where it was Fly Chicken on the Beatrix and he Weskered multiple people, and he's pretty much the only person who abused that weapon.
Well, either ways, right now, it looks like the turret is going to get started up.
Yeah, I mean, back then, right, Wesker was one of the weapons of choice, right? It wasn't just Fly Chicken. There were a lot of people who actually enjoyed flickering forward with Wesker to get kills here. I still remember Adamir being one of the more obvious ones, but now we do see the turtle being contested.
Here we go, Black Dragon forms, looking to zone them out. Max gets into the pit with his ultimate, uses the Eye, gets the secure. Yeah, looking for an opportunity to petrify, finds Neo. Madin's left out to dry as Neo gets zoned out. Heavy spin to help secure the kill. Sonic finds it. That's going to be a 1-0 trade with the first hurdle going over to Team Secret finally after all this time.
Not bad at all. Ooh, I'm very worried about Max here.
He still has eye. Okay, no eye for an eye. He's still getting knocked down. Nibiru's passion with the help of the hard guard. Maima keeps him alive. Gonna be Team Secret. Oh, thank goodness Max didn't die there.
That was scary.
You mean thank Maima?
Thank Maima, right? My butt is sweaty right there watching that. The hard guard coming at the clutch once again, and this is highlighting what you mentioned, right? Having that healing really gives you a lot of opportunity to potentially overextend. Situations where you definitely would have gotten punished, you're still able to escape. And that does give a lot of allowance here if Max does decide to go for more damage. I did see that he got the War Axe there. That's not really a common first item for Benedetta. You either want tanky or burst like Hunter Strike, Heptasis, but he knows he survives.
Yeah, because it really does feel like it's going to be a prolonged team fight because the second item is the Guardian Helmet. So the more HP he have, the easier it is to trigger what Matdin's just built, which is the Flash of the Oasis, where below 35%, you're going to get a very bad shield. So I kind of feel like pairing both items is going to be really good for Team Secret, and specifically for Max, making sure that he's always on maximum stacks on the War Axe.
I think this is going to be a true testament to see how well this Benedetta is going to scale at the end of the day, right? Because eventually it's like, before this, the damage was like, okay, the damage hurts, but unless you're super squishy, then it's relevant. If you're like a traditional fighter, it barely means much. But here we go. Max already using the Electro Final Blow. He's going to get on out of there. He doesn't want to waste more time on Yet 3.
I do wonder if using the Electro Final Blow at that point was wise, considering the Lord is coming up very soon, and that could be quite useful, but he is still going to be dueling Yet 3 down. Oh, that's a lot of damage on the first skill. We do see the buff coming into play here. Meanwhile, it does seem like the rest of Team Secret is just buying time so that they can go for these hyper dive traps on Max.
Right now, taking quite a lot of damage.
Ooh! Used, but a good shot coming in from Sass's skill to secure the kill. Team Secret slowly falling behind, but honestly, the goal difference isn't even that big, as we see Yetri already on top, setting up this Lord for Sonic's side.
Am I the only one that saw that like precise kill?
No,
is that new?
Quality of life change. It's very nice, isn't it? Yeah. And right now, MPX NSEA, they're really looking like they're in control. Max, I kind of don't want to put too much pressure on him, but right now the weight is really on his shoulders because this Lord could potentially be very important when you're going up against a user. Right now, Yetri goes in onto Matdin's.
Already, Petrify has been used. Dragon Form trying to zone out Max as much as he can. The Eye for an Eye is still available, as well as the Electro Final Blow, but here we go, Neo. He's trying his best to tank up the damage. He's getting low. Max is nearby. Yet 3 finds a kill onto Matdin. Neo at 10%, still alive. Electro Final Blow and chucks it down with a hard guard. He destroys it. That's one Lord in the bag. They've got to run. Matt already using his Winds of Nature. He's locked into place. Can't do anything about the heavy spin.
All right, they do get the... Oh, hold on. Max is still fighting.
Does he really want to do this? There's no more ultimates to actually abuse. He gets slowed down. He's trying to dodge away. Eye for an Eye is going to keep him alive, but Yet 3 is going to chase him down, making sure that he's maintaining his stacks.
Let me just remind you, quite a lot of people attacked him and he was using an assassin emblem. He looked like he was using a tank emblem. So it looks like the Guardian Helmet is really helping him out quite a lot, and not to mention the level advantage.
Yeah, that survivability is quite insane. The problem is we can't really say the same for the rest of Team Secret. They want to stay longer in these fights, but even Neo is not really surviving since... Oh, NC.
Collapsing, already on top of Yet 3. Oh, a huge heal keeping him alive again. Attempt thwart as the rest of MPX NSEA gets into the middle of this. Deva's Rage already out. Sonic finds the catch onto Neo's side. Do they have enough damage? It should be enough. Matt is going to be given the hard guard while they sacrifice the rest of the teammates. Yet 3 finds 2 of the Petrify into the Furious Dive. They kill Matdins with the help of Nibiru's Passion as they back away 2-0 in favor of MPX NSEA.
What, all I could say right now, Yet 3 is an absolute menace. I have not played
That
against...
was dirty.
I have not played against the Yuzong since the patch dropped. All I was going by was your words, and I am a full believer at this stage. Literally nothing they can do can take him down.
Yeah, but and really looks like the itemization here coming in from Max is going to be more defensive based. Max goes in, gets stunned.
Has the Eye for an Eye, not going to take the damage from the Bennett's Rage, but they still lose the Tier 1 mid lane even after the Electro Final Blow. So is it truly a win?
Honestly, right now, the fact that MPX NSEA is only 1k ahead with 8 kills and Team Secret only having 1, I don't know, man. I kind of feel like Team Secret is in a pretty good position. The only thing that they really have to worry about is that Beatrix, because the Beatrix right now is 4-0-0, and Matt has been getting caught quite a bit from Sonic as well as Yet 3. I feel like that's something that they have to figure out before this game ends.
Speaking of getting caught, Sonic very ahead in the lane, but Nibiru's actually already coming out, forcing out the Appraiser's Wrath, but in the backline we see with the help of Maima and the Heart Guard, Max is able to do some good damage before Yet 3 comes in. Does he have his Petrify up? Yes, he does, but doesn't get the angle for the Furious Dive. He's trying to kite off backwards, finds 4, now has to pull on backwards. Neo's still alive, gets hit by the Bandit's Rage, and finally Matt is able to chunk him down through all of the healing of Mali-chan.
These fights looking really messy. Max still continuing. But he's got, oh!
Zazi flickers forward. The
He's alive!
Out, he gets caught by Neo and dies to the edge of the Electro final. Blow! They re-engage, and now they're finally out. Is this fight going to be done just yet, or does Max want to go back in?
I think it's done. They're finally calling it. That was a really long extended battle right there. The Lord has just come up as well. Team Secret now going to be in a favorable spot. NC though doesn't want to give it up for free. It looks like they are still positioning to try and see if they can contest.
Hovering around it. The right opportunity. Neil's doing a great job, and he's locking down Sonic. Coming up the string doesn't connect. Appraiser's Wrap is out. He's still holding on to his own, maintaining battle lines to secure this Lord for free. Team Secret walk away, and this, again, this second Lord is going to be huge.
Dude, the amount of changes just from one patch is insane. Here's the thing, right? Max, he almost died. And then the next time that we saw him, he was like above half HP. How did he recover that much? Because it's all defensive items. He's getting all the healing from his own team, not from himself. So this is a very impressive showing of Max using the Vendetta in the jungle with this double support composition, which I gotta say, it looks like it's a composition that you kind of want to scale a little bit more. In the early stages of the game, transitioning into the mid, you just kind of want to farm out, because throughout the game, Max doesn't look for the kills. He's just looking to get a level advantage, and he's using it very, very well. Even Ye3 is able to sustain quite a lot, but it looks like it's still not enough.
We do see the Lord coming down now. Whether or not NC can defend against this will remain to be seen. The Bandit's Rage going to solidify it. Sonic using his ult, kind of wasted.
I mean, he tried to go for the catch. I gotta give it to him. He made a good attempt, but now Max might be in some trouble. The hard guard is on top of him, ready to be launched at any moment, but they just back away. No reason to get deeper into this fight.
This is quite annoying here for MPX NC, and they're normally the team that can survive all of these fights, especially with a hero like Florian on their side. But when you have the hard guard and the Rafaela to deal with, then the extended fights actually become in favor of Team Secret. Instead, NC now are the team that needs to go for shorter pickoffs.
Right now, NC really does look like they're a bit in a pinch, because I kind of feel like the reason why they keep batting out those backline divers is just because Ye3 really just want to dive in forward. So Sonic is the one that has to be the one to push people away, because Maki-chan is there to heal, not to really crowd control your opponents. And the thing is, going up against a Benedetta, even if you're really skilled at using Akai, you have to be like super skilled at using Akai to be able to stop the Benedetta here. And if the Benedetta has been locked, it kind of gives a green light for Matt to just move forward. Even though Matt right now doesn't seem to be having a good game. Every time he moves forward, he has to take 3 steps backwards.
Yeah, he's getting chunked out hella hard throughout this game. But then how does the team fight actually work out? With the way that both MPX and NC as well as Team Secret, it's a lot of pushing and pulling there. Even if you want a hard commit, you're really just baiting out spells.
I think when it comes down to these fights, right, NC is still going to be a bit more burst-based, because they're a bit relying on that Black Dragon form as well as the Bloom. Once that's gone, then their cooldowns come into effect, whereas Team Secret definitely have much more access to their abilities on heroes like the Benedetta and the Fredrin, not to mention, of course, the Rafaela, keeping them topped up most of the time. So I think NC needs to know when it's time to back off. They're usually the team that wants to go in and dive, but against this lineup, no, that's not the case anymore.
They get the flicker out of Hyde. Face check in the bush probably wasn't a good idea. Neo able to capitalize on this, but they need to set up for this upcoming Luminous Lord, right? I mean, both sides, this could be a free inhibitor.
For now, it does look like Team Secret, when it comes to team fights, they have a little bit of an edge, where it looks like Max is kind of free whenever he wants to go in and outside of the fight. So he can basically scout for the team and be like, guys, are you guys ready? And the fact that Max now has a potion that makes sure that he takes less time getting crowd control, this is going to be pretty nasty. Team Secret, they can start the fight and they can cause MPX NC to make a mistake that everyone else from the team can just follow up on. So MPX NC, they're kind of just waiting for Team Secret to do something, but you kind of don't want that to happen.
Here comes Black Dragon form. They're going to go for the all-in here. They're sacrificing this Lord. Team Secret backs away. They got the map pressure that they were looking for, but they give away the Lord at the same time.
I do like the aggression there from NC, being able to make that choice. Secret not going to push up against this, let's rush it down instead of trying to go for a Lord dance, even though they weren't too sure where Max was. proving to be the right decision there, making sure that they're able to stay in the game so far. Otherwise, this Lord could do some big damage.
Max dives in, taking quite a lot of damage.
Yup, he's starting to fall off here. I don't think he's been stacking up on his tank items from this point on. We did see a Malefic Roar purchase earlier. Here we go. As the Lord starts pushing up forward, the battle lines are getting narrow and narrow. Penetrate doesn't connect onto anybody. As MPX NSEA, they gain the ground, but they lose the Lord at the same time. Yet Tree proxy the wave. They want this inhibitor. Black Dragon form has been committed to the cause. Max tries to get to the middle fight. Electro-fightable a couple waves. He gets back out and jumps back in. Eye for an eye. Back out. And they don't find anybody to lock down. Martin misses the ult.
Ooh, this is so annoying for NC. They want to push in. They have the damage to get kills, but Secret is just healing everything. And they're able to take down the Lord, only losing one here too. Definitely a good trade in that situation. NC
putting the damage in, but Matt has a flanking angle, so they have to back away. Spin has been utilized. They want to kill Neo. They're so close to it, but the backline gets attacked by Max, and Neo is out. Sonic left out to try. Heartguard been stolen. Doesn't do anything. Petrify into the Furious type combination is good, but Matt cannot take any more damage, forcing out another Heartguard. Oh my goodness. Just the amount of shields in this game. Max gets back out. They don't have enough damage without Zobs getting these free hits, and now walking away with a 1-for-1 trade. Sonic for Martins.
pretty good trade for Team Secret, but they lose an inhibitor as well. They're
over.
still pushing it.
Yep, an Electro Final Blow has come out. They don't find the empathy just yet, but that means that Matt is out of position. No Petrify to bully him out, but he's getting run down, and then 3 gets
Oh my goodness.
again, finds the kill, and he's gonna keep on going. He's got the immortality. He's not afraid of death.
And this is why I say medical builds for the team going up against a Yuzong. It really does feel like you gotta go to the clinic. You see now, Staffa, right? The effect.
You don't even just need life insurance anymore. You need car insurance, because that is like a truck running you down the entire time. I didn't know the extent that this buff did to Yuzong, but now I'm really seeing it.
Here's the thing, right? I wouldn't even say this is team fighting anymore. This is dancing. This is tango. Go in, go out, let's trade together, and let's see who gets swayed first. Sonic goes in, Neil gets locked down.
I see the bulls here, but now Max is jumping into the backline for Prius. Neil is about to collapse down. Max gets back out into the fight. Immortality keeps Neil alive, but for how long is the question? He's still running. Do they find it? Hides good skill, but the backline now getting attacked again by Max without any help. Matt is able to run them down one by one, finds the double, and has the opportunity of a lifetime.
Maima actually chasing down Year 3 here, looking to see if they can cut him off. These are just the two supports. Actually forces out the Black Dragon form. Looks like he's worried about follow-up coming in from Max, but that means that they'll be able to contest the Lord pretty freely here.
Oh no. He didn't want to get pincered, and even our observer checking his settings to see if it's like, did he actually do that? What?
I mean, here's the thing, right? Angela, Papi Poom, is pretty scary. Based on what I see on stage just now, real scary. I would expend everything just to get out as well. And now Team Secret, again, they're going for both ways. One is taking the Lord, one is making sure that one inhibitor is gone. And we definitely see how the lineup from MPX NSEA immediately crumbles once Zav gets taken down. Like, the moment he died, everyone else followed suit.
Yeah, this is pretty clean coming in here from Team Secret, forcing out resources, sending NC back. As long as they pick up key targets, it's going to be really easy for them to out-survive the team fights. And I guess it's hard to really blame Year 3. It's got to look suspicious when the supports are running you down. And hey, Dragon is weak to Fairy.
I mean, here's the thing, right? 2 Flasks of the Oasis. One on Maima and one on Madines. Good luck trying to get someone down, because here's the thing. You kind of have to put all your resources, all of your bursts onto one person. But even when you do, the moment they get below 35% HP, a large shield will come up. And it's going to come up from 2 different sources. How are you going to deal with about 3,000 shield? It's going to be tough. And this is why double support seems to be pretty good. And kind of seeing why Max is not dying. I mean, Matt has died, sure, but I kind of feel like it's because Team Secret has been putting all of the heals onto Max.
I think course. I mean, Max has a 4.8 thousand goal lead by himself. They're trying to hold it all together, but now they're attacking on all sides of the map. High forced to figure out as they gain the bottom inhibitor. Mid is already broken here as topside getting attacked at the same time. With a heavy spin, they find the kill off towards Martin's side, but really, the Team Secret, we're just waiting for the next floor. This was not the end push just yet.
I think that's pretty good. Again, really clean movements. I think Martin didn't need to die there. He just positioned himself a bit too far up, but it's still a very good trade there. Losing your roam for an inhibitor at this stage of the game. Secret already building up that 3k net worth lead. Positions are very strong. I am kind of curious whether like Flash of the OSS actually like stacks. When you have two, do you get the double shield?
It's very interesting because it is two different items on two different people. Yes, a unique passive does not stack onto each other, but that's on yourself. This is one of those items that we don't usually see a lot where it's coming from different sources, because even for Genius 1, it kind of does stack. So those are two different items inflicting onto different person. So it is something that we have to test more extensively, but for now, I'm gonna say yes, because it is unique passive coming from different places, and even if it doesn't stack, 1,500 shield is still a lot.
I mean, let's not forget the fact that the way Max is playing is really to try and maximize these items, right? He first gets the hard guard coming in from Maima. Once the Flask of Oasis already pops from Maima's side, he kind of pulls back towards Matdin, gets topped up, runs back into the fight. Let's not forget he's got the helm as well, so that's obviously going to be great. But let's look at the player head-to-head.
Yeah, right now, honestly, like, again, the goal per minute as well as the kill participation is quite a lot for Max, because he is acting like the EXP laner, like the jungler, like the roamer. And he is being enabled because everyone else is supporting him.
Yeah, I was a little worried looking at this lineup because Secret really doesn't have a lot of CC, and it's going to be up to Neo to get really clean energy eruptions since Max doesn't have the usual Petrify. But because he's being able to survive these fights so long, it doesn't even matter if they're locking down NC. They're just out surviving the team that is known for support gameplay, and that is incredible here. Max literally just jumping in and out like he's a Formula 1 driver going in for a pit stop.
They're going to do the same setup all over again, right? Team Secret, they got two lanes pushing on their side. Bot side is nicely stacking up in their favor. And MPX NSEA, they have to respond to this, unfortunately. They can't just rush it down like they did previously.
Yep, the Lord going to be reset. Now, this is going to be a pretty scary timing here when we see a lot of towers already being taken down. You obviously need to be able to play macro, and Neo is not that good at split pushing. Ooh, that looked scary there.
Okay, Madin loses his ult there, but Sonic's able to tank through with the help of Malichan. They don't get any resources from MPX NSEA, however. So as the top side gets shoved in, MPX NSEA needs to make some choices. They're probably going to reset this in these Lord dances. They're going to be extensive.
Right now, I gotta say, Max is being very careful because he can dive in, but it looks like he's making the choice not to. And now, Sonic is doing very well, making sure that the Lord is pulled towards them. So any sign of danger, he could reset it on his own terms. But now Max, I'm really thinking, what is Max thinking about? Is he going to commit for this Lord, or is he looking for Zav, which Zav is pretty far away. He can't really catch him at this point.
Goal. Oh!
Good catch. They force high to flicker again. That's a third time Neo has locked him down and forced out that flicker. This is going to create the opportunity that they might be waiting for, but they're going to start with Sonic first. That's going to be Nibiru's passion. Neo getting it in towards that backline to zone out as many as they can. Yet 3 hits! All 3 with the Petrify. Neo flickers on out, like the final blow coming out from Max. He needs some help here. No hard guard has been expanded just yet. They're going to top themselves up. Rinse and repeat as top side gets shoved in by Maima. Solo pushing and getting an inhibitor.
Hey, you know what? You said that Neo's not that great at split pushing. Maima can do it.
Yeah, I love the idea as well. Send Angela to split push. Why not? She can come in with a hard guard anytime. And the fact they had the trigger discipline, Max dropped so low, but they just said, Maima, keep going.
Gonna initiate here. Huge stun by Rafa. Oh man, he gets helped by the hard guard. Like the final blow is already out. Sonic still has his immortality. Eye for an eye out coming up from Max to keep him alive as Neo sees the opportunity to start body blocking once again. But the Lord at 30% of its HP. Getting a bit ridiculous as Yet 3 comes in hot with a Black Dragon form. Sees Matt, wants to zone him out. Neo's trying his best. Heavy Spin comes out and it's good by Max again. He's on the run. Matt is hoping to survive this as the backline gets attacked. Benedetta goes down, but Yet 3 still trying to close the distance. Ends up getting saved by Molly-chan.
This is just insane right now. The fact that this whole time Maima on the Angela
Yeah.
is split pushing the waves while his team is dying, getting the Lord, and it's not even a bad play,
Yeah.
just shows how much the meta has changed.
No, it's insane as well. Irito really showing that she has a Leo because it looks like she had 9 lives. She almost died like 2 or 3 times, and every single time you're just getting healed back. The Lord, however, does not have 9 lives, getting chunked down quite a bit. Maima, as well as the entire team of Team Secret, how long can you have this level of trust to be like, are you sure you don't want me to come inside of you? It's like, yeah, no need. You just push.
Just keep on pushing. Neo even for deciding, you know, this game has gone on for so long. Just give me encourage. Just give.
Wait.
I might as well take it.
Does Maima have a wind talker? At this point, why not?
Why not,
At
right?
this point, why not?
Or maybe he should grab the lightning chunk here, right? Get that scaling, get that wave push. We'll see what his items are once the timing does come. Yeah, he does get that little. I thought he missed the timing on that. But right now, we are actually approaching really late game. It doesn't feel like it because so much has happened, but we are approaching the 29th minute. Everyone already full up on items. So now it really just comes down to who can master this dance.
You know, this is one of the things as a caster I was worried about. Having a healing meta, it's going to be a long game.
Yep, I was really concerned about that too, and I think this is a good display. We've seen every single one of the buffed heroes actually have their moment in the game, so it's good to see that maybe even for the public player they can pick up a couple of things in these 29 minutes.
I just enjoy being right. It's kind of like a good and bad feeling. It's like, I'm glad that I'm right. Oh no, I'm right.
Isn't that what the Lafel curse is about?
Yeah, that's true. Right now, looking at the setup as well, I feel like one of the bigger problems is that you have a win condition, and your win condition just doesn't die. And both teams, again, are very good at this dance. Just coming forward, moving back, going forward, moving back. Even though we see the KDA is not that good for Matt, but it's still very impressive in the amount of damage that he puts out.
I agree, and I think
more damage than Zav actually.
Ooh, that's a lot more damage, as a matter of fact. But okay, here's the thing. I would imagine that these team fights are only difficult because the amount of microing that you actually have to do in the middle of this fight. Like, imagine Matis, he has to press one button, but the timing of pressing that button is so crucial to get the immune to slow, essentially, right? Yeah. Just having the movement speed is great. Not being able to get slowed down allows you to create plays, because Sonic, his main combo is, I'm going to retry you, and then I'm going to roll behind you to find the heavy spin pincer.
And making sure that those cooldowns are used at the precise time are very important once you reach this stage of the game, especially since everyone is out surviving everything. The fact is, Team Secret definitely has more healing built into their team fight, but they don't exactly have the damage needed to really finish off MPX NSEA as well, because although there are times when they overextend, they also have enough bulk to just make sure that they're able to get out of sticky situations. So the game is really extending because no one can get a definitive team fight victory.
I would say for Team Secret, it's starting to be a problem. Who do you really save? Max or Matt?
I think it's got to be Matt at this point, right?
Yeah.
I can understand if you don't want to commit a heart guard onto Max, but Matt DNC needs to stick by Matt as closely as possible. Maybe not so close to get petrified, but close enough so that he can receive the holy healing.
Right now as well, honestly, I'm looking at Hyde because if Hyde is able to take the hard guard, it's going to be very impactful for MPX NSEA. In fact, right now, they're thinking about it. They want to gun this Lord down, especially because they don't see where Max is. Maima is still split pushing, but you know, that's just Maima being Maima at this point.
That's true, but they don't have any inhibitors at the same time. I think MPX NSEA are a little worried of a potential backdoor by Max. They spot him out inside the mid, towards mid, but they're not forcing this Lord to make him move towards the Lord side. So now they initiate onto the fight. Neo dashes out of the way with a healthy heal coming in from Madine. He's able to reposition even quicker. This is starting to get it's really frustrating. You can't play for picks. Team fights are already long and difficult. Like, what do you do?
This is just all about tenacity at this point, right? Which team is going to falter first in terms of their positioning? Neo being able to dash away from that heavy spin is going to be very important because now Sonic doesn't have that for quite a while. And Secret will be able to keep their frontliner alive. This is important because right now Max not going to be too near the Lord to make sure that he can at least put some pressure onto the map and try and force rotations from MPX NSEA.
The mental fortitude is going to be very important for both sides, especially because for both sides, we can see that engaging is difficult. I think that's the main reason why, because Max has been trying, but like you say, he doesn't have the Petrify, so not the cleanest. Neo as well, he's always frontlining, but it's a battle between Neo and Sonic trying to catch each other out. And Sonic, I gotta say, hasn't had the cleanest of heavy spin so far. Sure, he has some good pickoffs here and there, but again, not much. And I kind of feel like he's getting those good pickoffs by the mistake from Team Secret. So at this point, this dance has been so long, Sonic now has his heavy spin again.
Yep. It's, again, the Lord dance is going to be so brutal, but look down towards bot side, right? Hyde is in position to maybe try and take a 1v1 against Maima, but he's going to clean up this wave. It's important that he does, but here comes Max. He sees the opportunity to get this kill on towards Hyde. They're going to be utilizing the Electro Final Blows to close out the distance, forcing out that flicker. Hyde transforms back into its original form, and then we're back to the Lord all over again. Mobile Legends at its finest.
Do we have any records of what the longest game so far in MPLs is?
I think it's 28 minutes.
29, 13,
yeah.
if I remember correctly. Oh wait, hold on! Mac is already getting chunked out. The Petrify has been used, and now the all-in towards Lord's side. Neo is walking up slowly, but Yendry has the front line for the rest of his team. They could look to use the heavy spin to push him away, but they don't see where Max is just yet. They spawn out on towards Tribe Wrestler, forcing it down. Zop secures the Lord, and they're on the run. They were so close to killing Matt.
Hold on, did you see the shield on Matt? This is why I feel like it stacks.
It's so big. It's or it could just be the heart guard changes in terms of magic scaling ratio.
It's honestly hard to tell anymore, considering how much shield and healing you get from various sources, right?
They need to color code that.
That's true.
I'm colorblind.
They need to put it in various colors of black and white.
Yes, and Zav, that was insane. He was able to steal it away. So now, if Team Secret weren't sweating before, they definitely are now, because the Lord is coming in, and the damage coming in from Zav is going to be pretty strong. So, again, I don't want to do this, but it's on you, Max.
Yeah, remember, people, the stakes. Secret cannot afford to drop a single game if they want to make it to playoffs. Can they defend it?
Black Dragon form comes in. They're going to make their best efforts to do so. Neo's taking way too much damage. He uses the Winter Truncheon, buying a little bit of extra time. Furious Dive is already down, but Matt, he ends up losing his immortality. He's in trouble. Somebody heal him with some nature. Has been popped. Heavy spin as well to disengage the rest of the team. This could be an opportunity for Max, but with no Electro Final Blow, he can't really do much. They need to top back out at the fountain, but this Luminous Lord is not stopping. The bonus damage from it is relevant. The backline gets stunned. Sonic's still alive. Matins might be in some trouble if Hyde gets him one more hit, but that's Neo's immortality next to fall. Top mid inhibitor's already gone. Maima's trying his best, but it's too close for comfort. Max loses immortality. Matt cleans up the win. He gets chunked out by the Bennett's race, but Zod
doing it! Doing it!
He's pulling backwards. He's getting into the Black Dragon form to buy a little bit of extra time and space, but it might not be enough.
Neo is already
done. Zobs, he's still alive. All resources available. Everything at his disposal, but he has no way. Matt is going to run people down with a heavy crossbow. Tries his best to get locked down by Mali as the backline walks away with 5% of his HP. Max is not done for it just yet. Electro Final Blow getting canceled out by the heavy spin for the third. Goddamn
This is insane!
And they pull backwards once again. I chose a really bad day to do play-by-play. Max still chasing him down. He ends up dying. Matt finds the crit. He powers through and he feels passion with Winds of Nature, but they still can't take him. Immortality is finally popped as Matins is going to try his best to lock all three. They get it. Team Secret have finally done it as they run the last member down.
A wipeout on NC in the longest team fight we have ever seen, and the longest death timers we have ever seen. Hyde going to be back at 15, but everyone else is a whole minute away.
Max.
And the minion wave is coming in. Secret know they have done it. They have kept their dreams alive.
What did it say, game? Even look at Max. Look at my Deans. The expression. They're definitely tired. I gotta say, kid, and I want to say sorry, man. I mean, like, we interrupt your play-by-play, but let's put this into perspective. It was from Team Secret's base all the way to the orange buff, of MPX NSEA.
We saw 2 Black Dragon forms. We saw 4 Heart Guards. I don't know what to tell you guys. 3 heavy spins. Like,
Nah.
how long can these fights go?
Hey, this team fight went the distance.
Truly a marathon of an experience.
From one base to the other.
Oh, around the world in 80 days,
Just,
am I right?
just say, let's measure this team fight in distance. That's the topic of the day.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. It's insane. The amount of dance, the amount of resources used, the length of the fight, the positioning, and in the end, healing did come out on top, with Team Secret having not just access to 2 healing supports, but also their base that they could retreat to. Gotta give props to them. They really knew how long they could stay in these fights.
So, analysis is healing's busted?
Healing is busted.
Pretty much.
Healing is busted, yeah.
Just probably gonna let Prod know later. We need a stat for the amount of healing because it's gonna be quite important this
We
meta.
will see it in the post game.
I just...
I am actually so curious how much healing was done this game.
I'm so sweaty.
Imagine Molly being like, oh yeah, this is my patch. Getting out-healed by the opponent.
Hey, to be fair, he's 1 man against 2 support healing roamers.
But still, he's just like, wow. Imagine being in a situation where we can tell you guys, Molly just got out-healed. And again, it's not like MPX NSEA was playing a bad game. They were trying. It's just that Team Secret just didn't die.
What do you do when every time you catch someone, their health just goes up? I don't know what to say, but our MVP gonna be going over to Max for this game. I thank you, cameraman, for pointing out who it was in the end.
Are you
Still
sure the
confusing.
cameraman...
You know you're right.
Are you sure the cameraman knows which one is which?
How
No, just-
confident is the cameraman?
More like just thank Max for lifting up his thing, giving the thumbs up first to give indication. For all we know, that could have been Matt just stealing it away from him. We didn't see the back of their jerseys there. But let's look at the MVP screen. 75% kill participation. Comes up with a KDA of 2, 1, and 7 in a 30, almost 40-minute game.
Even though now we see more damage items onto Max, but let's be realistic, right? The entire game he was basically using a lot of defensive items. So I like the way that he balanced his build out, making sure that the damage is coming in from the emblem set. And then the rest, like the tankiness and all, is coming from his items. The fact that War Axe as well as Malefic Roar seems like it was enough.
He actually switched out his items quite often here, right?
Yeah.
He did have the Malefic Roar at one point. He definitely did not have Wind of Nature and Endless Battle. And then he got an Immortality at the end as well, just to keep himself alive within all these fights is insane. I think the mic check for this game is going to be something to look at here. So I'm very excited to be able to pass it over to that very, very soon here. And now, honestly, what a game that was. What an exhausting experience for it overall.
Yeah, but either ways, like you said, the mic check is going to be insane. I just hope I'm able to understand what has been said. So with that being said, let's look at Team Secret's mic check.
Udah mulai, tapi bohong. Duh, itu udah sampai cok genang. Tak aku pandang kulit bintang menjauh di sana. Into you, I should be riding out a butterfly. Gua ada. Alti gua 15. Ada Lord guys. Santai. Ada Lord. Oke. Langsung lo ya. Ya. Lu pukul ini aja ya, Tio. Aku mati ya. Mati Patrick. Nice. Mati semua. Mati je lah. Woi. Gas. Bisa. Winter. Aman, dia nggak berani. Tarik nafas, 4 lompat. Ada gua. Lihat dia nak mati. Mati dia. Keren. Nice guys. Alhamdulillah. Woi.
An exhausting game, an exhausting team fight, and the longest match we have had, not just this season, but I think in MPL MY history.
Dude, look at the goal, 104,000 goal, 105,000 goal, but look at the kills, 12 to 14.
They're just saving up for their retirement plan. What can I tell you, right? What can I tell you? It's quite a hectic game, but we definitely see that there was very clearly why Max was the MVP of this match. I mean, look at the amount of orange and purple buff steals there are.
by the way, just in case if anyone doesn't understand what they were saying, it's nice to point out there were moments where they're just like, guys, breathe. Don't forget to breathe. S was like, oh my god, they're so hard to kill. That's very interesting. But yeah, now we got to look at the itemization here. We got to point out that Max did build blade armor as well as radiant armor to make sure that he can actually survive in the fights. Now, we look at Angela as well as Rafaela having the wilderness blessing or the blessing of wilderness not being put into play that much because we see that the early and mid game is more like them reacting to what's going on rather than being a little bit more proactive. But Maima, even the goal, I don't know, like he has more goal than Neo. He split push a lot.
That's because Maima was the one split pushing and Neo was actually playing more of the support game here, being the front line, catching people out, basically the sacrifice in a lot of these situations. I thought it was kind of a waste to put him on the Fredrin because we've seen EXP Fredrin not quite work out in the past, but I think he did a really good job at it here. The positioning from Team Secret this game was clean.
It's just crazy that Maima split push more than Max.
Yes.
Let's just put that into perspective. I mean, we understand why, but
we
still.
understand why, but it's still funny to see it actually happen, right? But honestly, what went wrong for MPX NC, right? Because I felt like so many times when they were going back and forth with each other, especially during like early mid and even towards the later stages around Lord, like MPX NC had a good grip on the game.
Definitely two things. Number one is too much eggs is put onto the Zaf basket. And number two is Hyde couldn't do much in the game. Like realistically, every single time we see, before a fight happens, Hyde gets picked off. Hyde gets found out his positioning. The fact that he, if I'm not mistaken, around the Lord area, he was found twice. He had to use his flicker before the fight even starts.
Yep.
The fact that Hyde couldn't join in most of the fight, I kind of feel like that is a very big reason why MPX NC does not have the confidence to move forward. And Sonic as well, not being able to get those crucial catches.
Yeah, he basically couldn't hide himself very well from the eyes of Team Secret here.
Nice.
So that definitely made a difference. Not to mention the fact that Burst is going to be weak against healing. And while Valentina is a little less bursty than other mages, you pop your first skill, instantly they're back to full health. But now we see it. Look at the 500,000 total heals on both teams.
Wow, 1 million. 1 million total.
And you know what's the
heals.
craziest part?
What's the craziest part?
The fact that MPX NC has 50,000 more damage. It sounds like usually that's like, oh, you know, that's a good amount, but in perspective, it seems almost minuscule.
I gotta say, looking at the gold laners here as well, KDA-wise, Zaf looks amazing, but look at the damage, 217,000 coming in from Matt. So I kind of feel like he took a lot of damage, but he made sure that he dished out a lot of damage as well. And Max here, 138,000 damage. That's a lot. Yeah, with just a War Axe, mind you, and a Malefic Roar at the later stage of the game.
You'd think that Benedetta wouldn't do all that much damage when she doesn't have the Petrify to keep people inside the Electro final blow, but it just didn't matter because of how long Max could stay in these fights. From the Heart Guard, from the double flask of the Oasis, Matt definitely doing more damage because Iritel is going to have a bit more ease running around the fights here compared to Zavs, who definitely needs the position quite safely and is being threatened by Max consistently. But overall, this was a very even game, right? Like you mentioned, NC was doing very well towards the early to mid stages. They definitely have a powerful level 4 once they have the Bloom, the Black Dragon form, and it's difficult for Secret to fight since they only have Neo to engage. But once the items and the healing came into effect, Team Secret said during the mic check, why are they so hard to kill? Imagine what NC was thinking.
Well, with that, we got to look at the highlights brought to us by ROG. And honestly, looking at this game as well, Za, for the majority of the battle, had the dew onto him, where Mali-chan gave the passive dew onto him, which is good in terms of movement speed, which is, again, is okay, is good, but the fact that the magic damage doesn't help him out a lot, I was actually looking whether Mali-chan would swap it out, because now you don't have to go to the base. You can just walk around, make sure you're out of combat, and then you can switch it on and give it to Hyde, because again, I kind of feel like Hyde wasn't able to do much in this game.
Yeah, he probably needed it just a little bit more, but at the same time, I think the argument is boils down to the draft more than it does in the overall gameplay, right? It could be an adjustment we could see from MPX NC, or what I'm hoping it's not going to happen, double roam supports for both sides in the mid lane.
Oh, that's a
I
nightmare.
feel like that's gonna be the meta.
Oh, please.
Just be glad.
These fights are so long.
Dude, that was a floor. Imagine if that was an Estes.
I'm just afraid of playing pubs.
Let's not get, no, we can trust Malaysian pups because we like to fight. We don't
True.
just like to play
True.
roam supports.
At this point, is it even worth it to just pick up something like a carry? But the thing is, you gotta make sure that you're fighting against double roam, because the moment you see like the other mid laner can deal a lot of damage, then I think the carry will be in a very tough spot, right? But here's the thing, it's percent HP damage, but the problem is the heal and the shield. I take it back. Even carry doesn't sound that good.
If anything, right, if we wanted a better gold laner, the Ixia would have actually been pretty solid there. Like,
It sounds like a good idea, but keep in mind, two bad matchups were already, well, I mean, one of the two bad matchups were in play. The fact is that dealing specifically against the Irithel can be a little bit obnoxious, but there was also at the same time, they already took away the second one, which was going to be the Yuzong.
Since season 9.
wow, longest game time.
Wait.
How many seasons has that? That's in like 3 or 4 seasons.
Moonton in production. Longest game so far.
So far, yeah. Is it even the longest game across all MPLs? I think we did it
no,
here.
definitely not, definitely
There
not.
was like a 37, nearly 38-minute game somewhere.
In the Philippines, there's been a 1 hour game.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
We cannot compare to that, you know? We have things to do with our day.
This is their average.
Yes, this is their
This
average.
is their average in MPL Philippines.
Dude, I can't imagine what week 3 of MPL, wait, is it week 3 or week 4? I think it's already week 4.
If we're gonna swap regions, let's go to Indo.
Yeah. I don't...
Philippines is great, but the game is very long.
That's true.
I know, but is every region going to start transitioning to this concept now?
Why not?
Double roam, double
Why
healing?
not? The question is why not?
It's true, right? Especially if Blast does actually stack, which seemed very likely based on the amount of shield that Max was getting that game.
I mean, at that point, it looked like it doesn't even have to stack. If that is just one, you don't even have to stack, right? We need clarification. Does it stack or not?
Maybe it's time to bring back Esmeralda.
I think maybe it's time. Oh, I mean, that's one way of doing it.
I agree. No, imagine Esmeralda with Florin, Esmeralda with Angela, Esmeralda with Estes.
I'm thinking Esmeralda with Angela, because I think a lot of the success coming in from game 1 with Max actually catching out Zobs in the first place was because of the hard guard and puppet on the string, right?
Yeah.
That's difficult to get away from.
The match is so long, SMG is already here.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Have a nice day. But like, can you just imagine, right? You have Esmeralda with Heartguard, with Raph, and then you have the double flash on the Oasis as well. Like, Esmeralda is already known for having a full health bar worth of shield. Now she has 2.
You know, Esmeralda, if you could stack on the... What is this? If Secret wins, he will confess to this girl. Oh, good luck, man. So far, we have a pretty good success rate on the confessions.
Really?
Surprisingly,
I
yes.
have a stat for that. I would like a stat to how many confesses have been done and how many have been successful.
Oh, wait.
Ooh.
Hyde is not playing. Pozan is going in.
Wait,
Pozan!
I mean, like, it's good to be good, to be correct. I was correct that Hyde couldn't do much, so maybe that's why they're bringing in Pozan. So it's like, I'm glad that I was correct, but at the same time, sorry, Hyde.
It just means that they are going to go for double roam supports again in the mid lane, right?
Does seem pretty likely, right? But we do know Pozan was more of a mage player in the previous season, so we don't really... How many people here want to confess?
No, this, you want a stat? This is a numberless stat. The fact that a lot of people are getting more into it shows the success rate is positive.
True, you know?
I mean, even the guy just now is like, I'm going to be a daddy soon.
Oh.
He's getting a kid on the 29th of March.
Oddly specific that you know that?
No, because he wrote there.
Okay, fair enough,
Nice.
fair enough.
But now we can have a look at the player head-to-head, right? We gotta put back the confessions for a short moment here. Let's talk about Matt as well as Zavs. Both players did a pretty good job last game, both reaching close to 200,000 damage done overall. In terms of comparison here, pretty close. KDA, not too much difference. Kill participation, pretty close as well. The GPM, though, definitely leaning more towards Zav's side. We know that Matt does have a tendency of joining these fights earlier.
Here's the thing, right? I kind of feel like looking at the kill participation as well, it's not trackable, I feel, but fight participations, meaning like you fight, either you get a kill or not. Because I feel like for both players as well, there was a lot of fights going on, just not a lot of deaths. So I'm just curious for this game, what is the bans gonna be? Because we see the MPX NSEA basically ban nearly like 4 bans to backline divers, and Max still found a hero, right? So I'm thinking, is the strategy gonna be the same, or they're just gonna make sure that there's no more double roam?
Teams have very consistently banned like 3 or 4 of Mali's support heroes when they play against MPX NSEA. With a new patch, they decided not to do that, to try things out. But I think we're gonna see some of those bans once again. So let's hop on into the draft phase for game number 2 here. MPX NSEA on the blue side, Team Secret on the red.
Knowing MPX NSEA, usually they don't change their bans up too much. I feel like they've committed at least 4 backline divers that got banned in game number 1. I think they might reduce it down and really start to shift their focus towards the second phase.
Or just first pick, because now NC is first pick. I'm just thinking, is first picking Angela better, or first picking Rafaela better?
That's a tough one, right? That's a tough one. I feel like there's pros and cons for both sides. I think, you know, the most overall use generally is going to be Angela, and there's like other situations where Rafaela really shines.
Because here's the thing, it's like Angela is like the quote-unquote obvious pick. It's just that Mali hasn't had a great track record with the
I
hero.
am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
And not to mention, we know that Raph was one of his real pocket picks back then, so he might want to lean towards that more. If Team Secret doesn't ban the Angela here, I feel like they're baiting NC to pick it up so that they can grab the Raph instead, because I think that'll enable their rotations quite heavily. And so far, the bans do seem to be proceeding the same way they did in game 1.
I have a scarier thought. What's more dangerous than double support? Triple support! Angela EXP.
Oh my god.
It's been done before. That's the funny thing. It's been done before.
He was split pushing.
Yeah.
He was split pushing. That would make me so upset. Oh, what? If the roaming update comes in, and now even EXP gets affected, I'm done. I'm out of here.
Yuzong, put him out of here.
There goes the neighborhood, yeah. This used to be a good neighborhood with good folks that like beating the crap out of one another instead of standing there and healing.
Look, we live in a society, right? It's tough. I think overall, it's a tough decision to make. And I think MPX NSEA, at the very least, I recognize, look, if you're only going to give me Heart Guard, and you're only going to give me some massive healing, like, I would rather just ban out the Valentina. Save us some time.
I just remember the one hero. Oh, wait, before that, Fireman is banned. Okay, gotta write that down.
Okay, Fireman comes out next.
Okay.
What's that thought?
Trick the Reaper.
It's a girl.
Okay.
Okay.
She's with Sicilian.
Ooh.
Really? Carmilla?
Yeah, Carmilla. Yeah, that's the one. No,
Yeah.
here's the thing. If you're gonna be clumped up together, I can use my ult on all of you. And imagine having a lot of AoE damage.
Always on the way.
Potentially, the damage could ramp up so high that you could out-damage the heals.
But then why not Atlas?
No. Here's the thing. Because Atlas, you can purify out of it. And even though, yes, you can purify out of Carmilla's ult, but here's the thing. You kind of don't feel it. You kind of don't see it. It just happens, right? And then the thing is, Atlas, you're kind of like purifying out of the crowd control. But this one is like, sure, crowd control is going to be looking pretty good, but I feel like Carmilla hits a little bit more when it comes to the damage.
But the two greatest
I'm going to put that on the back burner for now. As we
Matilda?
see,
Oh my god.
We see the Matilda get led through only because Team Secret decided, you know what, I'm going to ban out the Faramis, and MPX NSEA adjusted to ban out the Valentina. We do see the Angela come out once again for Team Secret as they have to finish off in their third pick here in this draft. Lapu. So backline dive being enabled early on for Team Secret.
All right. At least making sure that Neo has a hero that he is very comfortable with playing. Confessed to one of the NC players as well. We got all sorts down there in the audience right now. But I do like what's coming here. Now the Matilda, Lafell, you're excited about this. I think a lot of us are curious because there's been a lot of news about how oppressive Matilda has been in this new patch.
3 big changes. Number 1 is the damage coming in from the Wisp from the first skill. That one is pretty strong, I gotta say. The second skill, there's a longer period of time where you can choose whether you want to take the guiding wins or not. But the most important thing is the ult, because
You
before this, once you've committed, you have to go in. And Esmeralda, you called it. But here's the thing. The thing about the Matilda, the biggest change is that once you press the ult, you don't have to commit where you're gonna land, because now you have a second trigger. You can choose where you're gonna land. So you can land more offensively, where you can knock up more people, or defensively, being away from the fight when you see your team is not gonna be coming in. But yeah, Esmeralda here. Esmeralda.
The obvious counter to shielding from the hot guard does well against Lapu Lapu as well, since
Now
he
I'm
wants to
worried.
play around shield. And not to mention, now has the guiding wins to be pulled out of sticky situations on the Fredrin as well. So the utility is there.
Or dive in deeper.
Dive in even deeper. I mean, I was thinking along the lines of Boxia, but they take Grok this time round.
Boxia has been banned.
Interesting. I mean, sorry, Grok gets locked in, Boxia has already been banned. And if we follow back on the previous trend, the fact that Diggy was banned out and Matilda was banned out, and now we're being shown in this game, do you think that Team Secret wants to even pull even further backwards to be like, yeah, let's play a composition that feels a little bit more, or commit fully to this dive? They've already got the Lapu Lapu, they might as well
Dive.
double down.
I would say dive.
I think
Wait, actually, you're asking for Secret or NC? Because in my head, it was NC.
Sorry, I'll ask you about
Wherever
Secret.
I go.
Oh.
I think they probably want a bit more peel here, honestly.
Yeah,
Because
more peel, yeah.
peel was what allowed them to really control the fights in game number 1. And if they're already dealing with a Matilda, having more resources, I feel like will be more valuable. But they themselves choose to ban out the Rafaela, so...
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I've heard in scrims, people are practicing the Valor. But the problem is, where's the Valor gonna go? You already have a Grog, you already have a... Unless the Angela...
Your team is banned.
Angela Cold Lane?
Unless Grog jungle?
It's been a thing before.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, like in this lineup, if we put it at face value, there's no place for the Valor. So where else can they get the peel? Are they gonna get the Akai?
I don't think Akai is good enough here. This is a tricky spot right now because the Esme and Fredrin are going to be so bulky to get through, and like you highlighted earlier, obvious counters like the carry are going to have a much harder time these days.
Oh, that's so cool.
Especially with the guiding wins.
Let's go.
The entire
Your
family
team
plays
is
Mobile
banned.
Legends.
Nice.
Yeah.
Family dinners must be really heated, huh?
No, I mean, like, he has 3 kids, he has 1 wife, and he has a dude, so that's 5 people.
That is a 5 stack.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah. I mean,
what the MCL squad is called.
I mean, they might not win a lot, but, you know.
It's
Hey,
a
we don't
family
know that.
business.
Yeah, we win and lose together.
Your team
We win
is picking.
and lose as one. As we come into the second half of the draft, though, we see Lancelot, we see Bruno get banned out by MPX NSEA. Team Secret, they ban out the Irithel as well as the Rafaela. Thoughts on this? Because right now, I don't know. The marksman section is running low, and I would really
Ixia.
like to see Ixia here.
Yeah, I think Ixia would be good. I feel like Irithel would have been nice for Team Secret again, but they chose to ban it out themselves, which does lead credence to the fact
Brody?
that it could be the Ixia coming out. Would they pick it at this point, right? To contest it away from Zams? It's not impossible. I would love to see it.
Honestly, if I had to choose Ixia for one of these comps, I would definitely prefer it in MPX NSEA. Based on the current lead that we see, more than
Yeah.
Team Secret.
Yeah, I was thinking of Brody as well, because looking at the comp, it's odd, but you can actually kite away from what MPX NC is showing. The only way you cannot kite away is if the Matilda locks you down. So I'm okay with the Brody pick. I actually feel like the Brody pick is good because you can kind of peel for yourself. You don't really need your team to peel for you, but still, I kind of feel like some more crowd control would be pretty nice, but they're hiding their jungler here. Now, I'm really thinking about this, because the Boxia has been banned. The Paquito has been banned as well. What other junglers here that can really go up against the front line of MPX NC? And now the
Oh,
Ixia has
there
been
it
picked,
is.
and like you said, on NC.
Guess who's the
Ixia and the Lilia, such...
Oh,
This is
dude,
so
this-
oppressive.
This comp
This is such good
disgusting.
team fight.
Dude, just wait until the Ice Queen wands come in. It's basically done for, right? Like, what do you do?
Secret cannot lose 1 game. Let me remind you
Yeah.
guys.
This is not looking good for them. I really like what NC has brought to the table this time. It's got everything they could possibly need. The front line's great, backline damage is good, split push, engage, disengage. Team Secret, I'm gonna disagree with you. I don't like the Brody. I don't think it's going to work even before we saw the Ixia and the Lilia. So we'll see. Ooh.
That's a smart way
Karina.
to manage it. You have to admit that is kind of a smart way to manage it, because especially with Ixia dropping down the bombardment, at the very least, it is auto-attack based, so you can dodge like a good majority of them, just not the first and second ability.
Call me Tom Holland because I'm not feeling good, Mr. Stark.
I don't blame you.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a real tough one.
Okay, here's the thing. If Team Secret pulls this off, they deserve the playoff slot. That's what I'm gonna say. It's an okay draft, but the draft coming up from MPX NSEA is not just good, but it's comfort. That makes it worse.
It's like beautiful. This is a draft I would love to see playing on myself. And NC are definitely setting themselves up in a good position right now to potentially deny Team Secret a chance of moving on into the playoffs. But I think all of us love a good underdog story. And a lot of eyes are going to be on Team Secret, who has really revamped themselves and evolved since their poor performance in the earlier stages of Season 12. Will they be able to overcome the odds to make it into the playoffs for the very first time? Let us find out upon the Land of Dawn.
Let's jump right into it. MPX NSEA on the blue side with Team Secret on the red, starting on opposite buffs, ending up on opposite lanes. Let's talk about power spikes here.
All right, so power spikes coming in from Team Secret is all about going to be around the jungle, because here's the thing, sorry, on the gold lane for the Brody, because for MPX NSEA, they want to skill. Definitely they want to skill. Pozan needs level 8, Yetri needs at least one item, and then it's going to be very, very oppressive, and the Ixia here is going to be very strong in lane, but the Brody can keep up the pace. So Team Secret, they need to figure out to make sure that Matt is way ahead. If he's one level ahead of Ixia, then it's going to be a very good showing. Because if you're going to be waiting, if you're going to let MPX NSEA scale, it's not going to be looking good.
I agree with you there, and it's not just Matt as well. Max on the Karina, this is a hero that does depend somewhat on getting a solid snowball to start off the game. So Team Secret kind of have a timer where they have to really play the map and create pressure as soon as possible. The problem is they're against a Matilda as well as the zone control of a Lilia, so I'm not sure if they can get that lead.
Go towards that mid lane, Maima just great movement overall, just great movement. Pozan just struggling to land the Shadow Balls overall, but I think in terms of lane state, wait, what's happening to Matilda here? She's getting a bit harassed. She spots out too as we see Matt go for the all-in towards Zav's side, knowing that Max is level 4. That could have been a kill, but that's a free flicker taken away, and they're going to walk away with just that.
Matt is doing something that I kind of feel like he shouldn't, because he cleared the minion immediately. I kind of feel like if he froze it, might be a little bit better, just to make sure that Zaf has more of a difficult time moving forward.
I agree with you, especially on a hero like the Brody. Keeping the minion wave closer to your side would probably put Zavs in a much more vulnerable position. The fact that he's pushing means that he wants to get some chunks onto the gold shield instead. And while I can certainly agree with that sentiment, I feel like they gotta play a little safer.
Not forget about the POI of the Gold Crab, right? That's a lot of gold that's going over to the laners. As we do see Sonic secure the portal for himself, pretty much uncontested whatsoever. Normal for Team Secret at this point. They don't really want to be in that position. They just want Max power farm. In the meantime, Matins is getting really low here. Yetri running out of mana as Neo is going to get a free push. No way to actually commit to this just yet.
Right now, before anything really starts happening here, I'm really wondering what Max full build is going to be, because in the previous game, using the Metadata, you have a War Axe and then the rest is defense. I want to know if he's going to be having like one offensive item and the rest is defensive, because what angle is Team Secret really going for? Because I kind of feel like if you go enough damage that once Ixia pops her ult, you just dive in and immediately kill her off. That might be the best case scenario. Even if you trade 1-for-1, that might be pretty good.
Oh, movement coming out from Maima, keeping him alive as Pozan gets locked down by the puppet on the string. See the proxy down towards the bottom side of the map as Max chases down Yetri back into lane. Top side starts to get opened up a little bit more here, but I think I agree with LaFell. I think they want to just snowball out of control. control. I wouldn't be too surprised if Max decides to go for a damage build, or at least a hybrid damage build for the first half of the game.
I would personally go for that. Now, we do see the new ultimate raid from Ixia here. That is actually kind of insane, the full barrage being able to reach that far, but obviously not enough damage yet to really threaten Matt. And following up on what you guys are saying, I do agree as well. Going for full damage here, although risky, is probably the way that Max wants to play around, especially since he also went for lethal ignition. If he's able to take people out before Mali can get the save in, it could really work out here as compared to more sustained team fights like before.
Here we go. Neil tries up on him with Hard Guard and hand. Already popping ultimate as well. Raging Slash is going to force them backwards, but really, they're not finding any leeway whatsoever. They're just so tanky with the help of the extra healing from Mali-chan as well. It can be a little annoying to manage. Good guiding win though.
Yeah, right now, Team Secret, this is not the start that I'm looking for them, because here's the thing, MPX NSEA from the get-go, they're starting off very, very strong. First 4 minutes is a tie when it comes to the difference in terms of goal as well as experience, but in terms of the composition, it's a big win for MPX NSEA.
I do agree with you there. Since they did secure that turtle, it's going to be pretty easy for NC so far, and it's understandable they have a really bulky front line, so it's difficult for Secret to go in for the dive, but that's why we were worried about this draft going into the game, right?
Neo's about to die here. Year 3 is just going to run him down the entire length of the wave. Neo is trying to outplay it though, but Pozan is pushing him back, forcing out the flicker as well. That's finally first blood coming out from Year 3, but on top side, we see Majin. He's losing a majority of his health, but with the help of Mali-chan as well, is going to completely deter him from showing up. And Year 3 now affecting the jungle with the help, with belief that he's developed for himself.
Yeah, this is becoming very worrying for Team Secret here. We can see oh, hold on.
They find the initial catch here. Zobs is trying his best, gets pulled away, but can't get away from the torn apart memories. That was about to be cool.
That is the value of the Brody in these particular situations, being able to catch up and deal that finishing shot, even if they're pulled out with the guiding winds, thanks to that torn apart memory. That's going to help the gold lane a little bit, but the rest of the map is definitely being pressured hard by NC.
Yeah, Maima has no mana to walk up here. They did get the Appraiser's Wrath out of Sonic's side. They want to chuck this out with the help of Year 3. That should be more than enough damage. Max can't get on this. No priority targets.
Right now, Team Secret looking, again, a bit puzzled. They're not entirely sure what they're going to do. So this is not a good situation for them. From the previous game, they were able to understand what they're supposed to do when the Lord comes out. So hope it's not lost. Definitely not lost. But how are they going to scale? Because even just now, when we saw Neil going up against Year 3 1v1, Maima hesitated hard because he knew even if he used the hard guard, it's not going to help him out.
Yep. Sonic is going to start standing literally right in front of 4 members and drop the full barrage. They find the kill on the Maima. He doesn't even have the hard guard anymore. And without the tools, MPX NSEA, they're not going to punish it. So I was forced to flicker out of there. They call for the pause. Good call there. Oh my goodness.
And it looks like he's coming from Dean's. He's the one asking for the pause there. But that was a nasty Appraiser's Wrath where Maima is just like, well, now you see me, now you don't.
It's disgusting. I mean, this composition that MPX NSEA have developed for themselves, as long as they have a front line, it's, what do you do? What do you do? You can't get around them so far, and even your backline divers have limited range.
I really don't see a way forward here for Team Secret. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of their game plan hedged on being able to secure a pretty solid lead in the first couple of minutes, and they have not been able to do so here, despite their best efforts, doing some good rotations across the map. We already see that Sonic has become a problem. You don't have enough damage to take him down. Then Year 3, I think, is going to be the biggest issue once we reach that mid game, because no one can stop him from just running them down.
By the way, just to update, Max is going for a damage build. He has built the Arcane Boots as well as the Starlium Scythe. So true damage, some spell vamp, hybrid lifesteal, so you can go in, but it does look like Max is not comfortable going in with just one item, so perhaps a second one.
Is now, going for Feather of Heaven there?
It does look like a Feather of Heaven because having some attack speed there. which
That's
is
interesting.
curious.
Right? I would have expected him to start rushing things like maybe even concentrated energy if he's looking for a way to kind of like build up an efficient way of having more health and more ability damage at the same time, magic damage in this case. So I don't know. I would say that here is my theory, right? I was expecting them to give away First Lord, hit their level 4s, and immediately play towards gold side and look for picks. You're looking to lock down anybody. Even if you get the Lilia as well, you have more than enough damage to go for that big one-shot, assuming that you land the wild charge.
But landing that is very difficult here, right? Because I was worried when they showed the Grok, because yes, still very solid roam hero, but you are up against a good amount of magic damage in that Lilia, so it's very difficult for Martins to position himself. But we do see, going back into the game, instantly guiding wind, pulls out Pozan, Turtle goes to MPX NSEA once again. Yeah, Tree at this stage is already reaching a point where no one on Team Secret can actually threaten it.
Okay, here's the thing. Matt can. Because Matt already has the Blade of Heptases as well as the Malefic Roar. The damage is going to be pretty good, but the thing is you kind of have to stop Yetri from moving just a little bit, right? So I kind of feel like it's definitely possible. Matt using Brody here has enough damage, but getting that damage out is going to be the problem.
Forces wild charge out of there. These are the changes that we were expecting to see coming out from this Lilia, especially when Gloom is max stack. As long as you just touch your opponent, the Shadow Ball basically almost resets. Its cooldown reduced, but it looks like a reset. Yet now in some trouble with the help of Max. Has the true damage to go right through the shield, takes him out.
When I say Matt, I meant Max.
Yes.
I misspoke.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I love how we literally talk about how no one can threaten Yetri, and then he instantly dies for the first time right afterwards. The Caster Curse still
Caster
going
Curse
strong.
1-1, yeah.
No matter what patch it is, Caster Curse still at full power, but that interaction there is what I was mentioning about the Grok as well, right? Martins literally can't do anything if his positioning is off. As long as Pozan is able to jump on top of him, heck, even Mali-chan is going to be able to do a lot of damage because this hero is just vulnerable to this comp.
Question. I just saw the purchase, the Holy Crystal coming in from side of Max's side, so he has the dagger just with the added bit of attack speed. Is he going to complete the item, or is he just holding on for an early component?
Actually, I kind of feel like it's just for farming, because we've seen this before. Junglers, they just have one dagger there just to make sure that they have a little bit more attack speed, making sure that they can trigger the Retribution passive more. So I kind of feel like it's just for farming. So at this point, great to see that he's building full damage, but who is he going to target? That's going to be the big question now.
It has to be Ixia at a certain point in the game, but in the meantime, Purple Buff being contested by MPX NSEA, forcing Team Secret away. It's difficult for Martins to walk up any further than this. He doesn't want to die. Purple Buff stolen away. Team Secret, they have to let it go. No choice. Tri-Brush now getting contested as Max getting some good damage. Long Star move committed as well. Wild Charge going to knock him up, but Sonic doesn't land the energy eruption, and even Mali-chan encircling Eagle couldn't fully commit to it, but it doesn't matter. With all of the shields, the M3 cuts right through them. Full barrage, locks down all three. They find the kill. Martins is dead, and they have to back away. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of MPX NSEA.
This is definitely slipping away from Team Secret's hands very quickly now. Yeah, 3 does fall, but the amount that they have to trade just to get that kill is not going to be worth it, especially since NSEA are going to be able to get a free Lord on top of this as well. The net worth difference at this point, definitely low for a 10-minute game, but when you look at the kind of lineup Secret has, they need this to be in their favor. And right now, that's not happening.
I can only say that Matt is still farming very well. He now has his Demon Hunter sword. So the damage, as we see, Yetri is not completely invincible. Definitely can be taken down. But again, Team Secret, they got to pull off a miracle play here. They got to make sure that they can survive as long as they can until MPX NSEA makes a mistake.
One thing to note, Secret has one of the better base defenses we've seen across all the teams in MPL. So if anyone can do it, it's going to be them. But the stakes are really going to be up against the wall right now. And the Lord going to be crashing down bot lane.
They need to get rid of that Lord if they want to make sure that inhibitor stays around. But here comes MPX NSEA to say hello. They're just going to move back. They just want the outer turrets. They're not going to feed out for an inhibitor just yet. Team Secret unable to leave their base. Oh, wait, Neo tries to go on in, tries to go for the lockdown, but they call for the pause just in the nick of time. Just before the initiation as well.
Not sure if that's the position you want to be in when the game goes into a pause here. I feel like Neo has put himself a little bit too far out there, and while Secret does have the damage needed to take some pickoff style fights, right now, the full force of NC is knocking on their front door.
This is a bit unfortunate again, a pause coming in from Martins, but yes, like you guys said, not the best positioning here. Neo already committed. Once they go into the match, instant fight, right? And again, they gotta make sure that they can defend their base, because I kind of feel like when it comes to the damage, it's enough. Team Secret has enough damage, but the problem with damage is whenever you have to pay with your own life, it's usually too expensive. You gotta make sure that you can deal out the damage for free. I just don't see them being able to do that for free unless Neo, after this, creates a big space for Matt to deal out free damage and gives enough time for Max to flank to the back lines and find Ixia instantly.
Because that's a big deterrent, right? Because no matter how deep and how much you commit to that frontline fight, as soon as that full barrage comes out, you're running. You don't want to be stuck in there.
But it's tough, right? Even if you want to try and escape, there's a lot of tools that are disrupting you from being able to do so here. And I feel like there needs to be a bit of a shift right now, because Neo, obviously, when he plays on the Lapu Lapu, he typically wants to dive the backline, go for kills. So he does actually go for semi-damage a lot of the time to see if he can pick off like the marksman or the mage. In this game, I don't think that's gonna work, because right now Secret needs enough bulk to survive so that Matt can dish out his damage. Maybe going for something like the Guardian Helmet might work out here, because right now the Hard Guard is not working since the Esmeralda's on the other team.
Looking at the itemization now, Neo only has the Dominance Eyes when it comes to defensive items.
Ooh.
The only magic resist he has is the basic first item, and he has a Hunt Strike. And the emblem build is Rupture with Festival of Blood, where I think he hasn't gotten enough assists or kills to really emphasize the spell them here. So I kind of feel like he can survive coming in from the Festival of Blood as well as the Fire Emblem, but it's not going to be long.
It's not gonna be long, and they need that time though. Secret is a team that has the damage but needs the time to output it, especially on the Brody. We know that he...
Not gonna lie, I'm trying to cast a curse at this point. It's just like, yeah,
You're trying to...
Yeah, it's like...
You know, maybe that's a good idea.
Right?
NC is going to win this next fight, absolutely, 100%.
100% a wipeout.
100% a wipeout. I'm trying to imagine how that's going to look like, and I feel a lot of it just boils down to Martins. Once the tech issues are done, we need to see like one hell of a wild charge. A wild charge that's literally going to change the trajectory of his career.
But we gotta set up the caster curse, so we're gonna say he's gonna miss that wild charge.
Here we go. Now, the initiation is done. They find Pozan as well as Zobs. In the meantime, as soon as we come back, I guess we'll never know, huh?
Well, I mean, Neo did get a kill.
And Martins doesn't have a wild charge as well. All the above. 4 ultimates from the side of Team Secret as well, being committed. And another tech pause.
Well, you know, the caster curse worked for
Wait, this time it's from year 3, so at least this time it's not from Secret.
It's not from the same person.
Yeah.
You know, maybe since the caster curse worked, Team Secret actually looked like they won that fight. Let's now say that we're gonna go into another pause.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, that'll prove it. That'll prove it if this caster curse thing is real. You know, I'm not exactly the most superstitious person, but so far, considering what has happened in the MPL MY, whether BM or even English, it's been quite strong.
Is Superstitious the new hero?
Is Superstitious the new hero?
Is it Marvel or DC?
It's
I love
neither?
that
All
meme,
right.
by the way.
All right. Well, okay, so here's the thing, right? There's some holes here. Wait. How should we approach the analysis now? How should we approach this? Which, by the way, for you viewers at home, we're being very professional, right? We're not being biased, all right? Shut up. We're not being biased. We're just trying to make an entertaining show.
We're just manipulating fate at our own cost.
At this point, it's us trying to see how we can manipulate fate, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I'm going to lose the lottery tomorrow.
Whip out the tarot cards. We need a reading going. Let's begin the swans, you know, all the usual stuff. It's difficult. I think that we all can agree that Team Secret has tight win conditions that are not easy to achieve, and MPX NSEA can kind of like almost blindly play the game and still get away with it.
Well,
but they did lose that previous fight from what we could see.
No, but that was Caster's curse, remember? So it's like,
that's
is that
fair.
really fair?
Either way, the game has resumed. Let's see whether or not we're gonna get
Another pause is gonna come in.
Another pause is going to come, and after
totally.
that, another one as well.
Yeah. This entire game, full of pauses. Come on, give it to us.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink. With 70 seconds more until the Lord actually spawns, have a look at the items.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the items here, it really does look like Max is going all in with the damage. And the damage coming in from Man is looking pretty good. It looks like he's going for a Hunter Strike to make sure that he has his own peel, but Maima, looks like Maima's getting caught.
Yep, Circling Eagle has to commit, forcing Maima to flicker after it bleeds. This might be an opening here. Neo tries to go, doesn't land it, but the Raven Spider is already done for. He now has to start hiding back away with Raging Slash as Max comes in. Dang it! Darn it!
We tried.
The curse only works for team fights.
Man.
Unfortunately, it's Muddies again. Well, this is why I say, right? It's the longest match so far.
I don't think we want to count the pause timer in the
No, I mean like we're very competitive, all right?
Show us mercy.
We can't break one record only.
We gotta take every advantage, right?
Exactly.
It's the speed run any percent.
Let me just remind you, SMG like long games as well.
It's also true.
Ooh.
You know what? We're making sure we're giving the absolute most to all of the fans that is here at Dewan Sri Putra. Because they're like, this is the final week. You know, we're going to make sure you guys have the time of your lives. And listen to the crowd. Oh, they're having the time of their lives.
They're keeping their spirits up, you know? And the one thing I love about the Niners, at the very least, they're great at kind of timing those drops. Like, they really build anticipation with it.
That is true. You gotta have that anticipation in the end. But looks like we're gonna take a little more time this time to make sure that any issues that the players are facing will be resolved as soon as possible, to make sure that they can operate at 100% capacity. Because we've already mentioned the stakes of this game. Team Secret need this win more than anything else in their lives.
Non-negotiable.
Non-negotiable as well. I mean, even so, even if they do win this too, they still have to wait for the next upcoming matchups to kind of predetermine their fate. But this, at the very least, guarantees that the glass slipper is just placed, at the very least.
I don't know what Milo is trying to show me.
Milo is
trying to figure it out.
He's right there off the desk, for those of you who are wondering.
And even
Milo
he's having tech issues.
Even he's having tech issues.
He's just scrolling
Technical problems?
He is showing us something. What has he got?
Just cannot see. He's turning again.
It's too far.
You know what? At this point, just WhatsApp me. I'll check it out.
At this point, just walk up in front of the camera, show the camera, and we can see it on screen, you know? Then everyone at home can join in on the joke too.
Yeah, we'll see what
if it's a joke.
We'll see what it is in a little bit. I am curious what type of issue is actually going on here, because again, this happens all the time whenever new patches actually is applied into the game. Not exactly sure whether this is one of those like, traditional, the phone has a problem, so we switch out the entirety phone, hardware issue or software issue. Could even just be a traditional audio bug and they just have to restart it. That's it.
I give up on Milo, by the way. I give up on Milo. Now, okay.
He's doing it again. Oh, what does that say?
This is the fault of Sith and Mars.
Oh, yeah.
What did they do?
No, every single time they're on, anything that could go wrong will go wrong.
That's true.
And the thing is, it doesn't happen locally. Internationally. Whenever they on, it affects the world.
Now I know why the caster curse wasn't working. It's because the Sith curse is stronger.
Worse.
It's the stronger curse. Either way, we're back into the land of Dawn here. Hopefully, issues have been resolved. Again, thank you very much to our marshals for making sure that everything is back in order. As for right now, NC still do have the 2K lead, but because Secret were able to push them back from their base earlier, they now have a little more control over the map.
I just like the MPL MY, we have our own lore.
That's true.
Yeah, the talents be like, okay, if these two are together, it's not just bad for the local scene, internationally as well.
It's just bad feng shui.
Yeah, we have a lore here, all right? We're putting in work.
You know, there's actually more lore. It goes deeper than that.
Oh,
there's
really?
Even like a favorite side, like amongst
Oh,
players.
yeah.
The favorite side, whether red or blue, whether you're the left side of the stage or the right side of the stage, as well as favorite marshal.
Legit, that's true. But for now, the lore has been started up by MPX NSEA with a 2.6k gold lead. And looks like Yetri is going to pressure the top side of the map. And Maima feels like this is my responsibility. I gotta make sure no split push will happen.
Well, let's see how long he's going to keep that up for, because right now they spot out the jungler, and now MPX NSEA are going to start rushing in onto this board. Yet he's going to retreat back towards his friends. They're going to set up the perimeter. Neo is waiting to jump on in. Where's the green light? Here it is! Stop! He's going to be dropping down the full barrage. He gets stunned up, and even the raging slash has been committed to him, but the damage has already been done as the force the flicker away.
What?
They find it! The Lord secured by MPX NSEA as Team Secret still alive, but they find the N3 as well as Pozan. A 2-for-nothing trade in favor of Team Secret, but the Lord in the hands of MPX NSEA.
The retribution for Max was on cooldown. That's why he couldn't contest it against Sonic. But you know, that's still not too bad for Team Secret, actually. That's like a 2 or 3 kill trade for the Lord. Unfortunately, they will have to defend against this. They really cannot afford to lose that inhibitor at this stage of the game. They gotta keep themselves alive a little longer.
I mean, you gotta choose your poison, right? And at this point, they're just like, yeah, let's just get those wins. Because look at the kill score as well, 7-5. So they have a bit of an advantage. Now, Mali-chan, you're kind of alone. Neo sees you, but it looks like Neo doesn't want to go in as well. And our theory has been proven that Matt and Max does have enough damage.
Yeah, they clearly do have enough damage. I do want to talk about Zob's build, right? Because again, he went for Corrosion Sight DHS, but he didn't go for the golden step. Hold on, Matt. He's in a lot of trouble. He's getting hit by the full barrage. Even the hard card has been expanded. Too much damage as the back line gets attacked. Doesn't matter. The top up and the guiding winds is going to pull his arms out of there. Neo does not find it. Ends up dying. Max on the run, and he won't get away from Yan3. A monster as Zob secures the kill.
Oh, this is now really bad for Team Secret. 3 members down, and the waves are actually pushing in NC's favor. They gotta defend this. They need this win. But right now, they're only 2-person strong.
Well, they've already lost all their members. Mayama, the last man to stand. Our first relegation here at the MPL MY secured. Team Secret, it was good knowing you, but MPX NSEA takes this game and evens it out 1-1.
At this moment, let's just let the moment sink in. Because even here, I could hear the audience. Even the audience is disappointed, and now Team Secret, their hopes of going to the playoffs is no longer here.
A valiant effort, but heartbreak is apparent on the Team Secret side of the MPL stage. Aware of what this means, they do still have 1 game in the series, but a single loss, that's all it took. That's how we set this up going into our first series of the day, and MPX NSEA have emerged the victors, sending Team Secret into confirmed relegation.
That's so unfortunate for the side of Team Secret, and at the very least we know that this season has been particularly rough for them. They started off not having a dedicated mid laner. As they transitioned in towards week 3, week 4, we see glimpses of hope, but they can't close out games. And then finally, when it feels like they finally get things together, the next patch update comes through.
Well, I gotta say, MPL Malaysia Season 12, none of the teams are here to show mercy. It's nice to see that MPX NSEA, they're like, we know you're fighting for your lives. But to show respect, we're bringing our very best. And I kind of feel like that is the best draft that they can have. And they play the best that they can. So, again, congratulations to Team Secret doing much better this season compared to the previous one. But we're going to have one more match after this. But unfortunately, it's all over.
It does mean, though, that this final Game 3 of the series has 0 stakes involved. We know that NC is already confirmed. We know Secret is out. It's time to bring whatever they want into the Land of Dawn. That'll be fun to see. But let's find out who our MVP is. And for this game, it is going over to Sonic on the side of MPX NSEA.
Sonic played amazingly. But yeah, looking at this, 1-0-6. And again, this is the patch for MPX NSEA. It's not just for Mali, it's for Sonic as well. He loves those utility junglers, and that's what he has.
He's great at maintaining battle lines. He's great at holding down the fort by himself as a strong anchor for the team. And now that Zobs is feeling comfortable and he doesn't necessarily have to even be in the fight, this has been quite the match.
Yep, really great positioning coming out from MPX NSEA here, and I think their draft was just perfect here. I understand that they were able to figure out what Team Secret was throwing. I definitely feel like Team Secret may have gone a little bit overzealous with some of the heroes they picked up early, and that definitely cost them in the end. But still, a very even game from both sides. So let's just hop on over to the mic check for MPX NSEA.
Nice. Hey, nice! Eh, aku ada tarik. Let's go.
Dik, boleh biar dik. Dia play dik. Dah.
Tengok lah. Aku sign. Nice!
Boleh, bisa.
Boleh.
Bantai lu. Pandai lah!
Maima.
Lu ni jaguar.
Maima.
Atau mati.
Man, no mercy.
No mercy.
That's just rough right there, but hey, you gotta admire them. They're putting it all on the stage. NC came into this series with no stakes at all. Like, no matter they win or lose, no matter what the score was, they're confirmed into the playoffs regardless. But they're still putting on their full power and definitely enjoying themselves on that stage.
At least no one can accuse, like, oh, the teams are like throwing the games. It's like, nah, fam, nah. They're coming in guns blazing. But speaking of which, looking at the composition from MPX NSEA, this is like perfect. The fact that they got Matilda itself, which a lot of teams have said is basically always going to be banned, comes to the question, why was it let through?
I think they were confident they could manage with it, you know? I feel like Team Secret was like, you know what, even if they have Matilda, at the very least, we have the Heart Guard. So if they try to go and chunk down our Brody, at the very least, we can top him back up. And I think that was the argument that was being made. But unfortunately, it's just not the case this time around. Because again, as much as you wanted to be aggressive, defensively, people like Zavs was getting away for free thanks to the guiding winds. Oh, Lapu Lapu jumps into the back. I've done my damage, cancel my ult, take the Melissa Airlines out of here.
I gotta say,
Matilda Airlines, Melissa.
Gotta say, Esmeralda build here from Yetri, I kind of feel like could be optimized a little bit more because we see a lot of times that the mana regeneration wasn't there, right? So perhaps have to adjust, maybe using a common emblem or putting on the demonic shoes, because we see the warrior boots is very good defensively going up against Matt as well as Neo, but I don't know. I kind of feel like the support emblem here is good because you do have the Matilda and you have a lot of shields onto you and the Flash of the Oasis, but I don't know, mana was a big problem for Yetri.
I think it also states with the way that he was actually playing the map, because again, there's a lot of times where he's not only just split pushing, and usually split pushing you use a bit of mana. Okay, with the Enchanted Talisman is fine, but the way that he was trading very, very aggressively against Karina, Max in this particular case, as well as if he has the opportunity, Grok, and I think that's why he was running out of mana so very fast.
And I think it's fine, honestly. Yes, the mana economy could have been better managed by Yetri overall, but his job was basically done. Just continuously pushing back Team Secret, doing a lot of damage while being quite bulky himself. Yes, the damage did come in for Max and Matt, but unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough. I personally am a little bit curious about the choice of the Mage emblem for the Karina there. Like, why not go for Assassin in that position?
I mean, Max didn't exactly go very aggressive in the early stages of the game, right? So I kind of feel like he already went into this game understanding he's not going to do anything unless he gets 2 or 3 items. So I think that's why he took the Mage emblem, because the Mage emblem has more magic power, so the scaling is going to be a little bit better coming into the late game, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like they should have gone a little bit more in the early game.
I agree. I think they should have gone super hard in the early game, right? There's a lot of places that they can actually punish. Like Year 3, for an example, could have been a place that they could have contested for. Ixia might be a little bit difficult, but you basically want to play on the opposite side of where Mali-chan specifically is, so they can't pull them out of tight situations. And I think that would have been the most ideal position to be in.
What we can definitely see from this game, though, is that there does still need to be a lot of work done for the side of Team Secret, right? The draft here was not very clean.
Yeah.
I worry about the fact that Neo's Lapu Lapu is quite consistently picked first phase, and that allowed for a lot of counterplay. They seem prepared for the Matilda, that's why they let it through. But then once heroes like the Ixia and the Esmeralda came out, then I think the battle plan just fell apart and they had to just pick whatever was left. And you never want to go into a game under those circumstances.
I don't know, at this point, we have to agree that it is on the draft. The draft could have been much better.
It really should have been so much better here. I mean, you can't really say too much about it. In these highlights, I think we're going to see a couple of times where, you know, Neo is getting caught out here. I would have much preferred him to play Yuzong in these cases. I don't think Team Secret put enough thought into what the marksman could be.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at the situation here, the draft is like we talked about this, right? The draft could be serviceable if they're a little bit more aggressive in the early stages of the game. But to be fair towards the players, I have not played a lot of Karina, so I have no idea whether the Karina is actually really strong in the early stages of the game or is too risky. So might as well just build up a little bit and then fight later. So I don't know. Some of it is we're unsure about the strengths of the Karina here, so kind of a big question mark for me personally.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we were to create the perfect scenario for the side of Team Secret, it would have to be Matt, Deans, and as well as Max working together. Because again, if you're thinking that Max might not have enough damage, you can get the early chunk with the help of Matt. And at the very least, if you get a wild charge to get a massive stun, I think that's more than enough time to get your pickoffs.
And it also means having to invest a lot of your heroes onto one side of the map, and that's not really going to work when you're going to have heroes like the Esmeralda split pushing, and all you have to counter that is the Angela. And don't get me wrong, Maiva was doing a great job game 1, but in that game he had no one dealing with him. The rest of NC needed to be together to take that fight. This time, all he could do was just make sure the waves never pushed into the base, and that really cost them in terms of map pressure.
Esmeralda, big game changer?
Yep, definitely.
And the fact that the Rafaela wasn't there, and the thing is, they banded out themselves, right?
Yeah, they did.
It's
did
weird.
Out themselves.
I kind of feel like they shot themselves in the foot when they picked up the Grok that early.
Yes, I agree with that. I
Because
don't think the Grok needed the picks.
Grok was... So the first pick was Angela and Lapu, and then Grok was third pick. Yeah, I think the Grok was overzealous, because I kind of feel like even if you don't pick up the Grok, what are the chances it's going to get banned out?
I think in the end it was more of a hero pool issue, right?
Perhaps.
Because Martins is still very new to the stage, so if he's able to work on that a little bit, then I could see much better results.
Yeah, possibly. I think, well, I would like to believe that he does know how to play, but I think it's definitely one of those things where you look around, you ask your favorite players, like, oh, what are we playing here? They're going to let you know what their comfort picks are, and Grok is his comfort pick.
They wanted to rely on pocket picks for the game that could determine whether they move on, but it didn't quite work out. Either way, we're going on a short break. Make sure to join us when we return for Game 3 of our first match of the day. See you guys there.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik, ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganti ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Hey! Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my
naik.
way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Hey! Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia Malaysia memang boleh rise up to the top. Kita
No, they can really, they can still go through it.
Can they?
Are you dumb, you poo-poo head?
What are you, huh? You think you can make it through after this?
There's a
Oh, wait, we're live.
Oh, hello everyone.
There's a reason why we took a long break. Let's show them, Mustafa. We've been reading the MPL rulebook. And apparently Secret still has a chance.
Very thick rulebook.
Well,
Oh,
I mean,
don't show it, you know.
here's a couple of things. Here's a couple of things that we have to get out of the way. Number one, it depends on whether Team Secret is able to win this or if they drop the game. If they do win this upcoming match, the score is going to be 2-1. And when the score is 2-1, there's a possibility of a three-way tiebreaker that they actually come up on top of.
But here's the thing, it has to be a tiebreaker. If RED Esports win 2-0, no tiebreakers. RED Esports, no matter what, they need one game win.
Just one.
Only one.
Yeah.
They actually have to lose
Even yeah, they have to lose 2-1. They can't even win. Because here's the thing, right? So Lunatics and Team Secret head-to-head, Lunatics will win.
All right.
So you cannot have the same points between Lunatics and Team Secret.
Uh-huh.
But because Team Secret won against Red, they cannot use head-to-head. So they'll use match win point, something like that. And here's the thing. Team Secret is -8 if they win this one. But Red as well as Lunatics, they'll both be -9.
Oh.
So with match win, I forgot what it's called.
Differential.
Yeah.
Check the book.
Check the book. It's in Chinese. I can't read it. But
I
either
thought
way,
it was Japanese.
Oh well,
My bad.
we need to change glasses then.
Yeah.
But either ways, if Secret wins this one, and then Red wins one game against RSG, there's a chance.
Yes. So
We took that long to figure that out.
It took a while, but after doing all the calculations and also checking the head-to-heads, at least there is an opportunity of a lifetime for Team Secret.
Yeah, we had to ask for another delay because we're bad at math. But we got it figured out in the end. And while we're at it, how about you guys check out the October Starlight? Because with only 300 diamonds, you guys can get Layla's exclusive skin, Twilight Waltz. Looks very nice, got that pink anime hair going on. Not to mention you got other privileges like the avatar border, the chat bubble, free heroes, free skins. And these are all worth over 6,000 diamonds. And of course, you even get a bundle worth over 1.7k diamonds on your first Starlight purchase. So, I think this is an opportunity that you guys definitely want to take advantage of. And hey, here's a little bit of a tip for you guys as well. You guys can purchase the weekly diamond pass to get diamonds at a favorable offer. And using that, you can actually unlock Starlight rewards earlier.
I actually been using that to farm diamonds. It's actually pretty good. It's actually very solid.
Synergies.
I use that to get the Fedrin Neo Beast.
Are you kidding me?
I got it.
How many rolls?
I can't remember, but I got it.
So
no,
bad.
I'm
still
legit.
waiting.
I got it. And look, I got it way earlier than you guys.
You don't have to
true.
rub that in. You don't have to rub that in. Nobody asked.
Shh. I got it way earlier than you guys. All right, back to professionalism.
Now, first of all, we have to talk about Matdins because in that previous game, getting him on that Grok, yes, it's his comfort, might not necessarily work. And the journey for Secret has already been tough with a lot of hiccups, and now the hiccup is literally the game itself because of this new patch.
Yeah, the draft definitely did not do them any favors in that previous game, which is strange considering game 1 they definitely had an idea and it worked out very well for them. I think what happened was in game 2, NC switched up their strategy. They decided not to respect ban certain heroes, which allowed Secret to feel like, hey, let's go for them. Let's give Neo his Lapu. Let's give Matdins his Grok. But that ended up being kind of a trap.
Let me just say, I guess I was wrong. Because you asked, like, what should we do? It's like, yeah, go for comfort. Well, this is why I'm not a coach anymore. Apparently, being a meta slave is better.
You gotta go for comfort, but you also gotta go out of your comfort zone.
Oh, thank you, man.
Yes.
I appreciate it. Thanks for the backup.
I'm not backing that
Stop
up.
up, man. Like this guy.
Yeah,
This guy.
right here.
Man's an actual support. But I think that also brings up the argument for Mali-chan as of right now. This is technically his meta to abuse from this point onwards.
Me and Mali were at the same age.
Yeah.
Actually, I can't say that. I don't remember how old I am. It could be 28, could be 29.
Don't start doing the math. We'll have to ask for another delay.
I remember the year, but I don't do the calculate. I mean, we took how long to calculate a secret had a chance?
That's fair. That's fair. Let's not get too deep into it because this upcoming draft is going to predetermine whether Team Secret is actually going to get that glass slipper in the right place.
Yup. This is going to be their final opportunity. We already did the calculations. Team Secret still has a chance, but that chance will slip away if they cannot win this final game for them of the regular season. Team Secret going to be on the blue side, MPX NSEA on the red side. We're already seeing some variation in the bands.
I gotta say, man, I regret cutting my nails yesterday.
Why is that?
Because this entire series is a nail biter.
Ah, yes. Maybe it's better that you did.
Oh.
I don't know. Chewing your fingers ain't exactly the best idea. You don't have a lot to work with here. But so far, we are seeing a couple of reoccurring trends. The Boxia band, Angela, followed up by Edith inside the Team Secret. MPX NSEA decided to get rid of the Paquito, the Valentina, as well as the Terizla, and finally locking in Matilda for themselves.
This scares me a little bit because I'm pretty sure NC knows this is going to be the obvious choice.
But where is it going?
Hmm.
Maima or Madines?
Ooh.
Right?
True. Either way could work.
I think it's going to go on Maima. I'm going to make the hard call now and say that this is going to be like...
I kind of feel that way as well.
Right. It feels like it makes a lot of sense, especially since, you know, one of the carries from the side of MPX NSEA is going to be Zobs. And even if they want to get Pozan on something that can be, well, easily caught, that might be another problem. So instead, they're going to go with the Farmers Fredrin. I like the idea so far.
Okay, I haven't tested it out, but I'm not so sure if Paramis, the Nether Realm, is considered as a shield or a heal kind of to give the flash of the Oasis passive. Proc, yeah.
Good point, actually.
I haven't tested it out, honestly.
It should be considered as a... It's under the buff category, but I don't think...
Right? Because it's not really a shield.
I feel like it's been considered as a heal before, right? Because during the games where you have a fair miss, like total heal numbers tend to be pretty high.
I mean, like you heal from your second skill and the passive.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. So it's not from the...
You're not distributing it to people. That's the thing. I'll check that up in a little bit.
Well, we'll see if they build it, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, we do have the Novaria here. That certainly does make things a little bit questionable because Novaria also feels like more of a Maima hero, so it definitely leads to Matilda being in the support position. And since Martin's already played the Raph earlier, I guess it's entirely possible Neo will get the Yuzong this time. Definitely pretty good into the Cult Altar. Oh wait, no longer called Cult Altar. That confused me. It's a Nether Realm, yes.
Yeah. There's patch updates for us too.
Yes.
I
forgot to install my latest update.
I'm just glad that they haven't put Johnson in. New ability names, really frustrating.
I like Rapid Touchdown.
I kind of. Like, I get that we do enjoy Rapid Touchdown more, but I feel like we can actually play around with full throttle apparently, right? Like, he's going full throttle!
You want to play? I play it next time.
We'll see if it does come out, but no. It's going to be Rafaela coming in from the side of MPX NSEA. At the very least, they'll be able to kind of close in on the distance or disengage cleanly whenever necessary. So far, I mean, we go into the second part of the draft phase, but what do you think of the first three picks so far? Is it good? Is it bad? Because I'm leaning a little bit more towards Team Secret side, but I can see the setup from MPX NSEA.
I'm just curious what is going to be the marksman pick, because that's going to be super crucial because no one's going to die easily in this game. So we do have to see which marksman can stay alive the longest. So that's going to be a big deal. And we got to say, no Claude.
Yep.
The nerf on Claude has been unfair.
One of the most obvious Faramis counter picks in the gold lane. And since Claude is no longer as viable now, you would go towards something like the Ixia or the Irritel.
Or the Beatrix.
True. Without the Angela, Irritel definitely loses some of that mobility, but still viable. And Ixia definitely did pretty well previously, but we don't know if it's inside Matt's hero pool.
Let's find out then, right? I mean, first of all,
now that we don't have Lancelot, I'm guessing that MPX NSEA still probably leaning towards who can dive that backline.
Wait, we haven't seen a Marcus yet, and Max has been pretty good on the Marcus as well.
He has, right?
But Martis
When
would
the body
probably get
suffers,
kinda
team is
messed
spared
up by the
wounds.
Netherrealm, right? Like that really would mess with your Decimate.
I mean, you already have the Rafa at the same time, so it's like
That's
there
true,
are
yeah.
multiple ways
Even
to start
more.
messing with you. I think that Team Secret is on the right track, though, right?
Wait, so are you saying that maybe Karina again? Because I talked with some of the members from Secret, and they said they did plan to pick up the Karina before the draft would start. So it's something they have been practicing, yeah.
Okay.
Interesting, right? I thought it was like a desperate pick, but they're like, no, we planned for that one. The rest, not everything was planned, but the Karina pick was planned. So maybe that was the counter towards the Matilda? I'm not sure, man.
It could be, or it could be a counter towards ENG as well. I would agree with you. It's definitely hard to say for now, but MPX NSEA final ban going to be the Bruno. Priority passed over to Team Secret.
This is a tricky position here. They did ban the Benedetta earlier.
Your
They're
team
gonna
is
ban the
picking.
Iritel. Or I guess that makes sense. You already have two kind of supportive heroes on the side of NC, makes it. But we do see the Melissa coming out. This is also a hero that was recently buffed.
Extra attack speed is always good.
Yep. Honestly, it's pretty huge, as a matter of fact. It makes her trades like so much more efficient. But at the very least, you can say that, hey, if Karina wants to try and attack the marksman, you have an ult to kind of buy you that extra bit of time before the reinforcements come in.
I kind of feel like now, because the Melissa is there, the Martis looks even better, right? Because you kind of ignore the go away.
Yes, but you still have the healing and the Netherrealm to have to contend
Then
with.
just be bait. Be like, hey, look at me, I'm a squiggly little squirrel. Sorry.
That's the most
worm.
intimidating squirrel I've ever seen.
Or I don't know, it's like, come, hit me. Hit me.
This is literally...
Is that what a worm would say, though?
Well, I mean, it depends if it's wearing a bat cowl, but now Akai and as well as Ixia. I was expecting the Ixia. Akai rather interesting. I was thinking more like, I agree with LaFell that probably Martis might have been a pretty interesting solution, kind of peels away for your backline, kind of groups them up all nicely, but with a dedicated way to kind of just say, you know what, let's stop this for now, buy a little bit of time, disengage, the Akai will take that spot.
But that's a lot of protection for Itzia.
So much.
Like, she loves attention, and she's getting the attention here.
Don't look at me when you say that. The way you looked at me did not make me feel comfortable there. But oh, yes, Khalid. If we're talking about backline divers, Khalid with a flicker can close the distance.
This is our first time seeing Yetri on the Khalid as well. Like, we have never seen him play this hero on the MPL stage, even though he's known as an aggressive EXP laner. So, I'm excited.
I mean, in MPL SG, they term the phrase, Khalid is disgusting. So,
Yes.
it's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's all I have to report. Thank you very much.
I love how you looked at your notes for half a second like you had more to say.
Yeah, no, I did.
The scams.
It's just pretty good.
I think it's great in this matchup. Well, especially since you're up against Akai. The only thing is the timing of when you actually heal back up with the what's it called? Second ability.
Quicksand Guard.
Quicksand Guard. That's the one. You can get stunned out of it. So at the very least, after you trade, you can't just do it in front of his face. You got to go back into the bush, look to wait it out a little bit longer, heal yourself up, then go back in for the trade.
We'll see whether or not they can master that dance here, because both these teams are used to waltzing with their opponents. And in Team Secret's last-ditch effort, one final opportunity to secure themselves in a position to contest for that playoff spot. We return to the land of dawn.
Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be Team Secret on the blue side once again, up against MPX NSEA on the red side. Early trades happening on the bottom side of the map as Andrew, with the help of Pozan, with a quick 2 to chunk Neo out.
The question is, we got to look at Matt Deans. Did he steal anything? I feel not. Looking at the composition here, Rupture for Maima, so early game will be able to dish out just a little bit more damage, and actually quite an interesting interaction. Having the Blessing of Wilderness here should actually help out to increase the distance, so the second skill could potentially have more damage.
That is true. Having that extra movement speed in the river definitely was set up for much further range Star Shatters, so that should help. But whether or not it works when NC is holding a lineup that will just run at them will remain to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, look at Mach Deans go. He is zooming across the map. so very fast. And as soon as Mali-chan pulls him into combat, you see it just drop significantly. In the meantime, Sonic already at level 4, Max as well, level 4. They're going to go with their traditional invades. He's going to get a bit of a trade, but at the very least, Matt, he's going to be left alone and isolated.
Well, the fact that earlier we saw that the Kali really chunked Neo down, the fact that Neo is still doing relatively well, both teams are playing a little bit more passively. I would say MPX NSEA, they're trying to look for trades, but it does seem like Team Secret, they're not really trying to get those trades, especially since Maima can attack from such a long range. But the thing is, Maima can do a lot of damage, but Mali-chan could heal it back up all the way through. Now the turtle has been started by MPX NSEA.
Do they really want to contest this right now? Level 4 is coming real soon for the EXP laners. So they're trying to rush this 2v3. They open up the map instantly with a heavy spin with the help of Neo. Pushing them away. Maima secures the very first turtle of the game. It's going to be NetherRealm coming in hot as Neo jumps out with a furious dive. Gets pulled away. Yeah, 3 tries his best. 1 HP. Neo ends up dying to Mali-chan with the holy healing. And yeah, 3 getting some good damage onto Madins, forcing out the flicker.
Almost cool.
You gotta admit, that was quite the grand escape coming from Neo there. So many times he should have died. He did get picked up in the end, but giving the kill to Mali-chan is actually not too bad here, considering that the Ref is playing very support, only just hitting that level 4.
Yeah, overall, we could see that good trades over throughout the entirety of the fight. Maima was able to be the one to secure the turtle, which, you know, a little bit rough for both junglers because they used their retribution a little bit earlier, but definitely Team Secret in this game is much more confident than the previous one.
Gonna be doing some harassment towards Sonic at this stage, but I imagine that this is very much proceeding according to Team Secret's plan.
Yep, and now popping the all-full barrage on towards the opposite side, gets stunned up thanks to Mali. Good holy baptism.
Making sure that he's able to survive there is going to be very important right now, because Team Secret, unlike the previous game, they're actually quite okay with playing a bit more passive in the early stages. Their scaling is going to start hitting around the mid to late game, so all they got to do is make sure NC doesn't go too hard.
They didn't want to fully commit onto that. They're going to open up the map first. Instantly taken out with the appraisers round. Heavy Spin going to push him underneath the turret. Maima secures that kill. Pozan unable to close the distance, even trying to flicker in to make sure that his boy is covered by the NetherRealm.
Ooh. Matt Dins turned into Matt Dinner in a single moment right there. But I think it's still a pretty good trade, right? The roam for the jungle. The turtle's going to be up in another 10 seconds. So Team Secret's still looking pretty good.
I mean, if you have to make a trade, but Matt getting attacked by Zav as well as Mali-chan, it looks like it's going to be okay. Are they going to re-engage? Matt Din goes in.
Yep, it's good re-engage as well. If only Matt didn't have his ult canceled out earlier and had a little bit more support, but that is going to be a flicker from Mali-chan specifically, which is huge. Now, with MPX NSEA, they have priority over this Lord. Over the turtle. Oh, wait, Matt, he ends up dying. The turtle falls into the hands of Max, and now everything has been broken loose. Sonic is low, but there's not enough damage. Appraiser's trap doesn't get canceled out in time by the heavy spin, but it's good enough to get him away.
Ooh, a messy trade right there. I feel like Team Secret really did not need to take the fight up top there. Sacrificing Matt at this point is really going to put down their scaling. What surprises me is that Max still did get the turtle there. I felt like NC was definitely in a better spot since the Matilda was not around, but still good on them.
Well, we can definitely say for now, Max is doing much better. But mind you, Sonic, he got the MVP in the previous match on the same hero, but this time looks a little bit more different. Maybe Sonic was not anticipating this kind of level of fight back coming in from Team Secret, because for both games, the first and the second one, Team Secret, they were just like, yeah, you guys can take everything you guys want. We'll come back to you in the later stage of the game. But this time, Team Secret is like, no, if you want this turtle, you got to fight for it.
Yeah, I think it's better if they actually battle out for each inch that they actually earn from MPX NSEA. Whoa. Raging Sandstorm already being utilized by EF3. But in the meantime, we're seeing 4 members of MPX NSEA looking for a pick. They find one into Maima, forcing him to flicker. Okay, Circling Eagle as well being utilized. He's stuck in there. He got pulled back. Madins ends up dying still, and they find what they were looking for.
I feel like that was a bit of a bad choice.
He could have jumped somewhere else.
Yeah, he has the flexibility. It's pretty obvious from that position that you're not going to be able to fight that, but he decided to go aggressive anyway, and that cost him his life.
Well, with top tier 1 secured by the side of MPX NSEA. They're going to retreat from this, knowing that Turtle is spawning in about 15 seconds. Down by bot side. Neo needs to win this 1v1. Yet 3 flickers on out of there. No Petrify, no battle spells for either side. They think Sandstorm to try it, but it clips him right at the end. Neo does a furious down hit, but it all comes crashing down. Yet 3 beats him in the 1v1.
What a wave of emotions!
And now Circling Eagle as well being utilized. He disrespects
Not like
Yet 3
this.
all over again. 2 more seconds until the tornado is coming out once more. Now, it's going to be the full barrage. It's good damage.
Ooh, the healing.
He's trying to try and help him out. It's going to be the only baptism that cancels it out at the end. The Alba gets popped out. Zaz can't do anything. He gets knocked out of it instantly with the help of the heavy spin coming in from Max. And now, that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade in favor of MPX NSEA. Oh, they're pretty wrath as well. No, Sonic ends up going too deep, too far.
Ooh, MPX NSEA overestimating their capabilities in that exchange. Understandable they know aggro since Martins was already put down so low earlier and they won the 1v1 on year 3. But then Matt actually out-sustaining Zavs, who had the Nether Realm, the Mali-chan healing, and the Inspire. Surely through the Ixia passive, hitting on all the members of MPX NSEA. And then Heavy Spin comes in to finish the job. Team Secret still maintaining a solid lead here, even though NSEA should have a pretty good team fight.
I would say NC, they were forcing it out, especially Sonic there, where I kind of feel like you've already gotten what you want. You could have just wait a little bit more, but I feel like the cooldown on the Praises Wrap is coming down, so he's just like, I gotta use it, man. Like, you don't get this often, so the moment he has it, he wants to use it, but like you did say, he went in way too deep. And we were looking at AI winning prediction, the first 4 minutes as well as the 8 minutes has been won by MPX NSEA. But the previous fight where NC were being overzealous, they kind of paid for their mistake there with 1,600 goal advantage for Team Secret.
Yeah, I think Team Secret are still definitely in a comfortable position right now, even if the AI prediction says otherwise. Their scaling will kick in. Matt's still going to be farming pretty well. I do think, if anything, Martins does need to mind his positioning a little bit more. I think he's a bit too bloodthirsty.
Well, speaking of which, 1v1 on top side continues to happen between Yet3 as well as Neo. It's still pretty, I would say that it's about to break even, as Yet3 does have to just a wee bit more gold, but it's still some scary stuff as they start pushing up to mid-tier 1.
Well, maybe Yetri just really want to be a Dragon Slayer, you know?
I mean, who doesn't want to be a Dragon Slayer, though?
True, and right now the Lord has been started up. And in terms of level, Max is 2 levels ahead of Sonic. This is not good for MPX NSEA.
Let's see how they manage the situation, right? 5v5. Start opening up the map with the help of Muddles. Martins, he's got to be careful. He gets jumped on by Yet3, forcing out the Circling Eagle. He dashes back out. That's one big ultimate already gone for the side of Team Secret. Pozan getting more aggressive, now gets pulled one back. The Smart Helix doesn't connect on anybody, but this forces out the Nether Realm. Team Secret, 3 ultimates down for 1 ultimate currently down. MPX NSEA, they slowly creep up on towards this north side. The Black Dragon has been called. Raging Sandstorm has already been utilized, and now in the middle, the heavy spin. Sonic locked down. Max secures the Lord. Neo is on the run as Yet3 attacks the back line. Sandwalk is good, but Flicker has to get him out.
Max probably not going to be able to escape from this situation. He'll buy as much time as he can, but will eventually get picked off. Secret, they do get the Lord, but they definitely have to trade a lot more bodies than they expected right there, resulting in NC actually coming out on top with more players alive. And that should allow them to get like at least a couple of structures here. Ooh, even in the mid lane. Maima forced the flicker.
I don't know, I kind of feel like it was still worth it for Secret because the fact that Matt was still alive. If Matt actually went down, then yes, 100% worth it for NC, trading 1 Lord to make sure that this Ixia goes down. Because looking at the situation, Maima and Matt survive. As long as they're okay, it's all good. Martins can die 2 more times and it'd still be fine.
Definitely not what you usually want to hear.
But you know, it's
but
like,
yeah, the way
room.
he's been playing, it does seem like he's more of a sacrificial lamb for Team Secret right now. And hey, if they are getting good trades, getting objectives, sacrificing the Matilda, why not?
Hey, I think the term that we're looking for is expandable. They made a movie about it, made it look cool. So I can only
Expandable?
imagine. Yeah,
That's 3 of it, right?
There's 3 expendable. Well, I mean,
Wait, was it
in
3?
terms of movies, yes, but in terms of what his role is to be in this game. Oh, you're right. It's not expendable. It's expendable.
I was very
I'm just
confused.
dumb.
I was like, can Matt Dins inflate himself or something?
I'm sure somebody out there would enjoy that, but down by bot side, tier 1s are starting to collapse down. No reinforcements here. Star Helix already being used. Sonic is out of position, but he's got Pozan nearby. Yetri has to get on out of there, but a good shot from Maima takes him out. And Neo wants to go for more. Gets locked down by the Holy Baptism as well as the Energy Surge. Calling out from the back of Matt from downtown with a full barrage, zones them away, and they still find the kill. Maima is able to secure 1. Pozan might actually just fall, but no, hold on. Maima finds it, that's a double, and now Zab's all by himself.
No!
He gets the wall, forces out that flicker, continues to run, but then he ends up becoming mulch by Max.
That may have been a bad idea in the heat of the moment right there. It's not even worth it if you kill Matt Dins, and Zaz ends up sacrificing himself for nothing as Team Secret secures another clean teamfight victory. AI winning prediction definitely leaning in their favor now. You can see how much damage the full barrage is putting out. That Netherrealm not lasting for a second.
I mean, we got to talk about the objectives as well. 4 turrets for Team Secret, only 3 for MPX NSEA. And MPX NSEA have not have any turtle, any lord. Secret got all 3 turtles, got the lord as well. So now, in terms of jungle domination, Team Secret is looking ahead. But moving into the later stages of the game, it takes that 1 lord steal to make a big difference. So Max cannot feel comfortable just yet.
He's been doing pretty consistently with securing the Lord overall though, and the heavy spin, always a good tool to push Sonic out of the way, so it still looks promising, but now the Lord dropping to 50%.
This is where it's going to get risky here. He levels up. He's got the advantage with the back line. Badid's forced out instantly. Going to open up the map initially with the Astral Echoes. Here comes the Black Dragon for me. They group them up really nice here. It's low. Max secures it. Netherrealm not in position at all as Neo is able to walk away. Sonic is going to lock down Max for as long as he can with the help of Yetri. No raging. Oh, no, he does. He goes for the Raging Sandstorm to kill Badid's, forcing our Neo to jump a little too far. And here comes the full barrage. Sonic will not be able to take this type of damage. Ends up dying to Matt regardless. And Max confidently stands in front of Muddles. He's not afraid of Zobs no longer. Maima, give him the shot. Doesn't connect. Hits onto Yetri at the very least, but he wants Pozan.
Ooh, nice block from Yetri there. I think that would have killed Pozan if it connected, but really great fight spacing from Team Secret. Perfect zoning into the heavy spin to make sure that the Lord is not contestable by MPX NSEA at all. I definitely admire Yetri for using the flicker to get the kill, but because of that, Sonic got sacrificed, and now Team Secret has the space they need to start threatening inhibitors.
Yetri has to figure out Ixia is the problem, Matt is the problem. You got to make sure that he gets taken down. Black Jacket Forum used by Neo. Are they going to commit into this one?
He's going to show. He is going to start pulling in, but it's not really going to get much. They can't. Yep, there we go. The full barrage, just making sure that they can zone them away. A great tool to do so as you have the extended range to mess with. And look at Maima, just getting this free harassment from afar.
Right now, everything looking up for Team Secret here. Remember, for those of you who are just joining us now, Team Secret actually still does have a chance to move on into the playoffs, but they need this victory. They gotta be able to come out on top against MPX NSEA. Right now, it definitely seems like they're going in that direction, but they gotta make sure that... Oh wow, Max literally taking no damage from that.
Yeah, he's there to like tell them, guys, you're 5.8k gold behind. It's nice of him to let them know that. But speaking of which, Maima is doing over 70,000 damage at this point. Maima is like hypercharging on this Novaria. Maybe the Blessing of Wilderness really is helping, you know, boost the damage just a little bit.
I wouldn't be surprised. Extra movement speed, extra distance, extra damage. Even Sonic gonna be taking a fair chunk there with the Astral Echo. MPX NSEA now are just gonna be forced to stay in their base, but one thing to note is that their base defense is actually pretty solid. They have Melissa, they have the Netherrealm. As long as they don't end up losing anyone in unnecessary fights, they can actually delay this game long enough to find an opportunity.
Now, honestly, looking into the situation, MPX NSEA the damage coming in from Zaf is very impressive, but they got to make sure that they have a good team fight. But looking at how the fights have been setting up, how are they going to get that good team fight, especially with Max being quite abruptive with his heavy spin, making sure that no one can have an optimal position when it comes to the team fight, because Sonic can't engage safely, neither can Yetri.
I think if anything, they kind of need to bait out resources. The heavy spin and Black Dragon form being the most important of those. They do have the tools to do that. The Holy Healing allowing them to just walk away. As long as they time their skills properly and understand like when is the time to go in, they can definitely take fights. But Secret right now has been doing a very good job.
Let's see how they posture here. The Lord is being brought very close to 50% of his HP, and they still don't have too much information to work with. No, they spot out all three down by mid, but they don't know where Khalid is just yet. Pozan has cleared up that mid wave, and he needs to be nearby. A lot of health still on this Lord. It's getting dangerous, but this dance is quite important.
Right now, looking into the situation, Mandines kind of get found out, but again, Sonic with this Fredrin is unable to really start a fight. Yetri unable to find a really good position to go in. Neo is just waiting for everyone. MPX NSEA, Team Secret, Lord, 20,000 HP left. Neo goes in with the Black Dragon form.
Yep. Eagle also being used. Backline getting attacked almost instantaneously. The heavy spin, they zone them out away. They're trying to get close. No, Max secures the Lord, but the backline ends up getting saved with the help of Pozan. They take out Neo, but instead, Team Secret gained the Lord.
Still a good trade there. I'm pretty sure Neo was already ready to sacrifice his life to make sure that objective went the way of Team Secret. He actually got a nice two-man Petrify, but that Nether Realm really made the difference. Otherwise, we could have actually seen Zaz getting taken out there in a 1v2 situation. Team Secret now on track to potentially end this series and secure themselves a pathway to the playoffs.
Oh, let's see. Next inhibitor. Echoes is going to open things up to get caught by Muddles. The full barrage to zone them away, just like they did for the bottom inhibitor. This time they back off. And I think at this point, there's nothing much they can really do. Just wait for the next Lord. Got to be patient.
You know what's surprising? I legit thought Zob used his Inspire. That attack speed is super fast. The fact that he didn't use his Inspire and having that much attack speed, if I'm Team Secret, I would be worried. Because the moment you make a bad decision, and no one is on to Zap, it's game over.
It means they now really have to invest into diving this Melissa, and that's going to be difficult as long as NC just plays around the boundaries of their base. This is what we talked about, that base defense going to be very strong, especially now that we see attack speed and damage coming out of Zavs here. Although it looks like they're on a very much losing end with only 2 inhibitors standing and no HP. This is still a comebackable situation for MPX NSEA, and that is why Team Secret has to be very aware of how they take the next team fights.
Well, considering how long this game is dragging on for, I wouldn't be too surprised if this ends up being maybe another 30-minute game.
Look, Max, half HP, Zav did not use Inspire. Just now we saw Max couldn't do that. He could just literally recall in the face of Zav. But this time, you can't do that. So MPX NSEA really has to play around Zav's Inspire timer, because I'm looking at the damage and I really do feel Team Secret could legit lose this team fight. So if Team Secret gets a fight when Neo isn't around, that's a bad call. Neo is going to be key for Team Secret. MPX NSEA, Zav is going to be key. The damage coming in from Melissa is much higher than I anticipated with the buff.
Yeah, definitely catch people off guard. And now that Team Secret is aware of this, that is some damage coming in. Maima continuing to be very annoying. The vision coming in from the Novaria will continue to be very valuable for Team Secret as we reach the later stages. Ooh, the full barrage kind of wasted there.
I think Matt was confident he was going to get a catch with the start. Helix ends up not connecting at all. In the meantime, MPX NSEA getting confident as they start walking out of their base, and Khalid covering the bot side as much as he can.
Plus, I think it's not that long of a cooldown. Like, you can definitely have a Lord Dance, and then the cooldown will really be a problem. For now, the positioning from Max has been found out. I thought he would be able to sneak by there much longer.
This is going to be tricky. Team Secret no longer is able to find these backline ambushes. In fact, it's NC that's going to be able to set this up with Year 3. Neo has such a difficult job on his hands here, because while he has the tools to dive onto Zavs, unless he takes the fight perfectly, he'll just get taken out instantly. And his team cannot afford for that to happen.
Right now, looking at the Lord, Max is alone. Neo is still in that bush. MPX and NC should know at this point where the Yuzong is going to come from. How are they actually going to react towards the Black Dragon form is going to be crucial here. Madines, Pozan knows his positioning is there. 26,000 HP on the Lord. Looking at Yetri, he's showing his face. And now the Lord is ever getting much, much lower. I don't know if they will try to reset this or not.
I mean, if you're an MPNC, you're hoping that the Black Dragon form comes out sooner rather than later. I think for now, this is just great for Maima, right? He gets free hits, he's allowed to kind of walk up whenever he pleases, and he's really abusing the range of the Astral Shatter.
What a difficult position this is. I really feel tense. I would not want to be in the position of either of these teams right now, considering one wrong move and your game is basically over, regardless of the difference in structural integrity. But we do see that Yetri is going to be forced to deal with the wave down bottom.
Now without, oh, the heavy spin is already locking down Sonic, the full barrage as well. The backline is getting shredded. They managed to get out of there just in time. Neo wasn't able to keep him in long enough. The Khalid is not in that fight. It's a 4v5 that Sonic, again, just pulling the Lord to his side to buy that extra bit of time. And now that Khalid is here, this is where we see Team Secret. We gotta be careful.
Wait, the base?
But the base is taking damage here. NC are going to be forced to send Yetri back again. But Secret doesn't have a lot of ultimates.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of ultimates to work with. Pozan trying to pull as many people towards his side as they can. Astral Echo's already opened up. Max tries to spam. Holy Baptism is going to lock Max out, but Maima secures the Lord. This man is 3 for 3 when it comes.
Oh, it's not over.
He goes forward some more. Full barrage now catching all the members. They're forced to flicker on out of there. No Raging Sandstorm, but that's going to be immortality done for. Molly's trying to get Sonic out of there. Even with the holy healing, it ain't enough. Tom moves forward. He has the help of the Nether Realm, pops his Inspire to keep himself alive. Mod can only deal so much damage, but then Pozan pushes forward, finds one as the M3 holds off as many of the Secret members by himself. Quickly into Winter Truncheon to buy that bit of extra time. Pozan hops over the wall in his form, but god damn, what a fight that was.
What was that fight? It was all over the place. Even the cameraman was struggling, following Matilda flying around. MPX NSEA as well as Team Secret, definitely the key targets are the goal laners. I don't understand how Matt could still survive.
I agree with you. I thought he was dead for sure. Like, oh, I should not have joined this guiding winds in, but somehow still getting out of that means that Secret can continue their push with the Lord.
Walking up here, Holy Baptism captures 2, but Zaz, his main focus is on that Lord down by the bot side. No inhibitors whatsoever. They jump on towards Matine's side, forcing out the Circling Eagle. Good heal. N3 is going to top himself back up as well. They defend this pretty cleanly for the side of MPX NSEA.
What a difference maker now that Madines actually uses the second jump somewhere else.
Like actually this realizing, oh, I can actually aim this in a different direction.
I think the first one he was like, oh wait, I forgot.
It's like, oh, Matilda's different now. I forgot about that. Sorry, guys. But as long as he's able to choose these positionings more effectively, you can see just how Team Secret are outmaneuvering MPX NSEA, who generally want to play a pretty normal front to back here to protect Zaz. So far, they've been doing a good job of keeping him alive, but Team Secret is definitely piling on the pressure. But they really gotta end things pretty soon, or else mistakes are gonna be inevitable.
Yep, they're bound to happen here. As MPX NSEA, they're grouped up. They don't want to get hit by too many of Maima's skill shots. So in the meantime, opening up the map, not even an option for the next 40-ish seconds.
I gotta say, Pozan is actually doing quite a lot of damage as well. Team Secret really has to be careful because I kind of feel like there are moments where Matt is still underestimating the damage coming in from this Fire Mist because, yeah, he has the Wind of Nature to make sure that he can survive an onslaught of damage coming in from Zaf. And even though, yes, I did see that he has the Rose Gold Meteor, which can help out quite a lot going up against Pozan, but still, his positioning is very aggressive. As long as he can out-lifesteal all those damage that he received, it's going to be good. But he really needs everyone else in his team to make a very big distraction to make sure that he can out-damage the damage that he received.
Yeah, that is the name of the game for Ixia here. The hero has definitely gotten a new lease on life with the expansion of that full barrage, but positioning still gonna be very vulnerable. and Team Secret has to make sure he remains alive. I feel like we've been talking a lot about how Team Secret really needs this victory to come back into the competition, but I think we should take a bit of time to shout out Pozan as well. This is his first game the entire season. A lot of us may have been wondering, oh, how will he perform since he's been on the coach and analyst role for a while. He's been pretty good.
Not gonna lie, looking at his performance, I completely forgot. It felt like he's been playing with the team all this while.
That's the natural synergy that MPX NSEA has been known for, to be honest, right? They've been playing since Tier 2. Makes no surprise that he fits like a glove. But so far, opening up the map has been a problem for the side of Team Secret. Every single time they move forward, they realize how compact MPX NSEA actually are. With Khalid pushing down on bot side and Team Secret knowing that they have pushing waves, they're waiting for that opportunity as they start directing their members to push out Max. The Astro Echo, ooh, it does. They do let an Astral Shatter onto Zob's side. Now Pozan coming back in towards this fight. They need to reset this Lord, but Max is not going to let them. Hovering around, no resets just yet. Black Dragon form is going to come back out. Muddles has been thrown out there, forced the kite backwards, but that means it's a full Lord reset here. Martins gets out of the Circling Eagle, flickers away just in time.
I think using those resources is worth it to reset the Lord at this stage, because if they kept that going, they would have sustained a lot more damage down bottom side, but they're still not really sending anyone back to deal with Year 3 compared to before. It looks like they're trying to see if they can get a pincer movement.
I mean, Year 3 is pretty fast.
Yeah.
With the
He can show you the world.
Shining, shimmering, splendid.
But of course, Sonic, oh wait, hold on. Max is taking way more damage than he should here. He's going to get topped up and it would help Bot Deans, but I don't think MPX NSEA is going to let this happen. They're trying to control mid-wave rush at the same time. They start pulling out the Lord. Khalid runs back down to the bottom side, and the Lord dance continues.
It does feel like games have gotten a bit longer under this patch. The Lord is still going to be contested. We are 28 minutes into this game tree. It's obvious that Team Secret need and want it for this victory so badly. MPX NSEA still not letting up here though, making it so that they have to work for it.
Yeah, the fact that Year 3 and Maima are like basically doing a lot here. They gotta join the fight. They gotta clear the waves. Like, they're overclocking themselves here. They should get a pay raise after this, win or lose.
We'll see whether that pay raise is actually going to happen here, because so far it's going to boil down to results. 11 to 11, 28 minutes into the game. We're breaking very closely to the 30-minute section. The lead's going to take a recall here, as they've noticed that Ixion as well as Matilda are missing from the map. Good comms from MPX NSEA.
This could be an opportunity for them to start making things happen, especially since they see map on the opposite side of the map for now. NSEA looking to collapse. We have all 5 members here. Looks like they're starting to zone out. They're trying to rush this objective down.
Using the Desert Enemy and the Raging. Oh my goodness, he's already using it. Now the Black Dragon form comes out. Holy Baptism is going to lock down Max for only a little bit. Matt, he goes for it from an off angle as well. Full barrage, but doesn't find it. NetherRealm has been popped. They started to move forward.
He wants to end it.
They want to clear this up.
He wants to end it.
Mid lane. They're stopping them. Yetri finds Neo, but Matt is forced to back away as Pozan claims it. Max does he have it? Yes, he does. Secures the Lord in time. They are going to break him. Max first to go, and now with 2-0 with almost more than a minute worth of death timers, MPX NSEA are on the defense.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like they have the numbers advantage. There's no way. Like, it was a good call of Matt, making it look like he's gonna end it. Oh, but never mind. Full barrage, just spit out of range.
That's the thing. I love the changes to the full barrage at the very least, right? It's not as wide as it used to be, but at least you have the extended range. I just feel that Matt, he always plays right at the edge of it.
He's got to give himself a little bit more allowance in terms of space here if he wants to do more consistent damage to NSEA. Gotta admit though, props to the Twins in that last engagement with Matt threatening the end, forcing NSEA to rotate back, and then Max again winning out the 50-50 on that Lord. Sonic, unfortunately, his retry timing has not been on point this game. Any one of these Lords could have given them a great opportunity to even things up in terms of structure.
Yeah, and now they're going back to no inhibitors once again. All the waves are pushing, and the next Lord dance and rinse and repeat all over again. 30 minutes into this game, something has to change.
I'm trying to look back. What was the previous longest game record? I mean, we did say so far.
What are the results?
I'm still looking for it.
Oh, it's that long.
It's taking him that long to find the longest game as well.
Brutal.
I did see the Wind Talker though as well on Gear 3, so he is very dedicated to split pushing at this stage.
Yeah, Windtalker as well as Blade in Despair, so he is looking to get some heads here. I think that will make all the difference, especially if he can create a man advantage for his team.
Okay, just now it was 37 minutes and 15 seconds. So we could potentially break 2 records today. We broke it once and we broke it again almost immediately.
Well, let's see how long this Lord Dance is going to go, right? Because by the time it spawns, it's going to be like, what, roughly 32 minutes? And that point, depending on how long the dance actually goes, we also have to take into consideration the push time for the Lord with the minions, so it's definitely a possibility.
I'm doing the calculations in my head. It's not computing, but I'm guessing it's going to be longer than 37 minutes.
Here we go.
Don't try too hard for the math or we'll have to go for another delay.
I appreciate it.
No problem.
Yeah.
As of right now, I think that MPX NSEA, they've got the right idea of how to manage the Lord Dance. I think that Team Secret need to kind of break out of this, right? They could look for a potential pick on the side lanes against Year 3. They could look to actually just man fight the Lord once they spot Year 3 on that side, except this time really commit to it rather than poke and prod and hope that they get the big spells from MPX NSEA.
Do you really want to risk that at this point though? Like, yes, an aggressive motion is going to be necessary to really close things out. But understanding the stakes that are on this game, I feel like Team Secret will definitely be held back a little bit mentally to try and go all in here. Considering they already lost a chance once, they cannot let this final step slip away.
Right now, looking at the Lord Dance, it's very clear that Team Secret, they have a very, like, look at this, Neo is still at the same spot. So they have this very stable strategy of how they're approaching the Lord. So MPX NSEA should know what's coming up, right? But so far, it still looks iffy in terms of how they're fighting against it. At this point, it does seem like as long as Zaf stays alive, it's going to be good. I kind of feel like MPX NSEA should bait it out and then try to like circle them in to make sure that they can't run away so that they take free damage from Zaf. Because at this point, you just want to win the fight. I legit feel like even the Lord isn't all that important. Just get as much kills as you can. Because the death timers are over 70 minutes. 70 seconds.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think that in Team Secret's position, you're playing for picks at this point. MPX NSEA, they've got everything just stacked against them. 34 minutes into the game, this Lord Dance still continues to go with Matdins as well as Matt down by the bottom side to kind of arrange and start building up that wave.
I actually kind of feel bad for the Lord this game. He's getting toyed with by both teams the entire time.
He's working hard.
Yeah, he's working overtime.
Yeah. And now looking at Sonic, really trying to zone Max away. Neo still waiting. It looks like around below 20,000 HP is where Neo will go in. And both teams, I kind of feel like Team Secret, they're trying to play with an idea of split pushing, but they're not being too confident about that decision as well.
Now a little bit because you can see that MPX NSEA are slowly just giving up space. They want that. They want to find the choke point. They want them to line up for muddles, but Max is not going to make it easy. Black Dragon Form has already been called out. The heavy spin, which is out Sonic, and they don't have enough damage. They've got the full barrage down. It's good! And now it's going to be the next round to actually buy an extra little bit more time. And Sonic, and as well as Max, still fighting it out. They find Neo at the very end here. It's great, but is it good enough? Max secures it. He's out of there. But needs to pull him back into safety as they split in 2 separate directions. The minions have put MPX NSEA at odds.
Dude, my heart is racing. Even with this Lord push, Team Secret, they gotta give all out. They gotta ignore every single thing and try to end the crystal. But MPX NSEA, they're not letting that happen, man.
Yep, they have to man fight him. They have to wait right after Muddles. They need to make sure. Oh, whoa, Matdins going super deep as Year 3 looking for opportunity. Stuns 2 huge hits. And now with heavy spin, trying to disengage. But that means that Matt is down. Ixia is gone. Neo is dead. And we are back to square one.
That was an MVP play by Year 3. If he did not kill Matt at that point, it might be over.
It probably would have been over. Oh, man, they're still holding on.
Yeah, that would have been endgame for Team Secret. It's gotta feel bad. This is definitely going to start deteriorating their mental state here. That was their opportunity to open the door to potentially make it into the playoffs, but Yetri in one fell swoop just shuts it in their face. We're going back to the dance. The Lord is not going to be up for another 100 seconds, and I'm pretty sure neither of these teams is going to be willing to really push things before then.
I feel like they could. I feel like they could absolutely do so, especially with the coverage that they have over the map. I'm talking about Team Secret in this case, but for now, they got to wait until Matt actually comes back to life.
Right now, Pozan is actually doing quite a... He has to be careful because look at that damage. But look at that heal back.
Wow. I mean, the damage was a lot more than that heal initially. I mean, we can definitely see the Flask of Oasis keeping him doing good work. But how long can they keep this up for?
What's the name of the second skill for Novaria?
It's Astral. Sorry. It is Astral Meteor, and then it turns into Astral Shatter.
Yeah.
I thought
you know
it was
what?
Star Shatter.
Star Shatter. You're right. You're right.
Meteor is very apt for how much damage that was. It went straight from the moon all the way to the earth there. The damage is good. Still not enough. And at least we can see here, yeah, Framus doesn't have the flash, so we can assume that it doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Oh, man.
And we have passed the previous record for the longest game.
Nice. Are we competing with the Philippines just yet?
Oh.
Are we in that territory? I feel like we're already in that territory.
Hey, to all the Filipinos in the group chat, you guys can let us know. Group chat? In the chat.
In the group chat, yeah.
We don't share the WhatsApp group. No.
Just if you're a Philippine fan, you're invited to our group chat.
I have so many questions, but considering how long that previous Lord Dance was, it's going to happen all over again. And looking at the crowd, they're all in anticipation to see how MPX NSEA actually handles this kind of pressure.
So far, they've been doing a good job at it. They definitely faltered here and there, but Yetri has really been clutching it together for Team Secret. Normally, you'd expect Khalid to fall off entirely in the late game, but he's actually still relevant because of how much damage he's got in his build. So you still have to be very wary of what angle he could potentially come from.
Speaking of angles, we do see that in terms of rotations, Khalid pulling backwards MPX NSEA not spot out the marksman roam once more. Telegraph movements give information. Now, the Team Secret is slowly looking for opportunities to get at least one pick in this game. They're not finding it. They are not sniffing it out.
Okay, right now, MPX NSEA, they are pulling the Lord. Now, I have to say, Sonic has not secured a single turtle, a single Lord for the team. It's all been on Max. If he wins this one, it could be the game changer. But again, I still hold out. At this point, getting kills is much more important. But look at Zoff taking quite a lot of damage there.
It does. Flask of Oasis has already been propped. They have a window here to do something, but they're not finding it just yet. They reset the low. Wait, they locked down Molly Shot. Oh, he flickers out of there just in that time. Here comes the Black Dragon form as the Astro Echoes has spotted out all the members except for the Khalid. They don't want to take that fight. They back away and restart this Lord Dance 3 ults down.
Yeah, and again, I just noticed as well, 6 Lords to 0. This is about to be our 7th Lord.
And yet NC is the one with the goal lead, and the game is still alive for both teams. So maybe the Lord isn't all that important, eh?
I mean, Lord is working overtime, but Lord hasn't been working effectively.
Well, we'll see how effectively because we see that Zobs is doing some really good damage, able to chunk out a majority of the members, especially Maima, who's been making the difference. Pozan trying to close. Getting very close to Matt.
Sonic.
It's getting too low. It's getting too low. Oh, the Astro Echoes is already up. Black Dragon form hasn't been called just yet. Oh, here we go. They get into the middle of it. Full barrage. Oh, he got it! He does it! He's towards the long raging sandstorm. Doesn't connect on anybody relevant.
Pozan's down.
But they find it. They've taken out 2. Pozan is already on the chopping block as Yetri gets run down all the way as Sonic trying to buy time, trying to find any angle to keep this game alive for themselves. With Lord already spawned, they have no threats to worry about. Pozan is back up with the team.
They could potentially end this. If Pozan and Yetri doesn't clear the way fast enough, they could end this. Because look at this. Everyone is down.
No, he's gone. No immortality. No immortality. No mid.
Secret will win.
The mid wave. Full barrage.
You gotta end this now.
2 siege minions and a dream.
You have to end it.
1 minion and a dream. And the next wave has spawned. Circling Eagle already outraging Sands. Oh, Winds of Nature to counter. Black Dragon form to get on top of him. And this is finally it. Team Secret have a chance. 2-1 against MPX NSEA. GG, well played.
The doorway to MPL playoffs remains open for Team Secret. They have played valiantly, put their hearts and souls on the line, and now all they can do is wait and see whether or not the journey will continue for them in Season 12.
A total of 41 minutes and 34 seconds was needed to end that game. What a first series of the day.
Oh my God.
The first series of the day.
It's the first series of the day. And again, this means so much for Team Secret, and it means a lot for MyMy as well. Going up against his previous teammate, winning. But again, now the playoff seat is not in their hands. They've done their best. But now it's all up to Lunatics, to RED Esports, to RSG, to a lot of other teams, whether they will make it or not.
What a series we have just been through here. The first game of the new patch here in MPL MY. I have no words, except I'm not a fan. Go ahead. What a...
Get used to it, my friend. We got playoffs coming up.
What endurance this has been from both these teams.
Hey, shout out to the healing meta.
Shout out, man.
Shout out to mental health.
Either way, it's about time for us to go on over to the interview. Let's throw it over to Rose with Team Secret.
Game yang paling panjang dalam sejarah MPL Malaysia. Dua-dua game. Game pertama 37 minit. Game kedua 41 minit. Wow guys, okay. First of all, everybody a round of applause kepada pasukan Secret. Their journey dalam MPL Malaysia tak over lagi dengan kemenangan 2-1 ni. Alright, so nampaknya diorang semua pucat, and I can understand why. We are 2 hours behind the schedule. Game diorang main memang sangat lama. So let's start off with Maima. Alright, Maima. Let's start it off strong. Sekarang Secret masih lagi ada chance nak masuk playoffs. Untuk orang yang tak tahu, kalau RED Esports dapat 1 point, Lunatics takkan dapat any point, dorang boleh masuk playoffs because there will be a 3-way tie. Alright, so Maima, after performance Secret hari ini, performance Secret minggu lepas, you rasa kalau 3-way tie tu jadi, Team Secret boleh masuk playoffs lagi ke tak?
Saya rasa kalau kita orang pergi playoff memang kita orang akan pergi cabaran besar, tapi kita orang tak nak mendoakan agar tim lain kalah. So saya just doakan agar semua tim Malaysia ni dapat buat yang terbaik supaya yang pergi ke next stage tu adalah yang terbaik lah. So good luck juga kepada tim Lunatics dan tim RED. Semoga the best lah, akan layak.
Alright, thank you Maima. Alright, I nak tanya Mat Dins. Alright. Okay, Mat Dins, sebagai rookie kan, untuk hari ini, Mat Dins main game yang paling panjang. Tadi masa game pertama, I nampak muka Mat Dins lepas menang. Lepas tu, game kedua tu, it was a fast game. Game ketiga, another long game. You rasa mentality you macam mana macam you adapt dalam game tadi? You macam rasa macam selesa ke, nervous ke?
Rasa nervous lah.
Rasa nervous?
Sebab ada tim saya selalu semangatkan saya walaupun game lama.
Penat. Ni muka macam. Alright guys, sebelum I continue asking questions, I'm pretty sure semua orang nak tahu MVP ialah siapa, tapi I'm pretty sure it's also given that everyone here deserves to be an MVP. Alright, so in 3, 2, 1 kita akan announce MVP dekat screen. Alright, so Dewan Sri Putra, count with me. 3, 2, 1. MVP kita ialah Maima! Alright, sekali lagi, passing the mic to Maima. Alright Maima, kita cakap dulu pasal patch kali ini. Patch kali ini nampaknya, especially daripada MPL lain, that games are gonna be long untuk musim ini. Is Team Secret happy dengan patch ni?
Ikutkan kita orang memang prepare sangat untuk patch ni. Tapi macam second game tu ada kesilapan sedikit. Tapi saya rasa Team Secret memang kuat lah untuk patch baru ni.
Alright, ramai orang tengah cakap tau, it's Maima's patch. Tapi I'm pretty sure we can see that Team Secret pun adapt dengan sangat-sangat baik untuk patch ni. Alright, so, jap, I nak tanya the twins. Which one is Matt, which one is Max? Okay. Sorry guys, I'm confused. Alright, last question. Untuk playoffs yang akan datang, kalau Team Secret boleh masuk, boleh layak ke playoffs, pasukan mana yang Team Secret is the most afraid to jumpa? What team are you afraid to meet in the playoffs?
Homeboy sekali.
Homeboys! Okay, I think we can understand why.
Hah?
Why?
Karena ada Barbosa.
Wow! The battle of the Indonesian imports. All right, thank you very much. Okay guys, I'm pretty sure semua orang nak throw it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam game yang sangat-sangat panjang ni. So with that, casters, take it away.
Some nice closing statements right there from Team Secret. I'm surprised they still had the energy for that interview, considering the longest series we have ever had here in MPL MY. In the end, Maima comes out as the MVP of the match. Look at that.
He didn't
0
die.
deaths.
Wow.
He was not the target.
No. He was the one dealing most of the damage. Okay, few things. If the producer is hearing, can we just like make the analysis very, very quickly so that we could jump on the next game?
The truth is, I'll take that any day because I think we're going to see some of the most inflated numbers we have seen in a very long time coming out from this man. He was hitting shots. Like, I won't lie, he was really forcing people backwards. And honestly, from the side of MPX NSEA, it was inevitable that they would eventually lose, but man, they held on for a while.
They really made them fight for it. Maima, our MVP, keeping their things alive here for Secret. But let's go ahead and throw it over to the mic check for Team Secret.
Dingin dunia yang kau huni, jika tak ada tempat. Buat ice cream, mati cok. Nice, siap. Aman.
Jangan pukul Lord ya, pok-pok aja, pok-pok terus. Higher pok kita kuat. Balik dong.
Bisain. Sabar.
Balik, gua selamat.
Dapat. Balik. Paramis ulti. Balik. Aman.
Fokus orang guys.
Let's go. Ada gua. Melisa. Mati. Melisa one.
Melisa, woy.
Nice, semuanya nice. Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
The sigh of relief from Team Secret once this 41-minute game came to a close with a victory secured and the path to the playoffs remaining open for them. Now it all depends on their rivals, the other teams that we'll witness play here in Week 6. At the end of that, I feel like the caster curse still did come in clutch a little bit, right? Like we were talking about how Sonic couldn't get a single Lord all game.
And
they get one Lord, they lose.
It feels like there's no winning this. It feels like it's a double-edged sword every single time the caster curse comes into play. But honestly, well played to both sides, right? Team Secret finding great opportunities and getting to abuse Ixia for themselves, but even for MPX NSEA, their defenses have to be so ridiculous.
Actually thinking about it now, you know what stat we need?
What's that?
What's the average game time before and after the patch?
I think it would be really inflated right after this series. This is the only sample size we've got.
Either ways, Maima actually swapped out quite a lot of items as well. I mean, he has 28,000 gold, so understandably so. I believe he did quite a lot of damage when he had the glowing wand, where he just basically used his first skill to zone people away. But yeah, honestly, Team Secret, Max, Maima, Matt, Either three of them could have gotten the MVP. They've been doing very well. And again, Ixia, you just focus on the attack speed.
It's good to see that Ixia has been able to finally forge a place for herself in the meta, considering this is the first time we've seen a new hero not get played for as long as this. But we do still have to give a props over to MPX NSEA. This is a draft that by all means should not scale as well into the late game comparatively and still really extended things.
Sonic's gold is lower than Mali-chan.
Wow.
Oh, that was I don't know.
That's what happens when you get one Lord the whole game.
Well, I mean, to be fair, given in Sonic's defense, he had to sit around the Lord a majority of the time. And at least, you know, Mali-chan is able to passively get a good amount of gold for himself. It's just that when it boils down to how they fight, look at these numbers.
Dude, 178,000 from Zaf. That's impressive, but almost 300,000 damage from Maima.
Am I right? Because that's disgusting.
283,000?
How about the fact that the man has 690 gold per minute in a 40-minute game?
That's also a good point. That's also a good point. For the final big differential here, damage taken. It's already in the millions.
I don't even have any words to say. Let's just have a look once again at the highlights for one of the craziest MPL games we've seen. Man, that first blood felt like it was from an era ago.
Craziest MPL game so far. It could be more.
We'll see in a little bit if it can only go up from here, because I feel like, you know, at the very least, MPX NSEA had some really great responses, and Year 3 was having some super clutch moments that kept this team in the game for this long.
Honestly, looking at this game, I have to agree with you guys. I felt like this was from the previous game. That's how long it felt.
Like,
but yeah,
was that today?
Sonic unfortunately made a lot of mistakes. Like, we have to say, you know, it is as it is, right? Because Sonic, even in the previous clip, when he was inside the mid lane turret, he really shouldn't be in there. Because yes, you're the front line, you're trying to zone people away, and you're trying to catch people off guard with your taunts. But if your team is not ready for you, it's kind of it kind of doesn't matter, right?
It's about follow-up, right? And that's the first time we see that. I don't think communication is starting to break down. I felt like the fatigue really shows in some of these plays where you can see that they're so exhausted, or at the very least, they're just tempering themselves to be a little bit more patient for the abilities to come out.
It's admirable that considering everything, Team Secret were still able to find opportunities to capitalize on at the very end to finally eke out that victory. And with that victory, Team Secret pushed themselves up to 7 points, tied with Lunatics, currently at 8th place. Right now, they're going to be hoping real hard that Lunatics does not win their next game, and they also need RED Esports to come out to tie with them if they want to move on to the playoffs.
Again, RED Esports, if they don't get any points, Secret is out.
Yep.
If Secret, if Lunatics gets 1 point, Secret is out.
Again, it's not in their hands. They cannot control their fate. They've just put in their lotto ticket and they're hoping that the number is right.
That's actually a pretty apt description, right? You gotta make sure that every single number on that ticket is correct. Otherwise, you just walk away with no money at all. So it's a dangerous position. It's definitely something that no team wants to be in, but just the fact that they've kept that path open for even this slight chance is a lot of praise to Team Secret for being able to come this far.
Hey, you know what? Especially coming in from the previous season, this is a monumental kind of situation. I mean, sure, we want a little bit better, right? But still, next game, Sangorichan going up against SMG.
For the upcoming games, we're hoping that it doesn't drag out as these do, but the healing meta may
feel like
otherwise. I mean, it's SMG and SRG. SRG likes to fight. I'm hoping that they fight. Please fight, SRG.
They do both like to fight, but we have been seeing teams fight and just kind of dance around one another. And even in Game 1, fighting like their lives depended on it and everyone surviving. So we will see whether or not this is just a bit of a rare case, or if this is going to be the norm going forward.
Again, production team just calculate the average time of every game after this patch. if the next series goes 30-40 minutes, yo.
Yo, that's all we could say.
Yo.
We are now a shell of our former self.
I chose a bad day to play by phone.
I should have stayed home. I mean, it's great games.
These are great
as a
games.
viewer.
As a viewer, but man, if we're this exhausted, I can't imagine the players.
Well, we're gonna take the chance to go on a break before we go into our second series of the day. Thank you everyone for joining us so far. We still got 2 more matches, so after this short break, we'll see you there.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Gas. Korang let's go play Mobile Legends. Gas. Tak. Boleh. Nice. Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1,500. Dapat extra potensial lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata complete kantas dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekat kantas tu.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Guys. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan tas korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Okay, korang let's go play Mobile Legends. Gak, tak, boleh. Nice!
You have been slain.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1,005. Dapat extra potensial lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek. Kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata complete kantas dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekat kantas tu.
Halo semua, selamat kembali kepada di Hotline Meet. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose and of course a lucky fan daripada Team Secret. Finally, sekarang masuk untuk orang buat meet and greet. So hello, what's your name?
Fahmi.
Fahmi. So Fahmi hari ni kita nampak lah Fahmi datang untuk sokong Secret. Tapi Fahmi sebenarnya kan suka atau mengidolakan siapa dalam pasukan Secret?
Idola saya Mat.
Mat. Kenapa Mat?
Sebab saya dah tengok Mat daripada MPL ID dan bagi saya Mat ni yang paling power.
Wow, so nak jumpa dia tak?
Nak.
Nah, I'm pretty sure dia nak jumpa bagi kata-kata sokongan sebab diorang baru je menang besar. Alright, so jom. Hi, hello. Hi. Matt. Sorry kacau. Okay, so I have here Fan Matt. Dia cakap dia datang and dah lama dah suka Matt daripada MPL ID. So apa Matt nak cakap?
Thank you.
Okay, tak apa. Gurau je. Alright, so Matt, he wants to give you like words of encouragement for, you know, the upcoming playoffs. So, okay, go. You cakap tadi nak cakap kata-kata sokongan kepada Matt.
Betul. Saya nak cakap saya bangga dengan performance Team Secret sepanjang season ni. Walaupun Team Secret berada di bawah sepanjang season, tapi saya nampaknya Team Secret cuba untuk bagi yang terbaik untuk peminat. Dan dapat tengok dengan match tadi, walaupun lama tapi Team Secret bagi yang terbaik. Dan saya bangga dengan Team Secret.
Apa Matt nak cakap?
Thank you yang udah support. Semoga kita masih bisa lolos playoff. Semoga lolos playoff lah. Pokoknya nanti kalau emang lolos playoff, kita bakal janjiin kita bakal kasih hasil yang terbaik. Jadi tetap dukung terus Team Secret.
Wow, alright, so okay, so since dia adalah fan Team Secret, diorang ada prepare satu gift, tunjuk dekat kamera. Autograph player Team Secret. Thank you for your support. Comelnya. Alright, you can give it to him or the skin lagi. Alright, okay.
Thank you.
Untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok ni guys, jangan lupa join the official fan club of Team Secret. I'm sure ramai yang sangat-sangat happy dengan kemenangan Secret ni. Hopefully we can still see them in the playoffs. And with that being said, thank you for watching the Hotline Meet and Greet. You're still with me, Rose, and we shall see you on the next one. Bye-bye!
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection points. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. kacau.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends. Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah lah dapat 1005. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata complete kantas dan mendapatkan skin percuma jika korang lekat kantas tu.
Halo semua, selamat kembali kepada di Hot League ini. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose and of course a lucky fan daripada Team Secret. Finally, sekarang masuk untuk dorang buat meet and greet. So hello, what's your name? Fahmi. So Fahmi hari ni kita nampak lah Fahmi datang untuk sokong Secret. Tapi Fahmi sebenarnya kan suka atau mengidolakan siapa dalam pasukan Secret?
Idola saya Matt.
Matt? Kenapa Matt?
Sebab saya dah tengok Matt daripada MPL ID dan bagi saya Matt ni yang paling power.
Wow, so nak jumpa dia tak?
Nak.
Nah, I'm pretty sure dia nak jumpa bagi kata-kata sokongan sebab diorang baru je menang besar. Alright, so jom. Hi, hello. Hi. Matt. Sorry kacau. Okay, so I have here Fan Matt. Dia cakap dia datang and dah lama dah suka Matt daripada MPL ID. So apa Matt nak cakap?
Thank you.
Okay, tak apa. Good je. Alright, so Matt, he wants to give you like words of encouragement for, you know, the upcoming playoffs. So, okay, go. You cakap tadi dah cakap kata-kata sokongan kepada Matt.
Betul. Saya nak cakap saya bangga dengan performance Team Secret sepanjang season ni. Walaupun Team Secret berada di bawah sepanjang season, tapi saya nampaknya Team Secret cuba untuk bagi yang terbaik untuk peminat. Dan dapat tengok dengan match tadi, walaupun lama tapi Team Secret bagi yang terbaik. Dan saya bangga dengan Team Secret.
Apa Matt nak cakap?
Thank you yang udah support. Semoga kita masih bisa lolos playoff. Semoga lolos playoff lah. Pokoknya nanti kalau emang lolos playoff, kita bakal janjiin kita bakal kasih hasil yang terbaik. Jadi tetap dukung terus Team Secret.
Wow. Alright, macam mana? Okay, so since dia adalah fan Team Secret, diorang ada prepare satu gift, tunjuk dekat kamera. Autograph player Team Secret. Thank you for your support. Comilnya. Alright, you can give it to him or the skin lagi. Alright, okay.
Thank you.
Untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok ni guys, jangan lupa join the official fan club of Team Secret. I'm sure ramai yang sangat-sangat happy dengan kemenangan Secret ni. Hopefully we can still see them in the playoffs. And with that being said, thank you for watching the Hotlink ENG. You're still with me, Rose, and we shall see you on the next one. Bye-bye!
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Muntong, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only 1 ringgit with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning fast gaming experience with Hotlink all new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Play like a pro with ROG Phone 7. The Republic of Gamers is the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Minggu terakhir hari pertama anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah berada di match kedua untuk seru Saturday kita. Manakala kita akan saksikan the battle of which teams yang akan dapat slot upper bracket di playoffs. Kita akan menentang perlawanan Team SMG yang akan lawan Team Selangor Red Giants. Dua-dua pasukan gergasi di regular season, tapi tim mana yang akan dapat slot upper bracket? So guys, sebelum I invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas, I nak buat vibe check dulu sebab kita nampak full house hari ini. So, let's start with the side of Team SMG. Alright, if I ask you, you guys are ready? I want to hear the energy. Boleh? Alright, so with that, Team SMG, are you ready? Okay. Nampaknya dorang ready. I feel the energy. Side Selangor Red Giants pula. Are you guys just as ready? So, Selangor Red Giants, are you ready? Nampaknya dua-dua pasukan dah ready. So with that, mari kita menjemput Selangor Red Giants ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Berjaya mengambilkan momentum setelah mengalami kekalahan, pasukan Selangor Red Giants bangkit semula mendapatkan kemenangan. Membawa pulang mata penuh menjadi target utama untuk mengekalkan kedudukan upper bracket. Berjayakah gergasi merah menghalang kemarahan pasukan Team SMG? Let us see what they have. The team that moves under gunfire, Team SMG. Team SMG masih mencari rentak untuk mendapatkan kembali kemenangan. Gergasi regular season ini wajib menang untuk melayakkan diri ke upper bracket. Strategi Coach Pau dan pasukan menjadi taruhan. Dapatkah Team SMG kembali menaiki takhta dan mengunci slot upper bracket? Sama-sama kita saksikan. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, nampaknya dua-dua pasukan dah ready. Tapi, I tak buat vibe check lagi of the entire crowd. Come on guys, full house. So, I nak tanya kalau Dewan Sri Putra ready ke tak untuk match kedua kita untuk hari ini. Alright, so with that, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready, the players are ready. Match ni akan jadi sangat-sangat penting untuk pasukan yang nak dapat slot upper bracket. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on. Kejap eh. They throw it back already.
Well, too late. Too late. It's our time on the camera now. Welcome back, everyone. MPL MY Season 12, where we're about to find out whether or not the Red Giants can still be moving under gunfire. Welcome to the English desk. My name is Staffa, along with Gideon, as well as LaFell.
I need to talk to Rose.
I think you do.
Their execution could use work.
That's one way of putting it. But
The
man,
master himself.
The master himself. But speaking of which, today has been already so long with only the first series completed. Only because this patch, this new meta really drags out these games.
Hey. I'm loving it so far. More airtime for us. More time we get to spend with you guys. We love you guys.
Some Predator stuff going on here.
I mean, that's why they all love him, right? That's why we all love Lavelle. But in the end, let's talk about what's happening here in MPL. We got the standings up on screen for those of you who joined us earlier. Team Secret got a 2-1 victory, putting them tied with Team Lunatics, but unfortunately still in danger of relegation. So they're going to be keeping an eye on the match that will happen later.
Yeah, honestly, right now between Red Giants as well as SMG, it's not just about winning at this point. It's about making a statement, because for both teams, I gotta say, they look basically invincible in the first, say, 4 weeks of the MPL. But after that, having just one loss, it looks like they're struggling a bit to get back into their feet.
I don't know.
Get back on their feet.
I feel like it's good that they've actually lost the game at the very least, because
I
you
agree.
won't know your mistakes until they've been exploited first. So that's one benefit. But when you are contesting for top spot, remember, RSG looks like they're already in position to take it and move it to the upper brackets, but that second spot, somebody else needs to take it too.
Someone's gotta be number 2. Right now it is the Homeboys, but they are tied there with Team SMG as well as the Red Giants. So it's gonna be quite a push right now, because it basically guarantees a top 2 spot, whoever comes out on top here. And I think a 2-0 victory is just even more secure.
Hey, you know what? In MPL Malaysia, getting top 2 is basically being the champion. Ever since season 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, for 5 seasons, the second spot in the regular season became the champion. By the way, for this game, gonna need some Nescafe. Shoutouts to Estes, but shoutouts to Nescafe.
We're really drinking that meta juice, am I right?
We got all the Nescafe coming out on the desk right now. We got Lafelle and Lafelle ASMR. How about Gideon ASMR? Do we have any Gideon ASMR?
I mean, it's not going to sound good. I'll tell you that. It's not as consistent as his.
I mean,
It's
we
more
could
of like
try,
a-
right?
I could chug this.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Yeah.
I could chug this.
It's not as intense. And yes, we could
That's
chug
true.
this, but I think we need to save it for this long, drawn-out battle.
Dare me.
Dare you? I dare you to chug it. Do it.
Oh,
chug it.
Lord.
Chug it. Yeah. Keep going.
I sure hope
Don't
we'll
stop.
have a third caster after this.
Also, don't cough immediately after.
No! Oh, what have you done?
Exactly what I always planned.
We gotta preserve the equipment, man.
Ah.
Well, while they're doing that, let's tell you guys about the MVP predictor. I
this
think you
just
guys... You guys already know about it. Make sure you guys scan the QR code. Tell us which of these players you think is going to be MVP. And those who are able to get everything right by the end of the day are going to get a prize. I know who my MVP for the desk is based off of just the...
Stopper!
Yeah!
Yeah.
Actually,
No, Dodo!
Actually, it's this guy right here.
Yes, the Dodo.
He's here to visit. He's
Does he have an ult? He makes everyone else extinct? I don't know.
That's actually a good question. Dodo, do you have an ult?
Oh, well. Oh.
Do you have a,
he
do you
doesn't
have a
wanna tell.
voice for Dodo?
Oh, no. You didn't hear him?
I can help.
Can you hear him?
You talk, I'll give the song.
No, he has a voice. You just have to listen to him.
Yeah, you gotta listen really carefully.
Right now, he's actually telling you about the weekly Diamond Pass that's happening, where you can enjoy a Diamond rebate of 455%. You guys can claim 100 diamonds on day of purchase, as well as another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days. Not to mention, Layla's savings box will save them for you whenever you log in, so you don't have to worry about missing out. Not to mention, over 280 diamonds worth of item rewards. So you gotta level it up, unlock the pass to get all of the benefits right now. Thank you very much, Dodo, for bringing us this section.
Oh, I don't hear anything. It takes a lot of skill. I don't know what to tell you, brother. Don't worry, wear the glasses for a little bit longer. You might be able to hear it.
You do not speak the language of the Dodos?
Wearing glasses will improve my hearing.
Yes, for this particular case.
Yes, for this case specifically. You hear through your eyes. Here, look at him.
Is he speaking in Morse code?
Yeah,
No,
it's
Dodo,
kinda like
Dodo
it.
speech. But it's close.
I don't speak bird, so let's speak about the game. 5 minutes going into the game, and I love when we have Selangor Red Giants. They have the...
Wait, that's new.
Oh, that's not new for the BM cast.
Wow. That's a lot of stuff. Now, that's definitely overwhelming. So let's move on to our next topic instead. Let's talk about the Selangor Red Giants. We got Super Zack, Super Red, Super Coaches, Pancake, and Super Skies.
This team has been very impressive to me from the early stages of the regular season to their run in SPS, and they continue to grow. Yes, some weaknesses have been exploited, but the question is, now with the new upcoming patch, they were the fastest to adapt to the previous patch, so this one, will we see the same?
I mean, Pancake so far has been using those catch heroes. We do have to see if Pancake can adjust, because I do believe Super Zack is really open to using any kind of heroes in the mid. And by the way, Super Gojas as well as Super Skies, they're very close, almost like brothers.
Let's see whether or not that brotherly bond will be able to overcome Team SMG. We got Saksa back on the field, along with Miko, Sasa, Stormy, and Smooth.
From what used to be like 100% win rate, getting knocked down, and then getting knocked down again out of disrespect, it feels like they kind of wanted to take that second place.
Hey, you know what? Here's the thing. I know Stormy's not watching. He's pretty busy right now. I think his family not watching the English cast as well, but shout out to you guys for actually giving us food.
Yeah,
I really appreciate it.
They're so
was
cool.
great.
Yeah, you guys are so cool.
I could use some more food right now.
Oh.
We need some
Yo,
Mr.
where's Mr.
Potato?
Potato?
We need some Mr. Potato on this desk. Hopefully they'll be able to hook us up right after this. But going into this game, like we've already highlighted, this is going to be a battle for that top 2 spot. Obviously, a lot of pressure going to be on the coaching staff here. Coach Arcadia as well as Azora Vecchi really have been a combo to watch out for in the drafting phase.
I like that they have their own branded...
notebooks.
Yeah.
It's pretty dope, ain't it?
Their branding is on point. And Coach Pao, he's one of those guys that I'm very tempted to try to see if I can make him laugh.
Really?
He's not smiled at all, even in victories.
That's
it's not even like not smiling. The man's face does not change.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure he's happy on the inside, but he's not good at expressing joy.
I'm just trying to think whether we've seen him in the player room actually smile.
No.
And this is like not on the live. You haven't? Okay.
No.
So I'm not the only one tripping here.
No, he's very serious. Right now, this is the closest he has to a smile.
I mean, he is kind of smiling a bit there. I mean, that's something.
No, he's trying.
He's trying.
He's trying.
He's making an attempt.
But while speaking about making an attempt, of course, let's compare how these two teams have been making out in the regular season. SMG was #1 during this stage of the competition in Season 11 with a undefeated streak.
Hi, Miko.
Whereas the Selangor Red Giants were #7.
And now #2. What a glow up.
Yeah, it has been quite the blow up indeed. I mean, it just shows the level of competition that we're having here. And keep in mind, the top, the second all the way to mathing it out real quick.
Math is difficult.
Second and fifth, all are tied in for that second place because they all have the same points. So it really matters when it comes down not only to the head-to-head, but if you can secure a 2-0, that puts you in great contention.
Both these teams going to be very eager to grab that. All smiles on the players' faces.
He looks good today. He looks extra...
Doesn't he look good every day?
He looks extra cakey today?
Extra cakey?
I'm not sure if cakey is a compliment.
Cakey is not the right term.
It's not the right term?
No.
He looks more patterned?
He looks cleaner.
Yes.
That's
Gardner Man, right?
Yeah.
Gardner Man, that's right.
Yeah.
Of course, you always gotta have Gardner Man if you want to look as good as the players up on stage. Hopefully their gameplay will look pretty good as well, because with the new meta coming in, do you think these teams have been able to adjust?
Well, we gotta talk about the best gold leaders. Loliel is #1, Super Red #2, Ryzen #3, Sasa #4, and Zaf #5. Not gonna lie to you guys, Loliel is my one and only.
Your one and only?
Dude.
Nobody else?
Nobody else.
Chiku?
Nah.
Really?
Nah, fam. If I were to do the SEA Games lineup again, Loliel, 100%.
I kind of feel like I have to agree with you.
Really?
Yeah.
Not even any contention from Momo.
No,
if he was in the gold lane,
I mean, I'm sure he could.
I'd compare, but there's no data to compare with. You know? And it's not even just the data, it's the flair, you know? It's the style.
like Gideon said, by the way, check out Gideon's TikTok. It's like, he's a gold laner with the heart of an EXP laner.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. The
You put
man
in a
is
lot of
not
work, huh?
afraid. Yeah, I put in so much work. Some people, right off the bat, trying to slide into those DMs.
MPL Malaysia, if you're single, come over.
Yeah, so that you can help confess to people. We've seen people confess. We've seen people ask people on dates. We've seen many attempts at trying to slide into Rose's DMs.
Oh yeah. Maybe it's time to rebrand the MPL, you know, we can be matchmaker as well.
Matchmaker Season 13.
The Matchmaker Professional League. We can keep the acronym.
So it's like the games are here to entertain, but really, this entire stadium is for your date.
What are you talking about? It's always been like that. It's like TikTok, right? You have what the substance of your video on top, and then the gameplay at the bottom.
And the draft has started.
All right, let's jump into this and let's get serious about it because I am curious with the new meta how many teams actually like it. Because I know for a fact that a lot of Malaysians are slow on the meta because it just doesn't identify with us.
This guy is wrong. It's supposed to be Super Maret, not Marquette. To all the Indonesians in the live stream, I apologize. He wants to say Maret, but he say Marquette. I'm very sorry.
Don't worry.
Understandable. But if we're talking about teamwork and execution overall, Team SMG has definitely given us a lot to work with. The highest total team damage dealt. But the Selangor Giants actually at second, right behind them. These are two teams that like to scrap. They will generally fight quite a lot. So it's going to be interesting to see who will perform better when they're up head-to-head.
They don't need an excuse to fight.
Yeah, they really don't. And I mean, considering that Team SMG is a team that has been continuing to learn how to be more aggressive, I feel like now with the healing meta that we have in front of us, it kind of pulls them back. But for Selangor Red Giants, they're the more adaptable one. So I feel like they're in a much better position than Team SMG currently.
Baxia first pick. We've seen a lot of Baxia bans in the first series of the day, so it's pretty nice to see that Baxia, I think just because of the healing meta, Baxia is the more, you know, it's like, I'm the counter to most of this.
It's just basically picking it up and say, hey, you can play the healing meta, but we have this guy right here. We're gonna anti-heal you, and we don't even need the items for it.
The X is for Xing out your heals. Got him.
He's totally not talking about the social media platform. But as we get deeper into this, I'm waiting for teams to really take it one step further, right? Like, when are we going to see the additions of, like, maybe some stronger AoE damage to kind of outdo the heal, right? Because healing reduction, it sounds like a great idea until you have two healers, two roaming supports, and it just feels like it's nothing.
Well, we do have the Angela Irritel. Gonna be a powerful combo. I expected the Angela somewhat. Irritel being shown this early, I guess, is to make sure it's not stolen away. So Team SMG gonna start things off, but this does also reveal a pretty core part of their draft, so we'll see how Red Giants responds.
Yuzong?
I'm not too sure about it.
They could go Yuzong, they could go Esme. Either way, it's going to be difficult to catch. I think Yuzong's a little bit better because you can actually abuse the Petrify to kind of set things up for the rest of your team to collapse on top of it. But we'll see in a little bit. Maybe even Selangor Red Giants might have an answer.
I'm really looking forward to what Pancake is going to use, because usually at this spot, it's between the Cho, the Mufra, Bruno, as well as Valentina. Now, it's very interesting to say that Bruno has been nerfed a little bit for the first kill. I kind of feel like it's still pretty strong.
It still is pretty strong, and that's mainly because of its passive. Got to stack that up as quickly as possible, and then once you're at 10 stacks, look to trade. Like, it's totally fine to trade at that stage.
Even with the damage reduction on skill 1, Bruno is still very powerful in lane, and his scaling isn't going to be affected all that much. So against something like the Irritel, being able to bully out early in the laning phase can be very valuable. And this is actually the first time we get to see him after his design revamp as well. He's been quite consistently banned despite the nerf.
Yeah, and he looks so good. Right? Look at that. He's got that Super Striker vibe.
I'd confess to him.
You'd confess to him?
Okay, I take it back. Probably not. I don't roll
But will you confess to him if Red Giants wins?
I'm a Kagura kind of guy.
My fight goes on.
Yeah.
Disappointing.
No.
Disappointing. They're better options.
I'm Kagupel, alright?
Kagufel?
Yeah, or in Malaysia, Keraguan.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
You
can't
have
look
to
at
understand
you.
the language.
I can't look at you
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
I need both of y'all energies right now. Ooh, ooh. All right, as we get into the second part of the drafting phase, at least for the Slanger Red Giants, it becomes a little bit clearer, right? No marksman. They already know that the marksman has already been locked in, as well as a potential mid-support flex. So, do they still double down on these Enchanter-style roamers?
I think it's better to remove the risk from the pool. Now, we've never really seen Pancake play on these types of heroes.
Pancake could use a Digi.
So, oh, that is true. So, like,
just win the lane.
even if it doesn't necessarily like remove them from a known hero pool, just getting rid of the risk of them coming out and putting Pancake in a more familiar position may be better for Team SMG.
Again, I'm looking at Slanger Red Giants for Pancake to use. Oh, I still love you, Kelvin Pong. Oh, the guy's struggling, man. The guy's struggling. Either ways, he's shaking his head like, I can't believe this. Either ways, yeah. Again, for Slanger Red Giants, I kind of feel like, yeah, picking out the Digi would be pretty good. If you don't want that, then honestly, even the Rafaela has been banned now, sorry. Estes will be pretty good as well, just making sure that the Boxia can stay in front for a very long time, and Bruno feeling a little bit more safer to pick up the balls.
Your team is banning.
That's very aggressive export, I gotta say.
Yeah, that is a very aggressive export.
And the other day, I was checking out Xborg's revamp because I heard that like his voice line had changed, and I heard this, right? And at first I was like, that feels a bit strange to hear, you know?
Does that sound like Dodo?
No, not like that.
Oh, sorry.
No, unfortunately not like that, but I'll tell you what, despite his voice sounding, I
like it.
You like it?
But I like everything.
Oh, that's fair.
Because like when you go to Xborg, you're used to like the light me on fire, you know. And then, but like because I was looking through his skins and stuff to see how they changed things, so the line kept replaying over and over again.
No, hey, actually, no, yeah, I've experienced the exact same thing. But can we? Hopefully, I wish we had our 3D models back into place, because my God, Xborg's new model, in terms of when you actually pick him up, is gigantic. He is taller than everybody.
Hold on, is Pancake wanting a Kadita?
I don't think he's gonna take Kadita.
No, because the Martis is getting banned out. The Martis is pretty good going up against the Kadita, and I see Keyboy play, man. He's a beast.
He is different.
He makes Kadita look like. I don't even know how to finish that sentence without getting cancelled.
I see. It's okay. The explanation is implied.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's also possible he's still going for like the Cho, for example, right? It would be good against the Angela combo. But we do see the Benedetta. Now, Smooth Benedetta was terrifying last season, but this season hasn't been doing all that well.
He's had his moments. He's had his
He's aight.
Yeah.
But compared to last season, you know?
Well, I mean, he just got buffed again, so maybe this time?
I guess that's fair.
I think that is the fair argument here to say that he might have a really good time, especially when you're up against Bruno as well. As soon as that slide tackle is completed, he's jumping right to that backline. He's definitely, well, hopefully going to get that kill. We'll see in a little bit. But then comes down to Slanger Red Giants and how they finish off their comp. Like LaFell mentioned, right? This could be a position for Kadita to actually play the game.
Or Digi.
Or Digi, both of which I think are really good here. But
Neither.
It's going to be Franco as well as the Khalid.
Wow, is Khalid just a thing now? That's kind of interesting.
No, Khalid has been quite, again, like I said, I've been looking at MPL Singapore, and Diablo started up, but then everyone is like, okay, this is kind of disgusting. We're all picking it up. And I kind of feel like now we're in the meta where EXPs are strong, even though supports has been getting quite the highlight, but we got to see how supports really empower every other role, right? I kind of feel like if the opposing EXP is dropping down in levels, it almost makes it negligible. Even if you get a heal, you're still going to die anyways, right? So trying to get the opposing side behind very early is going to be pretty good.
Well, we do see the Kufra come out as the final pick on the side of Team SMG. Compared to the previous game, much less support presence. Only the Angela on the side of Team SMG. Otherwise, I do think we're going to be seeing a much bloodier game compared to before.
Can I just say, Coach Arcadia is really taking his own Filipino roots by saying, I know this meta. I know this drafting style. I know the Ube strat. One of their weaknesses is pickoff. So they're bringing in the Franco. So it looks like he's not in a situation where he wants to play that game just yet. He just wants to counter it.
I think that's fair. I think even when he's in that position of countering it, even SMG's response by locking in that Kufa for themselves is
pretty good way. They could have gone for the double roam if they wanted to. There were options still left.
Thank goodness they didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. But I suppose Miko definitely wants to be the one setting up these plays instead of supporting from the back line here. The Selangor Red Giants and Team SMG, two MPL Titans, eager to face off for that second place position to move on to the playoffs upper bracket. Let's see how it goes for game number 1.
We have Selangor Red Giants on the blue side with Team SMG on the red side, both starting on opposite, on the same side of the map actually. And Saksa is going to be the one playing Benedetta jungle.
So it's not Smooth. I actually thought it would be Pakiro jungle.
Oh, that was
awkward.
Almost cool.
Oh, that feels bad.
It connected, all right? It connected. But Saksa had to use the Retribution.
Well, at least they know that he doesn't have Retribution. This could be like an early invade at the very least, but mid lane is losing pressure because of this.
They know he doesn't have Retribution, but they know he doesn't have the Flicker.
That's true. Gotta play around with those resources here. Unfortunately, Pancake not gonna be able to disrupt Saksa here. Gonna be very important since Baxia is one of the faster junglers as a tank jungler. I'm just getting my words completely mixed up right now.
He's fast in general, even going up against damage dealers, you know?
He is just obnoxious to deal with, but at the same time, the Khalid taking the lethal ignition. He wants to make sure that he's winning out heavily against Smooth in this lane.
Well, if the person dies, they can't deal damage, right? And again, you want to get the opposing EXP so far behind that the Angela is a non-factor.
Here we go. We're already seeing lockdowns. Ooh, the pop it on the string does complete onto Super Zach's side, but they aren't able to secure the kill. They do get his flicker at the very least, but here comes Super Skies. Oh, Stormy flickering away. Pancake whiffing on a stunned target. Just a little bit off.
What are you talking about? I didn't see anything.
Yeah,
Totally no.
Yeah, nothing happened.
Not at all.
Shoutouts to Zoro, nothing happened.
Yes. It was just a very nice... Oh! Something happened there.
It recovered pretty well. Super Skies can keep on, but he's already used his ultimate. The Pozan is leaving that trail, but might be a little bit tough as Smooth and Saksa and Miko having covered the entirety of that Lord Pit. They're going to risk it for the Biscuit here. Terrified already. The Heart Guard force on to Smooth decides the Raging Sandstorm next. It's going to be Saksa who secures the turtle.
And now it looks like Super Sky is gonna get picked off here. 4 members. He's surviving a really long time. That is the strength of the Baxia right there. But not for long. Team SMG with 2 kills and a turtle to start off the game.
2 minutes in, 1,000 goal lead. Yeah, that's going to be feeling pretty good. For now, Super Red doesn't look like he has really any advantage over on the gold lane as well. So, Selangor Red Giants for now, it looks a little bit deconstructed coming in from Team SMG, where Team SMG, they make the right call at the right time, where Selangor Red Giants, I see a little bit of hesitation. And even though we didn't see what happened earlier, a lot of whiff skills as well.
This is the warm-up period, right? Both sides, they were waiting for this game for a while. The fact that we are a little bit behind schedule, it does definitely show here. I think that at least for the side of Team SMG, they are making better calls so far, but for how long? I think we need to start talking about scaling at this point for both sides.
Sure. Yep. The scaling overall, I think, is pretty solid for Team SMG. Sasa is obviously going to become a monster once you reach that late game, and Pakito and Benedetta don't really fall off in terms of utility. On the other side, Super Red can definitely scale up. We know how fast he farms, but the rest of his team may not quite keep up.
Good amount of damage on Super Red, but so far, Sasa is just focusing on the wave clear until he gets more items. 30 more seconds until the next turtle spawns.
I kind of feel like, in terms of talking about the scaling, it's like size doesn't matter all that much, right? It's the motion of the ocean. So SMG, I feel like their scaling is a little bit better, but Selangor Red Giants, as long as they're playing towards their strength, Franco picking someone off one at a time. If they play it methodically that way, then they can win a lot more.
Speaking of which, oh my goodness, once again, whipping it. Miko might look for the re-engage here, but I think that's more than enough. The Pozan's already out as we see Team SMG now take full control over the turtle side. Top side is getting proxied out. Pakito is going to show up to this fight first. The lead a little bit later. Miko also whiffing. Both supports not in the best position, but at least Miko can block Skies in the moment. Saksa able to get his Raging Sandstorm is already connected.
Super Gojes on the run. They've already lost Pancake. They're still trying to get on out of there. Flicker expanded by Super Gojes, but even on towards that bottom side, Sasa, he's not willing to lose a minion just to chase down Super Red or make him blow one of his battle spells.
Yep, Super Red will be able to retreat here. Honestly, Miko is such a nice guy. He's been seeing Pancake whip all over the place, so he decides to whip as well, you know?
Yeah, not gonna lie. I feel like I need more Nescafe.
Do you have any more?
I could get some, but
You did chug the whole can.
I mean, like, here's the thing. We were talking about how Pancake needed to get that hook, and he didn't get it. Staffa, in your experience, is this considered as a caster curse as well?
Did we say anything about the hook before?
No, I said he had to hit it.
Oh, you did? Then yes, absolutely.
We gotta make sure we don't talk in absolutes here. He had to hit it, more like he just needs to.
No,
that feels pretty absolute
It
to
would be
me.
nice if he could hit it.
Yes.
Ah.
Okay, that's how you play around with the caster curse.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would be nice.
Let's see whether the caster curse still applies in this case. But here comes Miko. He quickly jumps away seamless. Super Skies as well as Pancake finally. Let's take a moment to realize that he hit that. He hit that clean. He hit that so clean. No way he could miss that.
I can't lie to you guys. I'm too good at this job. I'm too good at this job.
He actually played around the caster curse.
Yeah.
I cannot believe this.
I'm dying.
There is a counter to the caster curse.
All right. We gotta find another situation where it's going to apply. With 25 more seconds, the next turtle is going to spawn.
No, man.
Come on, man.
I mean,
Come on, show us some of that black magic, brother.
I've done so much in the Malay cast. Let's find a good situation for it now. Pancake!
Come on!
Pancake!
Come on, my guy! Oh boy, it is gonna be a rough day. Team SMG currently 2K ahead, and with the turtle in position. Look, as much as Pancake, he doesn't have his ultimate just yet. It doesn't matter whether he lands the hook or not, but with that bloody hunt, he could look to flicker on somebody.
That is true. If he's able to find a good target, it can definitely secure things, but so far, they're gonna be giving up on this turtle here, and definitely not the best side for Red Giants. When you have a Boxia, you really expect to be the one in control of the jungle in the first few minutes of the game, and now Team SMG do have a pretty notable goal lead.
At this point, I gotta say, Selangor Red Giant, they have to make something happen because it really does seem like they're just giving it all to SMG, and I get it. They're trying to be, for that Pancake, able to get one member, Saksa here.
Yep, hard guard is on Saksa to keep him alive. He's gonna have to use that eye for an eye to get out rather than jump back into the fight. At the very least, nobody goes down, but that's gonna be 3 ultimates for 2.
It's still not the most favorable trade. I think like giving up more ultimates in exchange is not really a big deal here, especially since SMG get a tower and now Gojes in trouble.
Oh, what? He decides to actually take this fight against Stormy. Raging Sandstorm doesn't get there. Stormy flickers out just in time, and Super Gojes dies mid-ult.
Yeah, right now it looks like Selangor Red Giants, they want to try to get the mid lane here. But hook is good onto Saksa. However, everyone's not ready.
Yeah, no one's ready, but the back line is, well, in a lot of trouble. Sorry, the front line's in a lot of trouble. As Super Skies left out to dry, even with the hard guard, just was not enough to deal with the raw damage from Team SMG.
The coordination from the Red Giants looking to be kinda messy here in this game. You usually expect them to be able to move together a bit more effectively, but so far, we are seeing the fight split in very weird ways, and the Red Giants just kinda getting unceremoniously picked off.
Yep, here comes the Raging Sandstorm. Oh! Boy heads off 3! The Sand Tornado is good, but it's going to be Smooth who keeps him in place, and Stormy who finishes him off.
Remember when I say when the EXP leader is down a level, you know, not doing so well? Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I will have to admit, it was a good ult. It was a good ult. It was a very good ult. The question was, where was the follow-up?
I did see Pancake miss a hook when...
Yeah, let's not mention that. You know, it's kind of like...
I didn't see it. It didn't happen.
Yeah, no, actually...
At this point, it's
what was
Pancake.
I talking about?
It's more like limping, you know?
It's more like limping. Well, Super Skies, though, is still getting harassed, even though he's on this box here. He's Saksa is 2 levels up on him. But here we go. They're looking to actually get this flank angle. They see Miko. Iron Hook doesn't connect. Miko might actually get the re-engage. A good slow coming in from Stormy's side. Locking down the jungle and like the final blow to make sure that there is no means of escape. And that's going to be Super Skies already down.
Is it fair to say at this point that in order for the Red Giants to win a fight, you know who needs to hit you know what?
I would say not no.
Not no? Yes, no?
Yeah, not no.
Okay.
Well, I think that there's got to be something else that they could play around, maybe. I just can't figure out what just yet.
Super Gorgeous goes in second. The first one has to be Super Skies, getting that initial attack.
That just
Getting
feels
that
bad.
initial attack in, and then let Super Zack control with the Terrify effect, and then Super Red just going ham. Because so far, Super Red has not died. And look at the goal difference. He's actually just a little bit above. So in terms of scaling, Sasa does scale much better than Super Red, but it's still, you know, Super Red can still do something about it, you know?
Yeah, sure. Oh, okay. Iron Hook lands immediately into the Bloody Hunt side. Saxo tries to go for the ultimate, but then here comes Super Zack pushing 2 backwards after the Electro final blow. Sasa's trying to deal as much damage as he can, but he's got to be careful not to get hit by the stun. They walk away with a 1-for-1 trade EXP for support.
Still not the most worthy trade for the Red Giants, but at least it is something here. The Iron Hook finally finding a target and letting them set up on a kill. But Team SMG still piling on the pressure right now. They do have the Lord, first Lord of the game. Red Giants should be able to defend this, but SMG are looking to see if they can get an inhibitor for an exchange.
7,000, 8,000 behind now. Getting quite a bit rough. Somehow, some ways, Long Red Giant, they have to slow down the game, trying to catch Team SMG making a mistake when they're trying to push, because there's a lot of engage coming in from SMG. Smooth, Saksa, as well as Miko, they want to dive in. At that moment, you can catch them make a mistake, right? At that moment, you can use the Bloody Hunt to lock them down and then kill them off one by one. At this point, it is a bit of a patience game, so Long Red Giants, they can't afford to make a mistake where they overstep their boundaries. Be at your safe spot, and then let Team SMG to make the mistake. And now Conceal has been used.
Well, they're looking for the opportunity to get it onto Saksa. Good eye for an eye. The hook lands, but oh, the timing is better. Like the final blow also being expanded. They can't decide on a target as they split up and force Team SMG into a decision to make. They don't take it and they just back away. Ooh, Iron Hook almost landing on Miko again.
That was a close one, that one, but honestly not too bad. The fact that Red Giants are able to disengage from that completely and force Team SMG to use a couple of ultimates is still okay, but unfortunately right now, because they have so little control over the map, they're not going to be able to create pressure on basically any lane, right? You see the AI winning prediction very heavily in favor of Team SMG throughout the game, and Super Gorgeous, who needs to be the one creating havoc on the opposite ends of the map, is too behind now as an EXP laner to possibly threaten anything.
Yeah, 3 levels behind, not really looking that good. In fact, even Super Skies is behind Smooth at this point. Actually, no, Super Skies is the same level as Stormy.
Speaking of which, Saksa, right, currently on top of Super Gorgeous, who has to use his ult to get on out of there. They can't afford to give a pick over to Team SMG's side, considering that Lord is spawning in 2 seconds.
I gotta say, Team SMG as well is doing quite a good job of making sure that they don't get picked off. Like, Saksa so far, using the eye for an eye to make sure that even if he does get hooked, the timing is good enough to basically immune himself from that hook.
I am impressed with how well Saksa has been performing here. Jungle Benedetta tends to be a little bit inconsistent based on the situation, but Saksa really showing us what his hero pool is capable of here, being able to perfectly counter those onion hooks. Wind of Nature at the exact same time though from both marksmen, showing that their farm rates still keeping up with one another.
So far, 29,000 HP on board, and looks like Long Red Giants, it looks like they want to go in, but they're not sure how.
Oh, the Iron Hook lands onto the correct target. Here it comes, the Bloody Hunt into the Electro final blow, cuts them all as they run them down one by one, steamrolling through the entire lineup of SRG. Conceal as they clear the mid-wave down towards bottom side, and Super Skies can only sit back and watch.
Get a dishwasher. That was the cleanest team fight I've seen so far, and now Super Skies trying to retreat back to his base.
Not even gonna get the chance.
Not even that. And that is GG. Well played, Team SMG. Cool, calm, collected, but most importantly of all, calculated.
In one fell swoop, Team SMG instantly ends the game. It happened so fast that you would blink and you would miss it. The Red Giants have never been put in a position like this before. Even in their losses, it's never been so one-sided. You start to wonder whether they're the ones moving under gunfire or whether they are the artillery themselves.
I gotta say, man, SMG is looking pretty clean. In fact, that game, I'm just gonna say it did not look fair.
It wasn't.
That is one of those games where you queue up and you could have sworn it's like, okay, this matchmaking sucks.
Pretty much. Understood.
Oh, it is. It is heartbreaking to see. And Miko, like you can see, he's having a good time. He's going to continue having a good time if they keep smashing out these games in that fashion.
I do like this very much. Quite a departure from what we saw in our first series of the day. I think us as MY, MLBB fans still do prefer this kind of gameplay. Very clean, very smooth, and they do definitely bring in some of the more meta heroes now with the jungle Benedetta as well. Saksa definitely did an amazing job right here. And the Red Giants, definitely, we didn't quite get to see the same kind of micro mechanics we expect from this team.
I mean, at this point, we have to see who's the MVP for Team SMG. Everyone performed, but this person right here performed out of his mind. It's Sasa chilling, making it look like, do we even play against now? All right, now he's like, okay, now I can celebrate.
Yeah, he jumps in on the bandwagon. Same taunt, same ways to do it, ending with a game score of 5-0-6 and 85% kill participation. He ran everybody down.
I mean, it's first pick Irtel.
That is true. I mean, Irtel Angela continues to be a very potent combination.
It's so obnoxious.
Put on a quantum charge, put on the sprint, you're moving around so fast. You don't even need that agility overall. And that last fight was so oppressive from Team SMG. You see them engage on this move. They think, we finally got a catch on the Paquito. SMG is like, they caught the bait, let's go. Instantly steamrolls over the opposition.
That's one of the team fights that's like, we saw this coming yesterday. And for us to really understand what really happened in the game, let's actually listen to the mic check coming in from Team SMG.
Broke up, I will you. MNP versus If I ever broke up and I feel sad, and I ever found he had and I ever broke up.
Stop me, Valdi, stop.
Fight. This.
Fight. One by one.
This.
One by one.
Go box.
Multi-fight.
Back shoulder, oh yeah.
Valen.
See me. Oh, out.
Careful, we are blurred. Nice. I think it's a good trade, guys.
Go check.
See me. Hey, ulti peluru. Go.
Let's go! Nice shot!
Nice.
Let's go.
Terus.
Bisa ya, don't be so happy.
If I ever broke up, I would be sad.
Stormy has never been more relatable until now. That's literally what you do, right? When you want to sing a song but you don't know the lyrics.
When you only know the one important line and nothing else matters.
I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
Yep, sounds about right every single time. But honestly, you got to give it to where credit is due. Team SMG just does it again. And I mean, we even heard it in the mic check itself. They were praising Stormy for finding the right opportunity to actually support the right targets. Like, even for Sasa, getting to run down for free only because he has the heart guard gives him that much more confidence.
Only Miko died.
And I'm pretty sure he's quite willing to die in that situation to set up for the rest of the team, go for the dives. They have such a good rundown composition with the Angela Airtail as well as the Paquito Benedetta. And the way they coordinated with one another was amazing. Stormy continues to impress as well with the fact that not only can he play aggressively and go for kills on mages, he can also find the greatest opportunities to go for support, go for the heart guard, save his team, set up for the situation where Sasa can just go on in, get that maniac, and finish things off in a very clean manner.
But so far we can say this is probably the rising meta for now. Benedetta in the jungle, Assassin Emblem, Rupture, Season Hunter, and then just having War Axe as your offensive item. The rest, just go full defense.
Yeah, you know, this build really reminds me of what people used to build on Alpha when he was in the jungle and extremely meta at the time, right? You get the War Axe and you basically power farm the entirety of the game. But now, instead of having true damage, let's give you hyper mobility. Like, he is keeping up with Boxia and arguably even faster than him.
Speaking of Boxia, I gotta say, everyone from Slango Red Giants, in terms of levels, it was not great because if I'm not mistaken, even Super Skies, his level is the same as Kufra, the one that's actually wearing the roam boots. So I don't know, Selangor Giants, they didn't have a good early game, and then just don't have a good game.
Just it snowballs out of control here. And I would have imagined that at least for SRG, that they will play towards the gold side.
Yeah, you have a Bruno, you have a Baxia, just set up for the ganks with the Franco, go to the gold lane, get super red as much farm as possible, and then you can really start turning that into a mid-game snowball. But instead of that, they lost the EXP lane, they lost the gold lane pressure, the mid-roam combo wasn't able to extend their influence across the map, so Team SMG just won on all fronts.
Not gonna lie, if they pressured the EXP lane, it would have been pretty good as well. Meaning to say, just choose a side lane, either way works.
I suppose, but then it boils down to that one problem of the hook didn't land at all. Like,
oh yeah, that was a big problem.
It was a bit of a problem.
No. SMG dodged everything.
You're
I'm sure
right.
they were stunned, sure, but even during stun, they were able to dodge it. Insane mechanics.
Yeah. I mean, the way that Stormy positioned himself literally behind Super Sky so he doesn't get hooked, so, you know, his character model was blocked, but it's unclear. Genius.
The way that they dodge without moving, 2 million IQ.
Team SMG were all holding magnets.
Oh.
They were repelling the iron hook.
Yeah.
It looked like it landed, but it didn't.
This is a masterclass, right?
A masterclass.
How to dodge skill shots without moving. Just look into the future. It's that easy. Just look into the future. You know the hook is going to be a little bit to the left, so don't move.
Yeah, that's totally something everybody can do.
You just gotta have Ultra Instinct.
Just a few seconds in the future. It's not that difficult.
Yeah, everyone can do it, right?
I guess, but I feel like even so, right, it doesn't justify some of the losses in the side lanes. Like Super Gojas, for an example. Man takes Master Assassin, still can't keep up with Smooth overall. Like, he should be hard dominating this lane.
He didn't look into the future. I don't know what to tell you. That's my analysis, by the way.
Yeah, it's honestly very in-depth analysis. I've never heard such a descriptive tale of the reason of why a team didn't perform. But looking at the highlights here brought to you by the Republic of Gamers, it's very clear right from the get-go that Team SMG were in full control. Once they hit level 4, their lineup really hits a power spike where they can just run down basically any situation.
Look, I may not be the analyst, I'm just the play-by-play for today, but despite the quantum physics in play, I feel that, like, at the end of it, the early game needs to be kind of managed by SRG. I felt like a lot of it felt a little sloppy. I think Team SMG got away with just a little bit more despite the whiffs, and it feels mainly it's because of the shot call, right?
Yeah, I would say again, like, if we're being for real, this is one of those cases where the mechanics is just not there. You know, like, we can talk cleverly about a lot of things, but if Pancake was able to hit most of those hooks, it would have looked beautiful, right? So it's either pick a hero that has a lower chance of failure for Pancake, or it's time to sub in Supernova.
Ooh.
Right?
Oh, I totally forgot he was there.
Yeah, Supernova is still there, and his Franco has been pretty good.
How long have they been holding him since the transfer window? Like, what, 2 weeks now?
Since like last week.
2 weeks, yeah.
2 weeks.
That would be interesting, right? Like, I mean, we all do love that Nova Iron Hook, so it would be nice, but I'm not too sure if they'll go in that direction for now, because I'm not too sure how much training they've been able to get in, and considering that the meta has shifted towards more of a support style, you can see why they'd be not willing to risk a switch up in the lineup that's been pretty successful the whole season.
I gotta say, Super Skies didn't have a lot of backup in that previous game. I gotta feel like at least one healer might have been enough. Because, again, like, he goes for it. We saw even the first turtle, he was left to die. If someone helped, maybe, you know, things could be different.
Or maybe they could all die at the same time, you know, that's also a possibility.
Hey, you win together, you lose together.
Future sight.
Family.
Always gotta stay together.
Family.
Nakama.
No, this is a Fast and Furious kind of joke, you know.
No, it's all good. It's the same thing, regardless of the medium, right?
Look, adjustments need to be made, and I think whether it be a sub or switching out the Franco for something else, I would imagine that it might just boil down to, hey, let's just try playing double supports. At the very least, it's really hard to mess that up. On top of the fact that so far, if we're talking about chemistry from both sides, the chemistry is there. The miss mechanics, on the other hand, well, could just be really long day today.
It is true. They've had to wait for quite a while before the game started, and we do know that historically, SMG is a team that is able to maintain a certain degree of discipline no matter what situation they're under. So going into this, definitely a bit of an advantage there if we're talking about stuff external to the game itself. But even on the Red Giants gameplay, it did feel like they were kind of frustrated with the way that things were going overall, how the game wasn't as smooth as they would have liked. So maybe if you guys want a smoother gameplay experience, it's time for us to hop on over to the ROG Phone 7, the best choice for gamers equipped with the Snapdragon Gen True, where you can get your Savage with the fast and responsive display and up-rank even faster with a massive battery capacity.
Ooh, that's so much. That's bigger than my power bank.
Really?
Yeah.
I think you need a new power bank.
That I do, but also because it's design chunky. It's not supposed to be a phone. Unlike this one, where you can get more games in for that size, which begs the question, right? I'm not excited to play public rank games.
Yeah. I actually like it because I play mid and roam, so
have fun playing. Have fun having an 80% win rate from 1,000 games of Florin.
No, legit. I don't know why. A lot of people are letting go of Matilda. I've been getting quite a lot of Matilda lately.
Really?
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. In the games that I don't get Matilda, I just pick up the Lolita, which understandably why can't be used right now.
What rank are you right now?
Mythic. Oh, what? You
Curious.
think I'm Karakuri? You think I'm
no.
Grandmaster? Show me some respect.
You said it, not me.
Hold on. So, Red Giants, after losing to RSG, they lost once more to Homeboys. They won against Team Hawk, but now today going up against SMG, I kind of felt like they reset it too hard.
Reset it too hard?
You know, every single time after a game, people are like, okay, reset. You know, so starting with a fresh mindset. I think it's a bit too fresh.
So they pressed the wrong button and reset the factory setting.
Exactly. You catch my drift.
Oh.
Yes.
Johorian drift.
Johorian
drift coming out to cinemas near you. I mean, even with the factory reset, I do agree that it has been...
it's stupid. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. I do feel that, you know, at least the fundamentals are there, right? They are communicating with each other. They're at the right place at the right time. But eventually, we are not seeing them adapt as hard as, again, we would like to see.
And it's something that we expect of them, right? Especially when you look at the individual player stats. Super Red himself, one of the outstanding goal laners of this entire season. The top of the charts in GPM. We've already mentioned how many times that this man farms really fast. KDA pretty high as well. But the signature hero on that Claude has definitely been hit hard by the recent patch. And that could contribute to a lot of changes in individual player pools.
He performs really well when he can use a hero that basically he can take care of himself, because Goges, Sakai's, as well as Pancake, they really like to move forward. So as long as he has a hero that doesn't care about more than half of his team moving forward, it should be fine. But this really isn't the meta for it. A lot of the marksmen need to be taken care of.
Well, I think, especially considering Sasa's performance, it makes sense to take care of them, right? With outstanding, consistent performances, by the way, he continues to dominate.
Although his stats may not quite match up to Super Red, being 7th in KDA and 4th in terms of GPM, Sasa, ever a rock for Team SMG. Always very solid gameplay and someone you can rely on once it comes to that late game. I personally feel like his performance recently has been all the best, but definitely have to reconsider that after his performance in the previous game here. And now that we're going to be going into the draft for game number 2, we'll find out whether or not respect will be given and whether or not the double support will make a return.
Team SMG going to be on the blue side with Red Giants on the red side this time. Let's see what the priorities are going to be. I'm seeing the Fanny. I'm also seeing the Jerizla immediately banned out by the side of Team SMG. It's going to be Matilda as well as the Edith.
Something to note is that there's no player change. So for now, it really does seem like they're still trusting Pancake. But again, I kind of feel like they should give him a hero that has lesser opportunities to fail, because historically I kind of wait, Jen from Cambodia loves Selangor Red Giants and MPL Malaysia. C plus FL kenal Jen rasanya. Yes.
Hey.
Aha.
That does not look like Jen, but I appreciate the letter still. I'll say hi to you on Instagram.
Love them. Love the fans coming on over to check out and feel the vibe here at MPL MY. I mean, so far, things maintain to be, well, I would like to say exciting, but with the new meta, to a certain degree, it does get a bit stale pretty quickly. I mean, the Angela being forced banned by the side of Team SMG.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of opportunities for it to be exciting by forcing out fights. Because I kind of feel like it's an enabler that you can do it. It's just that I feel like all the teams, they're playing it a little bit too safe. Maybe it's because it's the last week. Maybe that's why.
Oh, I mean, that's probably partially. But we're always, like, as MPL MY, we like things that are core to our identity. So even if though we do in script play the latest meta, they're like, but I prefer other heroes. That's why we stuck on Martis for so long.
Yeah, I think in the end, though, a lot of the teams that are higher ranked are going to be more willing to like stick to the more fighting style of meta instead of playing it safe and healing everything up, which we're already seeing here between SMG and Red Giants. So I think it's up to a personal team preference as well as how far the coach wants to push it. Because in the end, even if this meta has shifted, you want to make sure that your players aren't put in too uncomfortable a situation.
At this point, I just want Pancake to pick up a Rafaela.
Ooh, really? It's going to boil down to that. Oh, what if they play? Okay. We'll see in a little bit. Let's see if, let's see whether Team SMG shows what their mid lane is going to be first. Because if Gord is out of the way, we might be able to see something along the line. Oh, you know what? Never mind. I mean, it's still possible for SRG, but my hopes are pretty low for it. We see the Iratel as well as the Fredrin. I was hoping for something along the lines of the combination of Rafaela plus Barats.
Oh yeah, that's very good. That's very good. I've seen it in scrims, but yeah, so far in the MPL, no one has tried it out so far, and I kind of feel like people are still worried how the interaction with Xborg is. Personally, I kind of feel like it won't be that oppressive as long as you get the Rafaela as well, because you can basically charge fast enough to get on the Xborg. The Fedrin is still pretty solid though, and I like the call out for the Gord. I feel like Gord and Novaria should be pretty well here, having no assassins on the board.
Once again, you see the Baxian as well as the Brody. Oh, well, Baxian once more, but I don't know. What do you think? What do you guys think about Malaysian players in Baxian? I feel like not everybody can pull this off. Nobody is that aggressive where you're stealing camps from the get-go.
Before that, Gucci Gang Super Red holds the highest average goal per minute, 777 in MPL Malaysia Season 12. Will the record be broken again today?
Oh, wow.
A lot of records broken today.
Yeah.
It's like men's promises. It's meant to be broken.
I see.
Men are trash.
Come on,
wow.
man.
Okay.
Come on, man.
I don't know what personal history you have.
No. I'm personally, I'm proud of it.
Oh.
I'm saying it more like, hey, check it out, guys.
It was problematic to start with, and now it's even more so.
one foot in the dirt. With SRG locking in the Lilia for themselves, they've got a really great composition already to start peeling backwards, right? And
they want a team fight.
They want a team fight.
Which is what we want.
Yeah, I do admire that. But obviously, the Lilia is always a really good form of zone control, so it punishes teams that want to dive into them. And of course, when you have the Baxia and the Paquido, and that
Brody
definitely fits the bill.
I kind of feel like Brody, if it's not positioned well, can get hit by the Gloom as well.
Ooh, especially if you like kind of trail the shadow balls as well.
Yeah,
Sometimes you just don't notice this is moving it at that speed. That's a fair point. That is a fair point, and I think that's Lango Red Giants smartly enough getting rid of the Kadito, one of the counter matchups to Lilia, and can make Iratel's life a little bit difficult, especially in the later stages of the game. Team SMG, they decide to get rid of Grok.
I just hope they don't default Pancake of using a Cho. Not because I don't think it's that great, but there's no really good targets here. Because even if you try to get onto the Brody could dash onto you and it will stun the Cho, putting you in a very bad decision, very bad position. And you kind of don't want to kick Baxia towards your team.
Yeah, the Toys Poisson's kind of annoying to deal with overall. Okay, so if they're not going to go for Cho, Rafa, as you mentioned before, could have been one of the suggestions to actually get going for it.
Wow, that's great. Nice art. We do see the bans continuing for now, though. Novaria gets banned out. That's one of the majors we pointed out earlier for SMG. SMG already banned the Grok earlier. So now the question is, do they want to ban the Rafaela again, like they did in Game 1? Or do they want to get rid of something like the Kufra to provide more space for the Paquido and the Baxia, and just generally remove the easier heroes to play within Pancake's hero pool?
I would say remove easier heroes. I don't know, man.
We'll see in about 20 more seconds whether or not that's going to be the case here. I feel like Team SMG, they've got a pretty decent draft overall, but I think Slimer Red Giants' first three that they've shown so far probably has a bit of an advantage overall. Diggy gets banned out, interestingly, from the side of Team SMG.
Really looking at Estes here. If not Estes, then maybe even Florin, just so that Super Skies actually has some backup there.
Oh, dude.
I really don't know if Pancake plays Enchanter support. Someone in the comments tell me whether or not he's played it in the past, because I don't think we've seen it since he came over to MPL MY. So we will find out. It's the right meta for it, but is it the right player? In the end, you gotta have that combination, because otherwise, it's not gonna synergize.
You know, some days you can have your off days, and I think this might be one of Pancake's one thus far. You know, he could get better here in game number 2. What I'm curious to see is, all right, depending on what type of roamer this is going to be, I'm hoping it's specifically Estes, only they're not even going to show it first. They're going to show the Yuzong first instead, just to try and threaten the backline a little bit more.
Alright, not bad there. Gosius definitely was put in a tough spot last game. Khalid normally wins out the lane, but once you lose that matchup, then he doesn't really contribute much for the rest of the game. And that's the situation Gosius found himself in. In comparison, Yuzong will be much more universal. The Black Dragon form always going to be a general threat, and definitely can take these 1v1s against Makito in lane.
Slimer Red Giant so far, they have a lot of AoE. Now I'm thinking of one hero for Pancake that he has used before, Valir.
Ooh, that's true.
Valir against the Boxy and Paquito could be quite good.
But there's the counter.
Yeah, that's the problem as well.
Okay, I mean, as much as... Because you're going to get hit by the Searing... I'm trying to play this out in my head, right? You Fireball, if you use the Holy Healing too early, you get punished with the Searing Torrent. So you have to wait for the Searing Torrent and then Holy Healing and then just power through it, correct?
Yes. You do have to time that pretty accurately, which can be difficult.
Or just throw it out and hope Lady Luck is on your side.
That's
what I usually do.
You just wait. You just throw out the Holy Healing, or you throwing out the Searing Torrent?
No, the Searing Torrent.
No.
Fireball.
Okay,
why not both?
Yeah.
Why not both? Yeah.
I mean, like, here's the thing. As an analyst, I will say, I prefer to be lucky than good.
You know, I can agree with that. But the Kaja pick is interesting. It can definitely catch people off guard because the Baxia and the Paquito will want to jump the back lines, and then a quick Divine Judgment can separate the fight for Team SMG. But if it doesn't work, not sure if it's going to be enough damage to contribute.
I would say it's still not bad, especially if Miko is playing a little bit too aggressively. Maybe you can catch the Rafaela off guard and actually kill him off very soon. So I would say the Kaja pick is still relatively good. But it's one of those things that, I mean, he can't miss his Divine Judgment, right?
Yeah, he can't miss it.
Yeah.
He can't miss it. He can just probably be a little short at times.
Oh, that...
You know, when you flicker and you're like, you click it and it's like, sorry, you're not in range yet.
It's okay, guys. The Divine Judgment lasso is not magnetic. So the previous strategy of repelling it, not going to work this time. We'll find out whether or not that positioning will favor for the Red Giants, as right now they are 1 game down and they want to secure a victory in order to move themselves up in the rankings to the upper bracket of the MPL playoffs. Can Team SMG deny this journey and end things with a clean sweep? We shall find out in the land of Dawn.
Let's roll into it here. Team SMG on the blue side with SRG on the red side, both starting on their purple buff camps. Going to be making their way to the opposite sides of the map as quickly as possible. But nowadays, at the very least, amongst junglers in here and professionally, they just let the Wanderer not even a consideration most of the time.
That's an amazing Kaja skin.
That is the new one right there.
Yeah,
very nice.
You gotta buy it.
Very fire, in the literal sense.
So right now, I'm really looking at the farming speed. Definitely Saksa is much faster. So we saw how Sakai's couldn't really use it well, and even Gideon yourself, you're talking about how not a lot of great Boxia players here in Malaysia. I really want to see if Saksa can really change that. I want to see him actually picking up the tempo here.
Yeah, and I think especially when you have Rafa on your side, you can really just double up on that.
True.
And since Red Giants knows there's a Rafa on their side, they have 4 agility, 1 wilderness blessing, and 3 quantum charges, not to mention 2 sprints. So they are gonna be zooming.
We see that Miko is going to be the first to get hit and locked down by Super Skies. With the help of Super Zach to chunk him out big time. That's going to be first blood going over to SRG.
Well, that is what we've been talking about. If Miko is moving a little bit too aggressively, then maybe Slangway Giants can do something about it. Sure, the Divine Judgment wasn't used there, but that's actually pretty good, showing that Super Skies, he's willing to take the charge and be like, it's okay, Pancake. I'll start things up. You follow up.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to find what works for your team, doesn't matter who the order of initiation regardless, you're just gonna take quite a bit of damage. But here's Super Zach.
He's trying to jump back in, but Super Go just doesn't find him just yet. But at least he hasn't used the Petrify. He is a little low, but the Black Dragon form is going to go out as both sides want this turtle. Oh, Holy Baptism comes out and lands on all four. Super Go just finds the kill on Miko, gets traded back by Saksa. Saksa's in so much trouble as Super Skies still, with the help of the rest of his team, chunk him out. 2-for-1 trade in favor of SRG.
As the start, the Slangway Giants gonna be looking for here, playing around the power spike on the Lilia. This is a hero that really starts doing damage right from the get-go here. Team SMG not quite respecting. Super Zach actually even securing the purple buff for himself. So for the next few moments, this Lilia going to be even more annoying.
Let me just say, Lilia, if Super Zach performs well here, right? If he wins a lot of the team fight because of the damage that he outputs, then he's an amazing mid laner. Because let me tell you, playing a Lilia against an Eve or a Farsa is not easy because you don't have a lot of HP in your HP pool and you're constantly outranged. So it really is a losing matchup. So the fact that it looks like he's winning, that's skill over matchup there. It's like, you're not supposed to win that, but you win that, amazing.
I think he's been minimizing his trades, and let's not forget, he's got a support with him, and that's when they find Smooth, who rotates early. They've figured it out. They've got the read on Team SMG as 4 of their members were down towards the bottom side. Miko is trying to disengage them, but Super Skies, unfortunately, can't seem to find anybody to latch on to.
And now we're seeing the performance we expect from the Red Giants here. This is the momentum, this is the rotations we are used to seeing from them in that early game. They're the ones in control of the tempo, putting on the pressure. Super Zach gonna become a problem very, very soon. And Super Skies as well, 2-0-2 on the Fredrin, means that he's already near 1 level up on Saksa.
I gotta say as well, Super Skies look way more confident here on the Fredrin. Actually making quite a big impact. He's always starting up a fight, and he's always enabling his team to do better.
Damage seems to be good so far, but with this upcoming turtle, the whole squad is coming in. Even Brody has rotated from the bold lane to be a part of this to clear up mid. Getting low, order 11. Holy Baptism is out with the Black Dragon form, finds the Petrifies. They lock down onto what Saksa. Stormy takes the turtle away, even though Saksa was left to dry.
All things considered, not a bad trade for Team SMG there. Obviously, you don't want to lose your jungler, but as long as they secure the turtle, they make sure that Red Giants doesn't get too much of a lead overall. And now we do see a bit of a problem here, where the Baxia really does want to dive in much further than the rest of the team, and the Divine Judgment is punishing that. It's actually not too different from the issues that Skies was encountering in Game 1.
Smooth now already having a Hunter Strike, so later on, Team Slangway Giants, they have to make sure that the backline is safe, because if not, Smooth is going to create a lot of trouble here. Saksa, 1, 2, and 0. Again, so far Baxia not doing so well here.
No, they're looking for an engaged feather airstrike. Looks so good! He hit every shot. Smooth keeps him in place, and even with the Holy Baptism, Stormy is able to find 1 more in that fight. Holy, what a lockdown coming in from Smooth.
There's the follow-up we were talking about here. As long as the engagement is comboed correctly with a feathered airstrike, SMG has a lot of damage.
Yep, Saksa is getting shredded down here to help the Super Red. They're trying to disengage, but no, Super Go just able to rotate in time. Finds the pickup with the help of the Petrify, and he wants 1 more. Black Dragon form has been expanded. Sees Sasa unable to go further, jumps back in with a furious dive, tries to threaten Stormy. Feathered airstrike doesn't get anything, and now a potential dive being set up by Super Skies. Stormy trapped, little mana, Razor's Wrath to finish him off.
What happened to Super Skies? He looks angry. He looks like, yo, you guys got me in Game 1. Now you woken up the beast.
He's just confident. He's so confident, in a matter of fact, and especially when he's got that much peel around him. Look at his items. He's such a thick boy.
It's already difficult to get through him when you also have to deal with Gojas and Super Zack at the same time. You can see how Team SMG needs to be a lot more careful. They already got a favorable trade earlier, but they just lost that entire advantage.
Oh, and he gets the turtles well. Smooth tries it once again to lock down. The Holy Baptist does not connect. Even the Fear is done just to get on out of there. Team SMG get nothing for their troubles.
Dude, okay, so for now, we can definitely see Selangor Red Giants. This time with this composition, they're not super reliant on one person. Multiple members of the team can set something up. However, we do have to say, it's mostly been Super Skies. And the thing is, when he sets it up, the AoE damage makes it so good. And now Pancake concealed, finds Miko.
Oh, he's gonna lock him down, pull it back to his team. Santa zoned out as Super Red secures the kill, locking Miko down, not giving him the opportunity to even get away. They're gonna threaten top side here, but I don't see any potential. Oh wait, Super Gojas comes in with the Black Dragon form, and they've sewn them up. That's a tier 1 for the side of SRG.
This is already starting to fall apart like dominoes for Team SMG here. Smooth should be able to do some good damage to the tower at bottom side. Super Zack gonna instantly heal up all of that damage, but right now the presence of the Red Giants is massive on the map. SMG already falling to a certain extent behind, and this is a similar issue we saw in game number 1. When you start to lose out on that EXP and gold advantage, having a comp like this doesn't quite make up for that space you need to start scaling.
So far, I'm liking the Selangor Red Giants. They're being very forceful with their fights. Right now, Smooth is in a very good position to actually take out Super Red or Super Zack. No one is noticing just yet, but Pancake sees him, but Smooth able to jab away.
Gotta be careful about positioning right now. SMG really cannot afford to randomly lose members, but Smooth in danger.
Okay, that's the heavy crossbow already out of him. Didn't use the sprint. No battle spells being expanded except for Smooth, but in the meantime, not finding as much pressure as I would need them to. SRG really tightly knit together.
Yeah. Things are going to be looking pretty comfortable right now for Selangor Red Giants overall. 2k net worth lead. We do see the Great Dragon Spear just completed on Super Red as well. So the Irritel is already hit basically at that mid-game power spike where you can just run down the enemy team as long as you're given enough space. And considering that SMG really cannot break down the front line for the Red Giants as of right now, there's more than enough space for Super Red to just go to town.
And right now, it's interesting. We can see that Pancake and Super Red, they're moving together, trying to isolate anyone. Because, yeah, after the Great Dragon Spear, the damage coming in from Irritel should be enough. Maybe against the Baxia requires a little bit more time, but the trading of damage is not going to be good. So, right now, Pancake, who is he going to prioritize? And will Super Red follow up instantly?
Basically,
oh, he finds it. The fucker into Divine Judgment. Feathered Airstrike to try and disengage the rest of his team, but Gojas is able to stop it. Super Zack manages to get up with the Black Shoes and finds a kill onto one. They're rushing down the Lord. They can't get the space. Furious Dive knocks him up. Miko is trying to disengage, but Smooth has tried his best. Everything outside of his arsenal. That's a 2-for-0 trade in favor of SRG as they secure the upcoming Lord.
An utter dismantling by the Selangor Red Giants, and from that fight there I can definitively say that the Red Giants just have a better draft this game. Anything that SMG wants to do, there is a solution for it on the opposite side. Sucks like getting picked off. Smooth not able to finish off Super Zack thanks to the Black Shoes, and when that's not successful, the backline cannot follow up with that Black Dragon form threatening things.
Again, I gotta say, Super Skies and Super Zack are playing out of their minds. Super Skies, oh, and hold on, as I said that, Super Zack is still alive. But that's kind of like the problem with Lilia. You're always gonna get outranged. The fact that Super Skies and Super Zack is playing this way is making Stormy a non-factor. And of course, we have to remind ourselves that Super Gorgeous is here also making Stormy a non-factor.
Things are not looking good. Lord gonna be crashing down bottom. Only the first Lord of the game, but the Black Dragon form comes in.
They've already started things off in Saksa. Oh, gets locked out by the Divine Judgment. He can't get back out. Nobody on the side of Team SMG can do anything. Black Shoes keeps him alive for an attempt from Smooth. Ends up getting punished. 2-for-0 trade once again for SRG.
I would not want to be in Team SMG's shoes here. Every single attempt they make is being completely denied by the Red Giants, and now they're looking to push and end the game.
Oh, it's getting real tight. Losing minions 1 by 1. Bottom side as well. That's 2 inhibitors. Big win for the side of SRG with an 8K gold lead. They're not going to extend it though. Just take the safe route as they pull back.
Right now, Team SMG is going to be pretty difficult. It's basically the same problem that Slang Red Giants has in the previous game. How are they going to engage here? Because the only way that they can start a fight is Saksa is the one that forced it out, right? Because Miko here is not really an engager unless he wants to use his Flicker and Holy Baptism onto multiple targets. But against this kind of lineup, it's really risky. 95% AI winning prediction over to Slang Red Giants. So Team SMG, they gotta figure out how are they gonna engage. But the problem is, no matter how you engage, it's always gonna be dangerous just because the Kaja is there. So if you move forward, you're gonna move way out of the line that you're very comfortable with. So Team SMG, I kind of feel like they have to move at all fronts. Smooth has to go in, and Saksa has to go in, and Miko has to go in at the same time, causing confusion, making it so that Pancake isn't sure who he's gonna lock down.
Coordination basically has to be perfect. I think it's pretty clear that Saksa is always going to get caught out by the Divine Judgment here. So, like you mentioned, they need to use that as a timing for Smooth to go in. So far, what's been happening is that Saksa ends up dropping to like 30% before Smooth is able to find that angle. And because of that, a lot of time is being wasted. Not to mention the fact that Stormy and Sasa just cannot find any space to engage. I think they gotta stop going for aggressive engagements and actually try and see if they can waste resources by dancing in and out.
Well, let's see as this Lord Dance has begun once again. Saksa's looking for that angle. His mid lane gets cleared up from Super Red. SMG, this time, only healing is already out. Black Shoes from Zach as well. As they jump into Black Dragon form, he's gonna zone out that backline. Sasa in trouble. Super Skies is able to take one out with the help of Super Zach. And now it's not even remotely close. Not a single member. Even Gojas walking away with 0.5% of his HP.
That feels really bad for Sasa there. Even I, in his position, would have thought that torn apart memory was enough to at least trade that kill overall. Saksa was ready to basically die there to see if they could set up a better opportunity for his team, but this is the same problem we talked about. Red Giants have too many resources in a straight-up 5v5.
In that last attack, I'm pretty sure Super Go just held his breath for such a long time.
Yep.
He's just like, oh, yeah, you know what? It's all good, guys. I knew I wasn't going to go down, right? I mean, come on.
Not nervous whatsoever. But this could be it. This could be the final push. A 9K gold lead for the side of SRG. 14 minutes into the game. They're wasting no time to try and bring this to a game number 3. Here we go. The clash about to begin. Lord Thud's walking into the base. Saksa is going to be the first to maintain that front with the help of Smooth. He's getting chunked out pretty hard. Pancake looking for an opportunity to lock anybody down. Black Dragon form as well to push them out and underneath. Divine Judgment lands on the Smooth's side, but it doesn't matter. Super Gojas right up front. Shell Residue proc, and the game is done for. SRG even up the score 1-1.
A valiant effort there. Team SMG actually doing a good job of defending, but the damage was already done. Crystal wide open as the Selangor Red Giants instantly reversed the momentum of the series, not allowing their performance in Game 1 to bother them in any way possible, and securing a tie, now bringing it to Game number 3.
I would even argue the first game ignited something inside of them. They're just like, oh wait, we're playing in the MPL. And it looks like SMG, they're being a little bit too happy with themselves. Let's bring them back to earth. Let's bring them back to reality. Let them know we're here to play. And I kind of feel like the main person to shout it out loud was definitely Super Skies. Super Skies made a lot of that possible.
Yeah, I mean, considering how Game 1 was, where he was getting oppressed consistently, I think this is so much better coming in from SRG.
A beautiful performance there, and that is the kind of gameplay we're expecting from one of the top teams here in MPL MY Season 12. I agree with you, Lafayette. It does feel like it was one of those moments where the Red Giants thought, oh, warm-up is done. It's time to play serious, and they did. Complete domination right from the get-go. But I do also feel like the draft played a role once again here. the solutions were perfect for the Red Giants.
I feel like the draft was very dependent on Baxia to be able to do well. Like both teams are so strong. 100 goal lead feels like a million goal lead. You give them a cookie and they'll make it into a pancake. I'm not even sure if you could do that.
I mean, anything's possible.
I haven't made a pancake for a very long time. I haven't ate a cookie as well.
I don't trust your cooking, I'll be honest with you here. I've seen pictures. I've seen the dark side.
Ooh,
but let's have a look at our MVP here. Who are they going to give it to? Pancake!
Really making up for his performance in Game 1. I think a lot of us were judging him when he basically missed every single iron hook in the game, but all of a sudden becoming the playmaker. Those divine judgments onto Saksa and every single fight just rendered the front line for SMG basically obsolete and allowed his team to run down the rest.
I'm still giving it over to Super Skies. I'm having my own bias here.
Oh, I can understand the bias for sure, because I think, you know, he played a strong game, but let's admit, the Divine Judgment definitely plays one of those important roles, because the only time we saw SRG actually drop the fight is when Smooth decided, you know what, I'm going to keep you in place long enough for the rest of my team to actually combo with the Feathered Airstrike. So it's great to see that, oh, if Paquito ain't there, I'm just going to go for your jungler. Either or, there is a lot of value in that Divine Judgment.
Well, let's have a look at the mic check here for the side of the Selangor Red Giants. I imagine they'll have some pretty interesting things to say, and I'm curious about their communication. Let's go.
Go! Ay tarik back siya. Gan. Careful lang. Parsa na ulti. Okay. Okay. Faster mid. Can you bot? Oh, watch me. I me. Guys. Can Petri, Jess? No. Wait. I tarik. I bring to you. I turn. I cannot. Back siya. One hit. This one. Santay Parsa na ulti
Lolo,
just tulo. Ate. Pakita tulo. Nice one, I love you.
I love you too. Not me.
Planking No tira pa.
Wait.
Pakita. Ay sila pula. Pakita red. I got Pakito red.
Dai.
Pakito one. Tower lang ka.
So they said I love you, and as I love you too, as oh wait, no, I take it back. That's one of the quickest takebacks I've seen.
Is that what I thought it was like? Oh, I love you too. Oh, not me. It's like yep, maybe the wrong person responded. That's what I thought it was.
Piecing it together, this is a mystery, I think, that we'll leave for another day, maybe towards playoff side, to see whether the romance is true. At the very least, let's have a look at the items here, right? I mean, I would like to believe that somebody can actually play about these boxes, and I think it should have been abused with both Miko and as well as Saksa not finding any success on their own respective heroes.
Maybe Baxia shouldn't be the only front line. I mean, like, Baxia is very tanky. Maybe you need someone else as well?
I do think so. Because in the end, what's important is that Saksa does still need to retreat the objectives. And if he gets picked off first, then, well, the fight is basically lost.
Well, I mean, that's why you saw Smooth rotate so very often, right? He needs to be, he has this weird role of like, yes, I kind of want a front line, but at the same time, I need to have enough damage to be a threat to the back.
No, I would say the way that Smooth, I would say most of the Paquito players I've seen so far, they prefer flanking over front lining, because even though they could do that, the fact that their damage is so high that they can instantly burst the backline, I kind of feel like that's always the priority. And looking at Selangor Red Giants here, there's no opportunity for him to really do that, especially when Pancake was there, making sure that the Divine Judgment has Smooth's name on it.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. And then catching out Saksa so often, Sasa as well as Stormy's positioning being completely threatened by Super Gojas basically the entire game. Just felt like they played into their hands overall. I do feel like the choice of going for very high mobility with those 4 agility, the quantum charges, the sprints definitely contributed heavily. Because SMG with a Wrath and a Baxia, you usually expect them to be faster on the rotation. But Red Giants were moving at a much higher tempo.
No, I mean, there are a couple of moments in the game where you can see that the movement speed really does matter, right? Oh, you get on top of the Lord, don't worry, we'll get there in like half a second, and I think we're going to see it in the later highlights, and hopefully we can catch those moments. But looking at the overall post-game stats, the damage is outstanding coming in from Stormy. If only people would stand in his ult just a little bit longer.
Yeah, it really looked like Selangor Giants weren't being cooperative.
They didn't want to, they were resisting arrest.
Yeah, just stay there, you know? But they're like, no. And then Super Zack, he retaliated, having more damage than Stormy here. Which again, like I said, it's not fun playing a Lilia against an Eve or a Farsa. The fact that he could do it, I mean, shows that his skill as an individual player, but also as a team. Super Gorgeous, Super Skies, making sure that everyone, well, basically Stormy can't dish out free damage. And I kind of feel like in terms of the speed of the rotation, the very first blood there where Super Skies was able to catch Miko mid-rotation in the mid lane really changed the tempo for the team.
Yeah, once you lose out on that early lead as a Rafaela, you really start to lose a bit of control there because you definitely want to be able to up on your holy healing to keep your team topped up. The damage coming out of Super Zack was a little bit too high in those early levels, even with the recent changes to Lilia overall. Team SMG unfortunately fell into a bit of a trap in this situation. We did see one engagement where Stormy got to do his damage with the Feathered Airstrike, which went well for SMG. But beyond that, the Red Giants were in full control the whole time.
Yeah, I would have imagined that it could have gone a little bit better for the side of Team SMG, but with the way that Selangor Red Giants were aggressively attacking them from pretty much all angles at this point, usually from the front, it just made it too difficult, right? These neutral objective takes were basically impossible for Team SMG.
This is that one fight we talked about. Great Feathered Airstrike, and then instantly SMG are able to translate it into a good team fight victory. But beyond that, they're often split up. They themselves want to take pretty aggressive fights all over the battlefield, and the Red Giants are perfectly fine with that. It just means that they can work on them one by one.
I gotta say, it really does look like for Team SMG, Miko has been mispositioning quite a lot. I mean, like, I understand he wants to open up the map to give more vision for his team, but sometimes he puts himself in a very bad position, or he puts his own team in a very bad position because they want to be close enough to back him up. Where I can see Sasa using a Brody having no dash except for the second skill, but you're dashing towards your opponents, making it very difficult for you to run away. So I kind of feel like the choice of the Brody there, I think is good. Brody, we've seen today, has tremendous amount of damage, but you kind of have to make sure that you won't be in a position that you're going to get caught. And unfortunately, he was in a lot of position that he could get caught.
Can't really blame Sasa too much about that, because in the end,
I blame Miko.
Yeah, I feel like Miko was not comfortable here.
Is it not okay for me to blame other people for, you know?
I mean, it feels like a very goal later thing to do. It's like, it's not my fault. I'm Romer. He's not helping me out.
True. I felt that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I'd rather be a roamer than a jungler. You want to know why?
Why?
As a roamer, I will only take the brunt from my gold later. If I'm a jungler, I'm taking it from everyone. Why'd you miss your red tree? Red tree, Maret.
That's so true.
That's true.
So true.
I'd rather be getting hate from one person than 4 people.
You do have to reduce the sources of damage from the enemy team. Of course, in this case, it's from your own team. So not too sure if the logic still applies, but I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, but you just gotta, have that natural damage reduction mentally as you're playing, just to protect yourself in these games. But now that the score is 1-1, and we had a little bit of a taste from both sides of the compositions, adaptations are going to be quite interesting in this one because they're not going double sports; they want to fight.
And we appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, we want to see more fight. Like, are there any heroes that you haven't seen yet, Rafael, that you think should be here?
Julian?
Oh.
I don't think Julian is going to be coming in. It's just that the problem with Julian is that the cooldown was too high before. Now the cooldown has reduced a bit. I kind of feel like it's still not that great, but I've seen the pro players during the stream, they test it out, and then they're like, maybe.
It is a Stormy classic, note that, so you never know. But we're going on a short break before we return for Game 3. So in just a few minutes, we'll see you guys there.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara.
The titanic pressure of the Red Giants was able to halt the advancement of SMG's artillery in game number 2. And so we go to one final game to determine who shall be the victor, moving up into the second place slot for the playoffs. Welcome back to the English desk of MPL MY Season 12. My name's Staffa, alongside with Lafel as well as Gideon for our final game of the second match.
I mean, so far the games have been, well, especially between these two teams, at least they're way more punchy, but the fights are clean. They end really, really quickly. As soon as it begins, they find that right engage, it's basically over.
I gotta say as well, looking at the numbers here, it really does look like both teams, they know how to punish the Baxia. So I kind of feel like at this moment of time, if you want to pick it up yourself, that's all good. That's all fine and dandy. Just make sure that you don't go in alone. I feel like that's the big problem here.
Besides that as well, we do see the Baxia get picked up very early in both of these drafts so far, which gives a lot of allowance for their opponents to decide how they want to counterplay it, not just in terms of hero picks, but in overall draft direction as well. So even though the hero on paper does very well into a healing meta, it doesn't matter all that much if your opponent isn't even going for that meta in the first place.
What you writing down there?
My phone number, why, you want it?
Yeah, thanks. That'd be great. I haven't gotten messages from you in forever, my guy.
Well, we both made an agreement. It's like, after work, we don't know each other. We're not texting for anything.
I mean,
oh my god.
Regardless, I think that at the end of the day, between both of these teams, it usually boils down to how they find that first engage. And I think, you know, it's going to be basically the same thing for game number 3 from either side.
Yeah.
I don't know whether the Baxia is going to get picked up once again, because it feels like depending on blue or red, SMG is most likely going to ban it out if they are on the red side.
Actually, another thing to point out, when Miko as well as Pancake, they don't get a hero that they can engage on, the team looks very uncomfortable. Right, Rafaela as well as Franco. Franco, you can engage, but it wasn't done well. With the Kaja, it's a little bit more easier to be done. So perhaps even if they want some kind of healing, it should come from the mid. Let Miko as well as Pancake be an engager.
I think what we are seeing here is that the healing meta isn't completely foolproof here, even with all the recent buffs and new item as well. As long as the draft is appropriate to respond, and if the players themselves are a little bit uncomfortable, then it does make all the difference here. Miko definitely wants to be the playmaker. He wants to set things up, create space, and that's why you did see that his positioning oftentimes was way too far up on a hero like that Rafaela, resulting in getting caught out and then just no healing for the rest of that fight for this team.
So healing isn't exactly Ooga Booga just yet?
Not yet.
Okay, cool.
There is a certain degree of finesse to it, right? The spacing is important, and more importantly, I think most people forget, especially because in the early stages of the game, you feel pretty invincible as a roam support. An enchanter style, nonetheless, that is ranged, you can start abusing people very early on in the lane.
Wow. Looking at a player head-to-head here, damage per minute and kill participation is like, very close. KD, not so much.
Super Zach has seen some rough days.
Super Zach is definitely more of a supportive mid laner. Obviously, both these players play the role of being secondary DPSs in the backline, but I think when you compare aggression as well as overall kill participation, even if the percentages look similar, Stormy has a much bigger presence on the land of Dawn compared to Zach.
Stormy is better at playing tag than Super Zach.
Explain? Tag? Huh?
I don't know what the game is in English. I know the game in Malay where it's like, you know, they're running around trying to catch. It's tag?
Yeah, it is tag.
Yeah, so basically people trying to catch Stormy, but Stormy, like the wind, just...
fair enough.
He just like...
I don't really think he's running away a lot of the time, though.
Sometimes he's flying. It really depends on the hero.
I guess so.
As in Angela, he just teleports away.
That is true.
Actually, I don't know how Angela gets inside someone.
Do I really want to go down this road?
I think those are semantics better left for a different...
What is it? It's, well...
Possess?
I think it's more closer to a possession than anything else. Yeah.
So he can run away, fly away, possess away. Yeah, there you go.
So he's just a ghost, basically.
he's basically a ghost.
Is the eye of the storm.
So, I mean, so far we haven't seen too much farmers for the Ghostbusters to deal with him just yet, but in the meantime, we do see the Fanny, Tarizla, as well as Irithel. Third ban always seem to be consistently changing. SRG decide to get rid of Frederick, as well as Matilda.
Your team is
Brethren ban's interesting. Team SMG instantly locking on the Angela first pick because the hero was let through the ban phase this time. We'll see whether or not the Red Giants will have a solution for this. We already did see some teams prepare for the Angela, going for heroes like the Esmeralda just to render a lot of that shielding useless. We'll see whether or not the Red Giants want to go down that path.
I kind of feel like if you want the Esmeralda, perhaps as the third pick. Because at that point, then you can ban out, what is it? Still moving gunfire, Selangor Makigarara. I see.
Nice.
I feel like Esmeralda is good once you're sure you don't have something like the Dyrov to deal with. Right?
True.
So I think get the Esmeralda and then take away all those tank busters away.
Speaking of tank, we do have the Baxia returning once again
0% win rate so
on
far.
the Red Giant side. Very early in the draft again, if I may add. They have the Valentina, so they can steal the hard guard away, make that Baxia even tankier. But we'll see whether or not it works out this time. At the very least, there's no Fredrin to contend with anymore.
That's the question. What else do you play in this case? Well, Mardis and as well as Yutong jump the back line and make sure that the front you have some anti-CC to ensure that you don't die to getting run down by this Baxia. It's still a little annoying to deal with, I won't lie. But if this early game goes well for Team SMG, we could see a run back of Game 2.
Right now, I don't know what's the priority. Either get the EXP or the gold laner here because the Irithel has been banned out and Irithel so far has been looking pretty solid. It's unfortunate, but even if you pick up the Bruno, it doesn't seem like you're winning the lane. Same as the Brody. So it doesn't seem like a lot of lane bullying so far that I've seen from either gold laners.
Yeah, usually it gets pretty passive, and it gets passive really quick. I would imagine that they want to go, well, I was thinking whether they want to give Super Go just Paquito in these situations, but even so, it's like, does it really call for it just yet? You can't even like flex it out because you've got the Baxia locked in.
I am the power of light and current.
They do go for the Kaja. I think that's pretty good, actually. The Divine Judgment not only counters the Martis, but potentially the Angela as well. You just grab the Divine Judgment onto one person. I do believe rank reset just came about.
Yeah. Oh no. It's just nice how he's sad and proud of it at the same time.
Something to really frame up on the wall, you know? Put it on your refrigerator.
We are all epic now, officially.
Oh. MPL players are epic.
Yep. Them too, no exceptions.
Yeah.
All right, let's see the second half of this draft. I mean, they're really taking their time considering what they want to ban out, whether it be going into the more marksman direction, because either side hasn't revealed it just yet, or just getting rid of the supports. The Kufra gets banned away.
I mean, so far, Miko has been doing very well with the Kufra, so I kind of feel like this is a good move, because again, if anything that I've learned, if Pancake and Miko do not perform, the entire team decides not to perform as well.
It's a collective effort. It's like, guys, Miko's doing bad. We got to
do it. We got to do it. Yep. Yeah. Like we promised him, if you do bad, we're all in this together.
That's family.
That's Ohana.
That's Ohana. Team SMG ban out the X-Borg once again. I guess they want to free up the matchups for the EXP at the very least. You know, SRG. If they want to dominate, it might just be a little more difficult to deal with, especially since Utah is really coming up.
Oh, Pew Pew. Oh, because I was like, okay, who's going to be that toxic? And
what is happening there?
What? Is that man crying in the shower meme?
It does look like he's drowning somewhat.
We love, we live, we life.
Definitely the song you want to sing when you're drowning in tears.
No, that's going to be my go-to when, okay, I'm out of ideas here.
Pretty much.
Kenchana? That's also another TikTok meme, but it's alright. It's alright.
It's alright.
I'm not well versed in the TikTok land.
No, we can tell.
We can tell, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe Dodo knows
pretty
a bit
obvious.
more.
Yeah. But Team SMG, at the very least, they have a straightforward idea of what they want, right? The fact that they've, again, a majority of the things that would have disrupted their comp being taken away, what else is left?
I don't know.
What else is left here? like right now, the question is what these teams do want to focus on somewhat. The SMG definitely has fighting power, but the Angela. Ooh.
It's interesting that Claw gets banned because I'm looking at this. Selangor Red Giants, what if they pick up, again, I wanted to go for the carry, but maybe something better than the carry. Honestly, even the Brody is fine here. You know, divine Judgment and then just pew, pew, and just get the kill.
Yeah, that's that's how I would imagine.
That's a good description.
Shoof, shoof. Shoof. Yeah, shoof. That's like the voice for the Brody, yeah.
But what about Wanwan? Wouldn't Wanwan also kind of fulfill that role? Maybe not as much of a cleanup crew, but at least it's a little bit more, you know, self-sustaining, independent.
Not gonna lie, the 1-1 patch had so much words, I had no idea what he was trying to say.
I get you. Basically, she can jump faster again like before. Her skill 2 is on a longer cooldown, so the Purify isn't quite as free. But overall, I think 1-1 players do consider it a bit of a buff because that damage scaling has increased, your movement speed with the attack speed increase has increased as well, which was one of the major nerfs previously that dropped her out of the meta. So, hey, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, then sure, why not? ENG is still here. It's just that the Yuzong is going to be a big of a pain in the head.
Ooh.
Okay.
I mean, I just have a bias here.
I was gonna mention the Ixia for the side of SRG until the Yuzong came out, and then we saw the Ruby. I was like, oh boy, this is gonna get rougher. But Team SMG picked the Ixia for themselves, and at least they have somebody to kind of be the setter for the team.
This is interesting here. At the very least, it ensures that there's going to be quite a lot of heroes in the front line, actually, so that Divine Judgment is not going to be easy to hit. And this is a little bit of a quantity over quality situation, where Valentina has a lot of ultimates. Popol Koopa, what makes you say so?
I don't know.
Just the feeling.
Because I kind of feel like with the Blade of Despair, you can kind of like chunk down the shield pretty fast. Kind of like just targeting down, because I'm thinking like what pairs well with the Kaja besides carry.
That's fair.
My imaginary world.
Oh,
1-1.
All right. So the 1-1 gets paired up here. I was imagining something a little bit more bursty if we're talking about the synergy between Kaja and Kaja in this particular case.
Yeah, Kaja and Kaja is broken, man. What's crazier than one Divine Judgment?
Two Divine Judgments.
Duos,
truly.
It's too bad Valentina can't steal it when it's on their own team. Otherwise, we'd have triple Divine Judgment.
Let's not give any more reasons to play the Valentina, all right? I gotta feel like there's plenty already.
There's quite a lot of reason. I think, you know, if they decide, you know what, you can steal an ult from one of your teammates, it's probably gonna be like some kind of new hero, Valentina's sister, lore-wise or something.
So instead of the ult name being I am you, I are we.
I are we. I thought it was gonna be like a you are me or something, but that just went in a completely different direction.
Hey, you know what? Grammar is optional.
That is true. But what is not optional is losing this game for both these teams right now. SMG and Selangor Red Giants looking for that top 2 spot as we head into the playoffs. The Land of Dawn opens up once more for a battle of titanic proportions.
Let's roll it down here. Team SMG once again on the blue side with SRG on the red. They're going to be starting on the opposite, the same side of the map, but Fast 2 coming in with Stormy as well as Moon, proxying the wave quick, no punishment whatsoever.
Yeah, for now it definitely seems like Team SMG and Selangor Red Giants, they both have a very similar idea that whoever has a better early game is definitely going to transition much well in the first 2 turtle phases. And I kind of feel like that's what they're aiming for.
Yeah, snowballs nowadays are going to be pretty strong overall, and if you're able to win out your lanes and map presence overall early, then obviously it becomes that much easier to snowball as well. We do see 3 agilities now on the side of Red Giants, but no sprints. So overall, the movement speed going to be reduced, I guess because they realize that there's no longer a Baxia-Rafaela combo to deal with on the opposite side. So making sure that they have the bulkiness and damage necessary to take on straight-up fights.
Okay, let's see the movement across the map here because I'm expecting Super Skies to actually intervene at some point, but doesn't want to take these early trades with Muzo or even the Martis for now, especially if it's a 2v2, as Super Gojas is only level 2 and ideally he wants to be level 4 to get into these fights.
Yeah, right now Super Gorgeous is level 4. Feels like Saksa is Their Pancake level 2, Smooth having to run away. Again, Team SMG, they're avoiding these unnecessary fights. And I really want to see, because Baxia so far hasn't been performing well in the first 2 games. I want to see what's going to be the difference maker here. Is it because just Pancake is there to have the initial engage, making it so that Baxia is not fully getting focused on?
I mean, sometimes that is all it takes, right? These small interactions overall. But we now do see many players going to be hitting their level 4 spikes, not Pancake, which is important, as the Turtle gonna be controlled by Super Skies.
They're just dancing around it. Good aggro being held by Super Skies. He's looking for an opportunity to punish, but he's not getting anything out just yet. SMG playing a very disciplined. Black Dragon form has been unleashed. Hearth Guard is going to be put on top of him, and now Miko, he's thinking about it, looking for an opportunity to actually help him out. Zaxa is going to take the turtle, but now the full fight ensues. Gojas trying his best to actually peel them away. Super Zack trying to get on out of there, but no, Zaxa says no with the decimate, finds one, gets the second, putting 2 for 1 in favor of Team SMG.
Very beneficial trade there for SMG. If Zaxa gets the purple, it'll be even better here. Ooh, dropping low.
Doesn't get the purple, but at the very least, we'll get the flicker out of Super Goja. Super Skies might actually try and chase, but instead decides to go to the top side of the map to continue the farm.
I would say in the previous fight just now, Slango Red Giants, they didn't have a good team fight just because Team SMG, they saw what Pancake was trying to do. He was trying to get level 4 off of the mid wave. But because they saw that, they know that Slango Red Giants, they're in waiting mode, right? Okay, let's wait for Pancake to get level 4 and then we're gonna engage. At that moment is where Smooth goes in with the Black Dragon form, actually taking care of their formation. And even though Pancake was able to lock him in, unfortunately, again, as long as the Angela is there, it's not just the shield, but the additional healing coming from the Angela, making it so that, yeah, you're very tanky.
Oh, the Diablo Fender ends up missing in the Divine Judgment, pulls Sasa into an awkward spot. Oh, that's just so unfortunate as Super Red just unleashes hell on them. A double kill for him as well. I feel like that laning phase is about almost done for, but down by bottom side, we see Super Go just trade back against the man himself, Smooth, making sure that even with the shot res who's not enough, Stormy at 1 HP ends up dying to the auto attack of Super Zack.
Ooh, Red Giants just suddenly cranked the gear up to 11 here. Team SMG were the ones in control of rotation until just a moment ago. But some really nice 4-man ganks from the side of the Red Giants instantly expands their influence. Gold lane has already been won out by Super Red. 2 kills on the 1-1 at this stage is massive. And even though Zaxa started with 2 kills on himself, that might not be enough.
Which we're seeing the full combination being unleashed on Pancake. No chance. Don't even need to use the Decimate. Good jump by Smooth. As on top side, Sasa needs some help, and Stormy can only provide so much. Super Red is going to try and run him down. This means that this turtle will fall into the hands of Team SMG, but top tier 1 being threatened unless Stormy and Miko can hold this, and it looks like they do successfully.
Right now, honestly, it really looks like Slango Red Giants. What I like is they understand what makes Ixia not that great. No dashes. You're really hoping for your Flicker to run away. So the fact that, all right, Flicker is down, let's hyper-focus on making sure that Ixia is a non-factor in this game. And they definitely have been able to do that very, very well. It's just that, again, Kaja is making sure that Sasa is not able to play. How can Team SMG respond? How can they make sure that Sasa is fine? Miko has to babysit him, but not doing so well so far.
Oh no, once again, they find a pick off in the mid lane. Good dive for the side of Slango Red Giants, but the side lane's not finding any pressure whatsoever. The tempo is good. Whoa, Miko, whoa! Hopping over the wall there, gets hit up at a knock-up strike. No follow-up damage just in case Zaxa, or even if Sasa decides to join that fight. Hard to tell, especially with the full barrage having such an extended range.
I think Red Giant's performance so far. Oh, Smooth. Is he in danger here?
He's dead. Oh, he has to use the Black Dragon form. They get a huge ultimate out of Team SMG. He should have it back for the upcoming turtle fight. But let's see what Slango Red Giants do with this info.
Yeah, right now the map looking very favorable for the Slango Red Giants overall. And I think this third game is a very good demonstration of what a Baxia is capable of, as long as he has a little bit more follow-up here. Not the primary engager. As long as he's able to follow up under the Divine Judgment, that mobility from this tank hero is very valuable in controlling the way that the map flows towards the earlier stages of the game. And we are really seeing that as we've seen repeated dives by the Red Giants under the tier 1s up top and mid to put Team SMG further behind.
Slung on the Giants, for that pancake.
They find the initial pull, and now they're on top of Miko. Terrified. He flickers out almost just in time, but Super Red has covered all the angle. Sasa not using the full barrage at all to try and disengage his teammates, knowing that this turtle fight is happening soon. Smooth. He's gonna get slowed down. Divine. Oh no, no Divine Jump. He used it earlier. Furious dive here with a hard guard. Where's the combo? Here it is. He launches two, but he's out of range now for the full barrage. He zoned them away. Getting Super Gorgeous in the middle of that fight, looking to push them back. Super Sky's gonna run Saksa down. Furious time to try and cover him. It's good, but Saksa still goes down. Super Red chases him to the edge of the earth. He wants to dive. Stormy can't get the last weakness point.
Ooh, this is really falling apart now for Team SMG. The Red Giants were in control, but now they are feeling themselves, able to run people down very comfortably now with the strength of Super Skies. As long as Zach steals that hard guard, they're basically enabled to do whatever they want. And Super Red, we always note about how fast this man farms and how dangerous it is if he's left unchecked. The 1-1 is 5-0.
Yeah, I gotta say, Slung Red Giants, they really ramp it up very, very fast. It looks like from game number 1, 2, and 3, they've been picking up the speed faster and faster after each game. So the first game, perhaps it was just a warm-up for them, because now we're looking at this game, they've been moving very fast, and they're making their decisions even faster, because like, okay, do we want to get Sasa? Let's get Sasa. Do we want Stormy? Let's get Stormy. And the fact that they don't have a lot of mobility on them, it really shows the strength of the draft coming in from Slung Red Giants, where when they want to fight, they can force it out. They don't have to wait for a mistake coming in from Team SMG. They can create those mistakes by mispositioning Team SMG by force.
And it's not difficult to do so as well, since SMG, their lineup really needs them to generally fight together in these big 5v5 team fights, death balls. Whereas Red Giants, having the Paquito, having the Baxia, it's pretty easy for them to just split up, just push out the map and force SMG to rotate human resources that can be easily picked off.
You know, speaking of human resources, it looks like Steiner Red Giants are really hunkering down on this top side, having a really good push to hide in, and now they find a Divine Judgment on towards Saksa's side as Super Skies is in the middle of the fight to cut them off. Furious Time comes on in as Super Goku just gets pulled back by the I'm Offended. The Black Dragon form, keeping him alive, but they've already lost Saksa in the process. No jungle means that Selangor Red Giants will move their way to Lord. No full barrage, nothing left to worry about.
Definitely when the full barrage is on, you kind of have to be respectful of the damage coming in from Sasa. But again, Slung Red Giants just understanding the damage coming in from Team SMG, just gonna be like, yeah, if you guys are looking strong, we're not gonna fight you. Even though, yeah, Super Go just died there was a big mistake, but still, I kind of feel like the limit testing here from Slung Red Giants is still okay. They're not getting punished super heavily.
I feel like they're not really getting punished at all overall. Yes, they lose Gojes, but that doesn't matter too much in the grand scale of things as long as they continue to pressure onwards at this stage. They haven't lost a single tower yet across the map. And that is against heroes like Yuzong and Martis. So it's pretty clear that these team fights are going very much in their favor.
I think the one big punishment we're all waiting to see is Sasa using that full barrage to stop people like Pancake getting a free Divine Judgment on some of his friends, right? Especially with Smart Helix, he can lock it in a place with just enough time to dish the damage out. Here we go, full barrage once again onto one Pancake's side. He's slowed down, but he manages to get out just in time. Super Skies gets on top of Sasa, but really doesn't matter with no follow-up. They're forced to back away.
Yeah, it really does look like for that team fight, Slung Red Giants, they're baiting out a lot of skills, and a lot of skills were baited out. And now Slung Red Giants, even though Pancake does not have his Divine Judgment for now, I kind of feel like they don't really need it. The damage from Super Red is more than enough to force out the fights.
Yeah, he's terrifying already. And in that previous engagement where we did see the attempt from Pancake, Team SMG actually did a really good job of disengaging and making sure that no one got picked off. But despite that, the Red Giants still responded in kind, making sure they never lost anyone. They didn't push the issue despite having the flank angle because they understood that SMG were already out of reach. There's a good amount of respect happening here now that Red Giants have understood their opponents throughout this series, and that spells bad news for SMG.
Right now, looking at the damage as well, it's mostly on Slung Red Giants. Sure, Smooth does a little bit more than Super Gojets, but the thing is, it's a big AoE coming in from the Yuzong. Pancake, Sasa is right there in front, Nico as well. Kind of feel like he has to be careful because when he goes in, he could be punished. So now Super Skies is trying to open up the map just a little bit more. But I feel like the most dangerous spot is definitely going to be around the Lord. If Pancake is able to get Saksa and Nico is nowhere nearby to stop the damage coming in from Selangor Red Giants, it could be game.
The unfortunate thing is I feel like Miko hasn't had a lot of influence this game, which does make me sad because I obviously have a bias towards Ruby as hero, wanted to see it do well. But here, I think there's too much mobility on the side of Red Giants for him to really consistently apply CC.
Yes and no at the same time. Like, when you're chasing somebody, obviously not, but especially when they're aggressing towards you, you're depending on people like Nico to buy that time, to lock them down, to even pull them back, especially if you're getting displaced out of brute force.
We're unfortunately just not seeing that at this point. Nico even forced to go for the first item, Immortality.
Well, and they've already found the Divine Judgment onto the right target and towards Miko's side. The Immortality is going to keep him alive. Full barrage, 5-2, but they all immediately back up, respecting the damage as Smooth is able to find Pancake with the help of the hard card. Oh, the Furious dive! No way! Super Zack wasn't able to get the second part of his dash off in time. Does this result in his death? Yes, it does! They find the kill. They find 3 for nothing, and this Lord will drop to the hands of Team SMG.
Dude, did you see the combination from Smooth and Stormy? It's a smoothie!
Oh my, I can't believe I never made that connection before. Now I'm disappointed in myself.
Oh, you guys are just feeding each other with these puns, just feeding. But
that's all the analysis I have. But again, that was amazing. The fact that Smooth was able to not just get Super Red, was able to push away Super Zack and eventually killing him. Again, 2 people were enough to win that team fight. That's a big play.
It is. It's a huge play, as a matter of fact. No, I think that, like, first of all, Nico dying because of the Divine Judgment, great, he had Immortality, and eventually he just flickers away and decides, you know what, my job here is kind of done.
I think Red Giants definitely made a big mistake there. Yes, going for the Divine Judgment on basically anyone right now is a great fight for them to take, but Miko did have that Immortality, and then the rest of them funneled into the full barrage, resulting in Super Red dying for the first time this game, Stormy picking up that kill, and now, suddenly, the momentum is reversing.
It's shifting. So whose side? Most likely, you want to believe that it's SRG, but even Team SMG, they've flipped these fights before. Let's see if they're going to be as aggressive as we've seen them. Black Dragon form, going to start things off. First inhibitor secured, they back away. Looks like it's cool, calm, and collected, Team SMG.
Yeah, there were a lot of ways that they could botch that. So I appreciate that they made sure that we get one. Are we happy with one? All right, good. Because in terms of standing objectives, there's still quite a lot for Team SMG here for them to take, especially at the bottom side of the map. There's still 2 turrets before the inhibitor. So I kind of feel like that was a very wise choice, not forcing it out.
It's very classic SMG choice as well, something that we've known them to be able to do for a long time, but Red Giants looking for it.
Oh, Pancake, he gets advantage about 3 people get locked in. The full barrage of Super Go just gets into the back. The hard guard on top of Sasa for now. They're trying to make sure they're covering on 2 fronts. They find Super Red. Pancake goes down as well. Smooth does it again.
Ooh, Red Giants are really disrespecting their opponents now. Smooth just gonna be chasing Super Gojets down to allow his team to push in. They could end the game with this.
Oh, hell no. Super Zack is going to try his best with a full barrage, but he's got no damage or attack speed to make it work. Super Skies will try his best, but with 4 members lashing out at him and Smooth keeping Gojets away, zoning him out, taking these trades, it's getting harder and harder to breathe. The Crystal open, looking to finish it. They've done it. 2 for 1 every single time. Team SMG closed this match out 2-1.
The comeback victory for Team SMG. 2 points shall push them up to 2nd place. Miko feeling very enthusiastic about that win right there. The man looked very emotional up on that stage, and who can blame him? What a performance, what a reversal against the Red Giants.
This is a win after, what, 3 losses in a row? It's like reinvigorating their spirit. I'm pretty sure after 3 losses, they're like, guys, are we strong? But after that performance, they're like, yeah, we still got it. We still got it.
I mean, I expected this for Miko for sure. He is an expressive fella. I can't wait to hear those voice comms because, again, I'm sure he was ecstatic.
Absolutely. I'm sure the entire team is ecstatic here. We already mentioned before how a second place regular season has a tendency to become champion right now. SMG looking pretty comfortable in that spot depending on how the rest of the teams perform. Even Rose seems a little exasperated by the over-celebration.
I'm pretty sure she's still trying to figure out, what am I going to ask them? How are they going to respond?
That's true. SMG has had some very interesting interviews, so let's just throw it over to Rose and let her take over from here.
And SMG ends their lose streak finally. Kemenangan 2-1. If I'm not mistaken, securing the upper bracket untuk regular season kita. Top 2, if I'm not mistaken, sekarang point dorang ialah 19. Correct? Sebab tadi 17, 2, so 19. Alright, so before anything, I want to ask Miko what was happening just now. Why were you hitting the chair? What's going on? Why are you so excited?
Because we end our lose streak.
Okay, so we saw that SMG had a lose streak this regular season. Now, last season that did not happen, diba? So, how did you guys as a team come together, reset back the mentality of, you know what? It's just a lose, we can still win. What happened? Go ahead, Tagalog.
Sa tingin ko, mas maganda yung natalo kami. Kasi mas nahanap namin yung band ng team namin. Yung chemistry namin mas tumaas.
Okay, dia cakap, dia actually happy that dorang kalah now sebab lepas dorang kalah, dorang come together as a team, dorang macam reset balik mental, dorang discuss balik macam mana nak comeback, lepas tu dorang bond together, so chemistry dorang makin lama, makin better. And I'm pretty sure kita nampak dari game tadi, kalau korang dengar mic check, game pertama, dia yang jerit tapi dia yang suruh reset. Betul! Alright. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, dorang tengah borak tak? Ya, bagi mic. Okay, Haru je lah. Okay, Haru.
Hello.
Now that you guys have bounced back, korang memang dah lama dah secure playoffs actually. Untuk playoffs kali ini, apa target SMG?
M5.
M5.
Obviously.
Alright.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Actually, I want to say that to all the few supporters that we have today, I would like to say real thank you for you guys. Because keep up with us. Because even though like we're losing streak, but still today we have a full on stadium, right? So thank you very much. And one more thing is like SMG players, diorang macam mana? Diorang. You guys cannot force them to change. So to all the haters, keep it or leave it lah.
Mantap! To all the haters, keep it or leave it. So I think sekarang dah masa untuk announce MVP of our best of 3 series. So macam biasa, count with me. In 3, 2, 1. MVP kita ialah Smooth! Alright, Smooth. Last season, sebagai regular season MVP, you baru je jumpa the rookie last season. So, as an EXP laner, apa yang you boleh cakap pasal gameplay dia tadi?
Apa pasal game ketiga tadi?
Gameplay gorgeous tadi sebab dia rookie of the season last season, you pula regular season MVP. So tadi
gorgeous. Dia okey lah.
Okay. Alright. Thank you. Okay, so guys, sebelum anything, I'm giving it back to Miko because I ada special request. I dapat special request where Miko will be talking in Malay. So, Miko, after this, you nak makan apa? What do you want to eat? Ano gusto mo kainin?
Maggi goreng, mamak, tanak sayur, tanak pedas, nak telur mata. Milo ice. Mantap!
Alright, so I hopefully Benny, please belanjahi mamak lepas ni, okay? Alright, so guys, let's show it back to the casters. So with that, casters, silakan.
You know, it's uncanny. That's exactly what I would order at Mama.
He nailed it.
Yeah, man. That's good. That's very nice.
I love seeing Filipino players just integrate so well into Malaysian society so quickly and so fast.
I just want to know who taught him no sayo. Why is it that every single time, doesn't matter if you're ordering burgers, Maggi, or anything like that, yeah, no vegetables, please.
That's me, man. That's actually my essence. I always have to have no vegetables.
So you're the one.
Yeah, it's
He's
me.
the You taught him.
I was responsible.
I mean, MVP is looking real good. Like, thank God for Smooth catching that game. But I'm curious to see what the mic check is going to be sounding like for a team like SMG if that was their interview.
Nice. Nice. Main blue tak? Main blue. Go. Nice one, Sasa. Nice ah. Gajah no pull. Boleh kosong. Boleh. Mampus kau.
Hey, one by one. Hey, Ken.
Come here. You go pot.
Wait.
Hey, don't. Dia go sila. Kajah pull me. Point. Holding aja. Target sa. Hey, Petri. Die. Go sa. Kajah. Nice. Boleh minta. Pakai bien. Pakai lagi misi ya.
Terus minion tower.
Minion tower lah kah.
Tower.
Tower. Option tower.
Tower.
You gotta love that among the symphony of screaming and demanding and commands being thrown left and right, you just hear a singular die. and that's all she wrote right there.
I mean, I love the essence of it, right? Just like their interviews, you give it over to Sasa, sometimes he only just needs to say one word, minion. Apparently, everybody on the team understood what that meant. Straight away, tower, instantly start diving for crystal.
Sounds like an anime kind of thing, you know?
It does.
You have this very strong silent person with like one word, yeah. But look at the kill score, 10-10, even the match time, 15-55. It's almost balanced, which I appreciate that more than 5-5, 5-5. I'll take 15-55.
Don't push it. Don't push it. The more
like
you mention it,
something.
Hey. That's how the curse works.
Oh,
the more you ask for it, the more it's not going to happen.
You're right. I got to get up on board with this. I got to keep up with the trends. But so far, I think you got to give it to Smooth. In both of these games, he played a very vital role. Smoothie.
That's true.
They both played a very vital role in making sure that Super Red did not feel very good that game.
It is that classic Angela Yuzong combo. It's been a long time since we've gotten to see it at full power, and while Team SMG definitely did not have the strongest start, the Red Giants definitely ended up making some mistakes later into the game, feeling so powerful and invincible that they figured they could engage in any way they wanted and wouldn't get punished for it. And by the time they realized that would not work, it was too late.
Let me try one more pun. Even though his name is Super Red, Smooth made his vision very dark. I want to say black and white, but in Mobile Legends, mostly just dark.
It's mostly just dark. I see where you're going, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
He doesn't see red, he just sees dark.
Okay, let's get
I
a little
like
bit
that
better.
one's a stretch, if you ask me.
And a timer.
Okay, that one's a little bit more relatable. It's still a stretch. I'm going to agree with Stafa on this one. But let's look at the post-game stats because I'm not seeing anything too out of the ordinary in terms of item builds. So maybe the numbers can change my mind.
Looking at the stats overall, definitely one of the quicker games so far, which is nice. The damage dealt by both teams overall, very even here, since we did see that the game went pretty back and forth initially. Even the damage taken, damage tower, you can see that there aren't too notable of an inkling on either side here. In terms of damage dealt, Sasa, although his score wasn't all the best since he was getting dived pretty often, still doing a lot of damage since later on the Red Giants were really funneling into that full barrage.
I just like seeing how Sasa just stick to his guns because even though like I believe at one point even 3 people dived onto him, he just trusted in his team as well as the lifesteal that he has and as an Ixia. Just like, I'm not gonna stop my full barrage. I'm just gonna keep on attacking. If I die, I die. I'm just gonna try to out-sustain whatever damage you dealt onto me. And I gotta say, most of the time, Sasa was able to read the situation well. He did cancel the full barrage when he's like, okay, now I'm definitely gonna die. I gotta run away.
Yeah, being able to estimate that distance, being able to estimate your staying power, very strong overall. And Sasa definitely did a good job there. Obviously, MVP is still going to be smooth overall, as we saw here in the highlights brought to you by Republic of Gamers. The XP laner for Team SMG was pretty consistent overall in making sure that the space was still being created.
I mean, in terms of space created, right, there's a lot of moments where Team SMG probably could have gotten just a wee bit more. These are one of the successful I'm offendeds coming out from Miko, but you can definitely see that he's using it extremely defensively in a lot of these fights, knowing that the clapback coming in from Pancake specifically, who found so many good divine judgments in the earlier stages of the game, probably could have been a lot less dangerous.
But we gotta say, the game changer, our MVP of the match, Smooth, really did a lot, because Super Red, I would say like he's having the game of his life. I kind of feel like he's at a point where he's like, guys, let's just gun this down. We can definitely win most of the team fights. But was it the fight here where Smooth was able to find Super Red, and then afterwards it's just like Super Red cannot get his own footing, because every single time he wants to go for a fight, he's either in the range of the full barrage, or just get caught out by the Black Dragon form.
I mean, the 2 times he died already makes all the difference here, right? Because again, once Super Red is gone, Slanger Red Giants don't have enough damage to actually finish it off, and Super Gorgeous' build also reflects that.
Yeah, I think he got too used to how aggressive he could play when they were in control, and then couldn't adjust quick enough to make up the difference when his team was getting scattered, and because of that, Team SMG 2 points now in the 2nd place on the rankings. Red Giants, they did still get 1 victory, so they're gonna be in 3rd place, but of course everyone is eyeing for the top 2.
Yeah, Homeboys tomorrow will be going up against Team Hawk. If they win 2-0, they'll be 20 points, so they'll be tied with RSG MY. Actually, they'll be above RSG MY if RSG MY does get more points, which they will be playing right after this. So Homeboys can get that top 2 spot as well if they win 2-0. If they win 2-1, the points is going to be the same. SMG Homeboys, who won that one?
I think it was...
I think it was Homeboys. Homeboys. So head-to-head, Homeboys would be number 2. So as long as Homeboys wins, they'll be top 2 in the regular season.
Okay, so that means there's just a lot more stakes coming into this, huh?
Yeah. So if Team Hot wins, Homeboys is not going to be feeling good about that one.
That is true. They would at least still be in the top 4, but you obviously don't want to aim for that when you're in this position. This has been the most competitive regular season we've had in a long time, where even until now, who's going to be number 1, who's going to be relegated still isn't 100% confirmed. So I am loving the competitive nature of these teams. It does seem like a lot of growth has happened since the more recent seasons.
I think for a bunch of these teams, you know, especially some are doing better than others. Like in this case, it's going to be RSG Red on the cusp of getting eliminated. Remember the stakes.
This is the 2nd opportunity for Secret to go to the playoffs. Red has to lose, but they have to lose 2-1. If they lose 2-0, Secret isn't going to make it.
Ooh, that's gonna be tough. We have been having a 2-1 day, all day.
True.
We obviously would personally like to go home early, but comparatively, right, RSG is a team that goes very fast. Right? They end games really quickly, and although the meta has shifted to a more support style, I feel like we're still going to be seeing RSG in the same sort of gameplay.
Well, honestly, who knows? I feel like, especially between Rain and Skadaga, like Rain especially probably is going to be keeping an eye on what the meta is currently. Do they want to apply it? Probably not yet. We might see a pretty similar game to SRG versus SMG like just now.
Well, we've seen Vendetta today, and RSG does have a Vendetta against Red. Vendetta, sorry. We should just
okay,
go to a break.
I'm gonna say, it actually took me a moment to realize
Vendetta,
that.
Vendetta.
Yeah, I actually did notice that. I was like, why is
And I was
Gideon
like,
laughing?
Vendetta. It's like,
execution
That's so pretty good. I mean,
hey, the poor executions is what makes the joke rich.
Sure. I'll give it a 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10.
Hey, you know what? I'll take it. I like 7.
That's a pretty good score from Gideon. But either way, RSG MY versus RED Esports is going to be our final match of the day. Before then, we'll of course go on a short break. Make sure you guys join us because you won't want to miss it to see which team comes out on top.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1005. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata complete kantas dan mendapatkan skin percuma jika korang lekat kantas tu.
Halo semua, selamat kembali kepada The Hot League. And anda bersama dengan saya Rose and of course a lucky fan daripada Team Secret. Finally, sekarang masuk untuk dorang buat million game. So hello, what's your name? Fahmi. So Fahmi, hari ni kita nampak lah Fahmi datang untuk sokong Secret. Tapi Fahmi sebenarnya kan suka atau mengidolakan siapa dalam pasukan Secret?
Idola saya Matt.
Matt? Kenapa Matt?
Sebab saya dah tengok Matt daripada MPL ID dan bagi saya Matt ni yang paling power.
Wow, so nak jumpa dia tak?
Nak.
Nah, I'm pretty sure dia nak jumpa bagi kata-kata sokongan sebab diorang baru je menang besar. Alright, so jom. Hi, hello. Matt. Sorry kacau. Okay, so I have here Fan Matt. Dia cakap dia datang and dah lama dah suka Matt daripada MPL IB. So apa Matt nak cakap?
Thank you.
Okay, tak apa. Gurau je. Alright, so Matt, he wants to give you like words of encouragement for, you know, the upcoming playoffs. So, okay, go. You cakap tadi nak cakap kata-kata sokongan kepada Matt.
Saya nak cakap saya bangga dengan performance Team Secret sepanjang season ni. Walaupun Team Secret berada di bawah sepanjang season, tapi saya nampaknya Team Secret cuba untuk bagi yang terbaik untuk peminat. Dan dapat tengok dengan match tadi, walaupun lama tapi Team Secret bagi yang terbaik. Dan saya bangga dengan Team Secret.
Apa Matt nak cakap?
Thank you yang udah support. Semoga kita masih bisa lolos playoff. Semoga lolos playoff lah. Pokoknya nanti kalau emang lolos playoff, kita bakal janjiin kita bakal kasih hasil yang terbaik. Jadi tetap dukung terus Team Secret.
Wow, alright, macam mana? Okay, so since dia adalah fan Team Secret, diorang ada prepare satu gift, tunjuk dekat kamera. Autograph player Team Secret. Thank you for your support. Comilnya. Alright, you can give it to him or the skin lagi. Alright, okay.
Thank you.
Untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok ni guys, jangan lupa join the official fan club of Team Secret. I'm sure ramai yang sangat-sangat happy dengan kemenangan Secret ni. Hopefully we can still see them in the playoffs. And with that being said, thank you for watching the Hotlink Meet and Greet. You're still with me, Rose, and we shall see you on the next one. Bye-bye!
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection points. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
terus. Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Kita
korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1005. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata complete task dan mendapatkan skin percuma jika korang lekatkan task tu.
Hello semua dan selamat kembali kepada The Hotlink Interview. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda, and of course kita ada Stormy and a lucky fan daripada pasukan SMG. Diorang baru je habis menang. So, hello, hi, what's your name?
Amir.
Amir.
Ya.
Okay, Amir, kita tahu you datang sokong SMG, jersey pun SMG.
Ya, betul.
So, sebelum kita tengok dia lah, siapa yang idola dalam SMG?
Pertamanya Stormy sendiri.
Kenapa Stormy?
I played the same role, mid laner.
Do you think he's the best mid laner in Malaysia?
Ya, dia 50-50 dengan Izanami dari
Dia tak bias, dia logical. Kita suka. Alright, so since sekarang kita ada Stormy kat sini, you nak tanya apa-apa dekat Stormy ke tak?
Jadi Stormy, how do you feel after securing once again upper bracket for this season? Like last season?
Last season.
Macam last season kan upper bracket regular season. Apa perasaan this season pun jadi sama? Walaupun ada choke.
Happy lah sebab if we got tomorrow it's either we can see Homeboys, if they lose one game we are confirm upper bracket, if they didn't lose they will upper bracket, so actually I'm happy lah, that's it.
You ready for playoffs?
Yes, very.
That's what I like to hear. Alright, so before we get onto this, Stormy wants to give something to Amir. Wow, autograph of all SMG players.
Thank you.
Okay, so sekarang belakang I kita ada macam satu banner which kita orang nak dorang sign, okay? This is technically greeting of everybody untuk pasukan yang akan wakil Malaysia dekat M5. So guys, take a marker pen. Okay. Oh, marker pen. Okay. Bagi dia satu. Bagi dia satu. Okay lah, you sign first. Amir, you sign apa, lepas tu you boleh like macam letak anything like sokongan. Go on. Mana-mana. Boleh ke tak? Khalid, you marker please. Okay. Alright. Okay, Stormy, go.
Selepas ini teruskan penonton MPL MY musim yang ke-12 di sini bersama dengan
Okay, Stormy's turn. Wow! So guys, I'm pretty sure kita boleh nampak that ada chance Stormy will be representing us in M5. Okay guys, and with that, jangan lupa join SMG's official fan club. With that being said, we shall see you on the night hotting meet and greet. Bye-bye!
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning fast gaming experience with Hotlink all new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Mr. Potato, official snacking legend. Feel the crunch, snack like a legend. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah berada di match terakhir untuk seru Saturday terakhir kita untuk musim ini. So untuk match ni, kita akan saksikan perlawanan RED Esports yang akan menentang RSG MY. Dua-dua pasukan yang ada macam goal yang sangat-sangat beza. Untuk RED Esports, they want to save themselves from getting relegated. Manakala untuk RSG MY, dorang nak apa? Dorang nak nombor 1 dalam regular season kita. Tu je and nothing more. So before I ajak kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas, I nak tanya dulu, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Nampaknya dorang dah ready. So, marilah kita menjemput RED Esports ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Pemain baru yang dibawa masuk memberi keputusan yang sangat memberasakan. RED Esports menunjukkan gameplay yang lebih kemas dan sangat tersusun. Misi wajib menang hari ini menjadi target utama bagi melayakkan diri ke playoffs. Mampukah Red Esports berjaya membawa pulang 3 mata penuh hari ini? Mari kita saksikan. Give it up for RSG MY! RSG MY masih memegang peratus kemenangan tertinggi dalam jumlah 79%. Membuktikan mereka bukan pasukan terkuat regular season ini. Pasukan RSG MY hanya mencatatkan 1 kekalahan di regular season. Adakah RSG MY bakal menghentikan perjalanan Red Esports untuk musim ini? Let's enjoy our last match. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, ni match terakhir untuk seru Saturday terakhir untuk musim ini. I'm pretty sure semua orang sangat-sangat hype. But stakes are still high for the side of Red Esports. So, before kita start, I nak buat vibe check side ni dengan side ni. Alright? Alright, let's hear it from the side of Red Esports. Red Esports, are you guys ready? Alright. Side ni pula. Come on, guys. From the side of RSG MY, let me hear you scream. Seru Saturday yang sangat-sangat seru. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you once again to Rose for the intro here, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL MY Season 12 for our last game of Week 6, Day 1. You're watching the English stream right now. My name is Stafa, along with Gideon. Today, for our last match, we have a very special guest on the desk. It is none other than Coach Arcadia. Welcome, welcome.
Hello,
this
guys.
is your first time on the desk, right?
Yeah, it's my first time to be here. Yeah.
You know, there's many times that we've had interviews, well, me specifically interviewing you after your matches from all the way since the SPS, so I'm glad we can share a desk today. I'm glad that we can pick your brain this time because I want to know what a coach from overseas thinks about the general player base here in Malaysia.
I think there are a lot of good players also here in Malaysia. There's a lot of good local talents also. So it's like also in Philippines and Indonesia. There's a lot of players that have huge potential, you know, and are showing their skills and talent overseas.
That is true, that is true. We've definitely been seeing a lot of competition in this season here, not just in MPL MY, but in the other MPLs overseas as well. As a coach here, Arcadia, like, do you think there's any obvious differences between like the players here in MPL MY compared to, say, PH and ID?
I think that most of the difference is more on the macro. Because let's say Indonesia have their own macro, like they're more focused on the getting the objectives, getting the Lord, getting the turtle. While there are PH teams, a lot of PH teams that are very aggressive when it comes to team fight. You know, like they know their targets and they it's like their bread and butter. You know, their team fight. You know, going to the objective, but their priority is to kill, not to actually get the objective. So I think it's like the difference. But in Malaysia, it's like it's a mixture also. So so there are several identities between different teams.
That is true, that's true. We have been seeing some very obvious differences between teams. Some teams like to farm, some teams like to go for fighting, some teams like to go for objectives, some teams play the map. So it's easy to see where Coach Arcadia is coming from here, since he has a lot of experience as an MPL coach. And I imagine we're going to be seeing some more exciting matches. So you guys can participate in our MVP predictor by scanning the QR code at the bottom of the screen. We only have one match left. Hopefully your guesses have been right so far today. If you're able to get them all, you get some prizes.
You get some really great in-game prizes. But, you know, before anything else, Coach Ricky, I'm curious to know your thoughts about this upcoming match between RED Esports and RSG. I mean, RSG is clearly sitting on top of everybody else. Why are they so successful? What are they doing right here compared to everybody else?
I think RSG is really performing well. You know, you can see it based on the standings, and I think a huge part of their success is because of also of Demon Kite. I think you know, he would not be an MSC champion for a reason, right? Yeah. So I think he's bringing a lot of that stuff going to this his new team. So I see him carrying a lot in his in their games. But overall, I mean, RSG is a good team, but Demon Kite is really standing out.
You heard it here first for everybody on the MPL predictor, Demon Kite. You heard it from Coach Arcade, Demon Kite's the guy to go to.
I think we all do have to agree, right? Just based on how well he's been performing not this season. Well, in the first couple of weeks, seemed a little bit inconsistent. All of a sudden, man, has really raised the roof here. He's really hit all those timings. His power spike is online. So it's really impressive to see what he's been able to bring to the table here. And of course, before we continue on into the game, we obviously have to give a little bit of a shout out as well to Mr. Potato, our official snacking legend. It is so ridiculously tasty that we've already eaten them all and we have no samples left on the desk to show to you guys, but I'm pretty sure you guys know.
Yeah, I mean, we here at the Talent, amongst the Talents, we have been destroying these bags of chips, and they specifically tell us don't eat the chips for this exact reason. We're sorry to production, but let's bring it back a little bit, right? Because at the end of the day, this match is about RED versus RSG. Obviously, we want to pick your brain when it comes down to the draft, because I'm curious to know, as a coach, you have the, well, would I say benefit? I guess it's benefit to have that outside view, because even players are curious about how exactly, hey, I want to play this hero and only this.
And I think what's going to be important to focus on for this game specifically, we got a hot topic up on screen. Revenge is sweet. Because what happened last season was that RED Esports defeated RSG MY in the playoffs and eliminated them pretty early on. So I think and they even taunted them, right? So RSG definitely has a little bit of a grudge going into this. Like, as a coach, if you have players who like are very personally invested, like, oh, we want to beat them, what do you do? Like, do you really push that emotion, or do you tell them to be more disciplined?
Actually, it really depends on the player, because it's a case-to-case basis. There are players that, you know, gets more motivated if you push their emotional side. But there are also players that, you know, you need to calm them down, because sometimes if their spirit is too high, you know, and then they have that fire burning within them, sometimes they tend to overextend, you know, those kind of things. So it's really a case-to-case player. So so it depends how well do you know this player, on what situation he can react.
That is very insightful. I suppose for each individual, you gotta adjust to make sure you are able to take most advantage of their capabilities. But before we head on into the match, we have to talk about how the standings are looking right now for Season 12. RSG MY, like we mentioned, at the top of the charts, and most likely going to be top 2 regardless of the results here, but obviously they want to win so that they can get into first place. On the opposite end, though, we have RED Esports.
Now, here's a very interesting situation that we're caught in, and this is holding the literal fate of Team Secret, and that's if RED Esports drops his game and specifically gets the score 2-1. So RED Esports, this lineup that you see in front of us, Amal, Kim, Al, Mal, as well as Aaron this time, is going to be their hope, their bastion into making it through.
These players have definitely been showing us their potential, but they have some faces here who are really new to the stage. Al, even though he was around last season, he's only played a couple of games on stage so far, but we definitely see some potential overall. His gold lane, pretty strong, but will it be enough to bring RED Esports back from the brink when they're up against the #1 team in the standings, and that is going to be RSG MY. We have Demon Kite, we have Storm, we have Lolil, Izanami, and Rippo. Coach Arcadia, you already mentioned that Demon Kite is obviously the standout player here, but is there anyone else who's been catching your eye?
Oh, I think Lolil is really playing well also. I believe he's one of the top in the MVP standing, right? So I feel like this guy is really performing well in this regular season.
Wait, hold on. You're keeping up with the MVP standings as well?
Yeah.
Is that part of the job or is that like a side thing for you?
Not really, because sometimes, you know, I see it in the social media.
That's fair. That's fair. Hey, we have 3 minutes and 41 seconds before we actually start getting into this. I don't know whether production is going to allow us to do the hot seat relatively quick. Is it before the draft or?
I don't really remember, to be honest with you.
You know what? Let's take a step ahead. I'm so sorry we're jumping ahead of the gun. So Coach Arcadia, I'm going to brief you on this. We are going to take it from a minute. 1 minute, we're going to speedball you a bunch of questions. Yes and no answers.
Yes or
Very
no
simple.
only.
Yes and no only. No explanation. We'll probably go through the explanation later, but we'll start off at the 3-minute mark, and then we'll go from there.
Okay,
Ooh.
okay.
I don't know if I even have questions prepared. I hope you have more here.
Here we go. I got my paper.
Don't ask me hard questions, huh?
Okay. I'll try. Is MPL PH the strongest MPL region? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did MPL MY improve from last season?
Yes.
Are you the most good-looking coach in MPL MY?
I think yes.
Can Malaysian teams do well in M5?
Yes.
Can RSG MY win MPL this season?
No.
He is human.
Nice.
He is human. Would you consider staying in Malaysia permanently?
Ken.
Hey, that's not a
Interesting.
yes or no, though. Okay, we'll move on from that one. Does the new patch suit SRG more compared to the last patch?
I can say no comment.
Okay, I think that one's fair. Is Gojas the hardest player to coach in SRG?
No.
If not, is there another player you want to call out here?
No. Confidential.
Gotta play it safe.
Finally, can Red defeat RSG?
Yes. Yeah, Ken. Yes.
All right. That's the hot seat. Thank you so much for answering the
okay.
questions. I have even more questions, to be honest, but we'll keep that for maybe another time. I'm curious to know how, like, if you were Red's coach right now and you're analyzing RSG, how do you break them? How do you defeat Demon Kai? How do you defeat this MVP Loliels?
For me, they really need to, I think, limit Demon Kite Zero. But Demon Kite, I think he also adapted in the current patch because he's mostly assassin user. Even in when he was playing in Philippines, his funny is really one of the most respect ban. So I was actually surprised when one of the game they did not ban his funny.
They didn't do enough research.
Maybe they feel like that he's not good with funny anymore. But if if I'm the Red Esports, I want a team fight composition because this RSG likes to fight a lot. They really want to make a lot of team fights. So Red Esports draft must be ready in order to take team fights.
That does make a lot of sense. RSG MY is a team that moves very fast. They instantly want to end the game as quick as possible. They play off of Lolia's mechanics, off of Demon Kite mechanics. So what Coach Arcadia says does make sense. You gotta have a team fight composition because we did see teams draft a little more greedy. Maybe their early game wasn't as strong, and RSG MY just walked right through them. So they gotta watch out for that when we go into the draft.
I'm curious, Coach Arcadia, if you had a, like, when you're putting together a team, and I mean, this is beyond SRG, if you could put your own team together, what are you looking for in specific roles? Like, I think for roamers, even for me, I don't know what I'm looking for specifically in a roamer other than, like, in-game knowledge and game sense.
Yeah, I think it depends on the role. First of all, it depends on the role. Like for example, roamer, normally you want them to be a shot caller, you want them to have a good map reading, those kind of things. But actually, those kind of things, you can also not consider it if you know if you know some players that will fit the dynamics of the team that you need. So for example, right, in a team, you always need a shot caller. But what if you found a roamer that is very high mechanics, very good, but and then you have an XP that can shot call, so you don't really need to consider looking for a roamer that can shot call because you already have an XP laner that can shot call. So those kind of things, I think, very crucial or very valuable when it comes to making a team.
Interesting. I'm only bringing this up because, you know, Red has gone through a bunch of changes with their players, you know, trying to fit the dynamic of mechanics as well as the shot callers. But it's time to draft. Let's see how this is going to go. I'm already seeing the Focus ban. I'm already seeing the Valentina ban, followed up by RED Esports. They respect Demon Kite's Fanny this time around, banning it out with the Edith.
This is interesting, right? Because Phoveus is not a hero we see banned out basically at all, right? No matter what team you play against. So this instantly makes you think, oh, RSG wants to play really high mobility heroes like the Lancelot, like the Harif maybe on Lolil. So in this position, like when you see a team ban out a hero that's very weird, right? Like the Phoveus, is that like something that's like, does it give you a clue what they're gonna do?
I think this Phoveus ban is most likely they want to, just like what you said, they want to make a composition that's a lot of dash. A high chance that they will first pick the Paquito, I think, RSG Malaysia. That's why they banned Phoveus. Phoveus got buff recently, right? But I'm not sure. I think there's really a plan that RSG wants to do here. That's why they banned the Phoveus. Because this is really an unorthodox ban.
Personally, for me, I'm just going to call it. I feel like Demon Kite's looking at his coach and be like, give me Lancelot. One more time. Just give me Lancelot. I'll do it. I'll carry us right over the finish line.
He did play a really mean Lancelot earlier, and it's one of those heroes that can really enable the rest of RSG MY, because if Demon Kite has a hero where he can just basically do whatever he wants, the rest of their players are able to take care of each other without needing to mind how their rotations are overall. We do see the Matilda get banned out here. Now, Matilda as a hero has really risen in the patch overall. Do you think this is a hero that you just always have to ban now?
Because right now, I think Matilda got a really big buff in the last patch. So it's not just us or not just RED Esports. Actually, a lot of teams are really banning Matilda now, even in the other regions. So that's why we will see a lot of bans in the second pick banning Matilda.
Okay, so this is more red-sided, definitely more red-sided ban. We see the first pick being the Yutong coming in from RSG MY. I do think that's kind of bold, but instant response from RED Esports. We see the Irithel. Not sure what else they're going to pair it up with.
They already banned out the Angela previously, so we won't see the really powerful Angela-Irithel combination here. And while Irithel definitely is harder to catch for someone like Yuzong, it's still fairly vulnerable. So it's an interesting choice to go for here.
It is. I mean, especially when Yuzong has that Petrify. If he manages to kind of close that distance, lock you down, have a bit of follow-up, you're already pretty good to go. Final pick here going to be the Frederick. Now, Coach Arkady, I wanted to bring this up to you. From a coach's perspective, in terms of draft patterns, what do you think about flex picks overall in the draft?
Flex pick is actually a strong pick because it's make you more, well, from the word flex, it makes you flexible in draft, so it's easier for you to counter draft.
Are you my next conquest?
I think this one, the RED Esports, they pick Fredrin, so this is one of the top flex pick. Like a lot of teams flex this hero. So if you pick a flex pick, it's always easier for you to draft. Because you can always put it in jungler, you put it in XP.
Interesting. For you personally, how many flex picks are too many? Because we've seen teams gone for like double flex picks, even triple flex picks sometimes, especially on the red side, just to make sure that their final isn't revealed.
For me, there's no limit as long as your mind can handle it. Because sometimes, if you pick a lot of flex picks, it's too hard to think already because you don't know where you're gonna put this, blah blah blah. So it depends on you how much you can think on how you can flex it. Because there's teams that flex pick 2 to 3 picks, those kind of things. But sometimes it can be also confusing. So it depends on the coach.
Gotta make sure you have enough brain cells to really put everything in order, because if you put too many flex picks out, suddenly even you're confused about where everything should go.
The opponent for sure will get confused, but I think you'll also get confused.
That's true.
Because that's the point of flex pick, right? You try to confuse your opponent. But if you have too many, sometimes it also can be confusing for you.
All right, got to keep that in mind for everybody out there looking to go pro as we finally see the first phase of the draft complete itself. We have the Beatrix Martis picked up by RSG MY. We're seeing the Terizla
for the side of Red Esports. Now, Terizla in particular banned out pretty much the entire day up till this point.
Yeah. It's very interesting to see that the hero does get let through here, especially considering RSG is more of a team fight squad. You would think they don't want to give away an easy penalty zone. Is there a chance that they're underestimating Aaron here?
Not really. I just feel like this first pick, the first pick Yusong, it's very rare, right? Even in other regions, you cannot. It's a very rare thing to happen. So it just shows how much RSG MY values their team fight. Because Yusong is a team fight hero, so strong in objectives and taking a team fight. So this is like the best example or the testament that RSG MY really wants to win their team fight. Because who first pick Yusong, right?
That's true, that's true. I was going to lean into your pick earlier that you mentioned, the prediction pick of Paquito. It felt like it felt really correct here. But let's talk about the better Beatrix club. Because Lolio's right now 8 for 800% win rate on this Beatrix. But we don't see too many combo starters, right? We have the Petrify coming in from Yuzong. We do have the Assurance Aura. Do you add on another layer of protection, or are you looking for people like set tanks to help set up for the Beatrix?
So in here, I think it still depends on how they want to play it. Because do they want to protect the Bea or they just want to go all in, right? So I think it will still depend on the coach of how they want to play his composition. Because I believe Beatrix is a flexible hero. It can chase in an all-in lineup, but it can also be in a protect lineup. So it will depend on what direction RSG MY wants to do.
Okay, it's great that you mentioned, Coach. I'm going to quickly go through this as RED Esports ban out the Kadita as well as Grok. RSG MY ban out the Franco, and they're going to ban one more. Now, I want to talk about your relationship with Veki in particular, because like RSG, they have, you know, the head coach, assistant coach, and analyst to help you out. How does this dynamic work? I feel like if there's too many voices, even I would get confused despite the flex picks.
Yeah. For our relationship, actually, Becky and I help each other when it comes to draft. It's just maybe I'm the one who pushed the button, but it's also very valuable when it comes to the drafting because it's like two of our minds in one team. Okay, so and also when it comes to the job role, most of the things that I do, he also do. Okay, but it's just I'm the one who pushed the button. Okay, like the final stage. But Becky is a valuable piece in our team.
Yeah, every single individual in the team always going to be very important because even if you do the same things, even if you have the same like knowledge and expertise, sometimes you will have different perspectives, right?
Yeah.
You'll see one hero and think about it differently. So that does help a lot when you're thinking about how to go up against your opponents here. Because right now, I do think that we're in a pretty flexible meta overall, where a lot of heroes are viable. Like, we already do see the Kufra coming out, and this is a very tanky front line coming in from RED Esports. RSG go for the Rafaela right now. Like, now that we're seeing most of the drafts completed on both sides, which one are you liking more?
For me, let's look at the last pick of RED Esports first.
Okay.
But right now, the turtle fight of RSG MY looking scary.
Really
First
scary.
turtle fight looks scary.
They do have a lot of zone control. They have the Black Dragon form, reward manipulation, and then even if Lolio wants to go in and be very aggressive, which is very classic of him, they now have the Rafaela on Stone to make sure that he's able to escape from a lot of the catch that RED Esports may have. So a very powerful team fight composition. And now we have Farsa. What are your thoughts now?
For me, in the first turtle fight, it would be hard for RED Esports to fight, but they can still fight as long as the Fredrin can survive the burst of the RSG MY. But if RSG were able to burst at least one, let's say anyone from them, the Martyrs will snowball. We just roll. Yeah.
We'll just roll them. Okay, okay. Now, the draft is done. Thank you so much, Coach Arcadia. Can I get one final thought here? Predictions for this game specifically, Game 1. Is it RSG? Is it RED Esports?
I think RSG. I think RSG in this game.
No bias.
No bias.
No bias, of course.
All right. Well, we're going to be jumping right into the game, our first game of our final match of the day. Again, Coach Arcadia, thank you very much for joining us on the desk. It's a rare chance to have a coach share his insights with us, and hopefully you'll be able to join us again in the future. But yeah, I guess that's all from
Maybe
Coach
after I shift my career to caster.
Nice.
I can't wait for that. Thank you so much, Coach Arcadia.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. It
You
was
are
nice
awesome.
speaking with you.
Thank you so much. You're awesome. All right, let's jump into it and pull back our on-desk analyst. LaFell, you can jump on over. This is RSG MY on the blue side versus RED Esports on the red side, color-coded as it should be.
We already got some really valuable insights from Coach Arcadia himself. They are definitely a very decorated veteran in the industry overall, and he definitely seems to be leaning towards RSG MY. Looks like we're going to be jumping into a bit of a pause here before the game begins. So that'll give some time for LaFell to return to the desk once again and tell us, what have you been up to while we were here?
What have I been up to? What did I miss?
You're currently in the midst of a Type 5 problem. This is the very first that we've ever had here. This is an...
Type 1.
Thank God. Thank God.
That would have been scary.
She's saying, wait.
That was wait.
Yeah. Anis, come on. Her name is Anis, by the way.
Yes, I mean, I'm sweating already just because of that. But Type 1 problem, easily fixable. Welcome back to the desk, LaFell. You didn't miss too much, honestly. And
really?
Coach Arcadia gave some pretty good insight.
Yeah, he had a lot to talk about. What?
I mean, I didn't hear it. So I don't know what's going on.
He thought you were a great person.
Yes.
We specifically asked him, what are your thoughts about LaFell?
very highly of you.
Yeah.
He spoke highly of me?
Yeah, he said it's like, he would have done better, than bronze in some other situations, but generally you're okay.
Hold on, I need to readjust my headset.
While at it, in the meantime, I think I agree with Coach Arcadia in certain degrees, right? I think that, RED Esports positioned themselves very well in the first half of the draft. Second half, however, bold of RSG to pick Yuezong as their very first pick, but their end composition with the Rafaela, pretty interesting.
No, I mean, here's the thing. Repo is amazing, man, on the Yuzong. Now he's gotten buff.
It's even scary.
Yeah, I would argue that's a perfect first pick. It's a Repo special. It's Ripuang. Yupo. No, Ripuang.
I don't know if I'm missing on something here, but I do not understand.
No, because Yuzong, Ripo.
Oh. Let's go into the game! I felt like such a stretch, I couldn't even make sense of it. But yes!
Here's the thing, not every Joe has to be a 10 out of 10, all right?
That's fair.
It's the attempt that matters. It's really the attempt. But, I mean, looking at the compositions, what about you, LaFell? Which side are you leaning more towards?
No, I think it's alright.
Great answer.
Yeah.
I think, back into RSG. Now you're going to tell me RSG?
No, again, the Yuzong first pick, yeah, I don't even care about the rest of the picks.
It is a pretty powerful team fight comp overall.
As I say that, Ripo's not going to be performing well, is he?
Imagine if he gets first blooded here.
Oh boy. I mean, they pick it first because they're confident in Ripple, right? This is one of his pocket picks. This is the hero that he most consistently performs on. And not only that, they have heroes like the Eve and the Rafaela to back it up in those team fights here. So I think it's going to be pretty strong overall. Coach Arcadia already mentioned to highlight the first turtle fight and how the interactions there will be, whether RSG is able to snowball on Demon Kite. So that's where we should keep our eyes on, I think.
Yeah, definitely the first turtle here is going to be very, very interesting. Ripple getting level 4 is going to be pretty crucial because, as we know, Yuzong as a hero is also the king of taunting.
Yes.
I feel like some of his lines are pretty aggressive. Martis as well, actually. Martis as well.
Would you like to quote any of these lines?
3,000. Wait, no, that's Martis.
That's Martis, yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah,
that one.
That one's a good one. Penalty zone's already landed on towards the Kite side. They're trying to back up here. The team fight, generally, again, we're not seeing level 4s coming out. Level 4s coming out of Kim specifically, so they can actually drag this out as Amal is going to regenerate back up.
One thing that I do have to say, I was hearing the Malay broadcast, and Go just did say for RSG's draft, he actually doesn't really like the Rafaela pick. He said on this draft, it would have been better if it was a setup kind of hero.
Well, let's see whether it's going to matter here as Black Dragon Form into the real world manipulation is starting to start zoning the right members out. Amal wins out that first turtle, but that's going to be first blood being secured by Izanami.
all things considered, not act bad actually, right? Obviously you don't want to lose Amal at this point, but Izanami getting the kill means that it's not going over Demon Kite and you're gonna avoid too heavy of an early snowball coming in from the Martis, and that's what RED Esports wants to avoid the most right now. They already got the turtle. Their team fight not too bad with these types of heroes, and like you mentioned with Go just there, I do kind of agree. I feel like Storm has been really showing up on more setup tanks. I'm kind of surprised they didn't go for that.
Okay, here's the thing. I saw Kim recalling a bit. He's really getting under Izanami's skin because Izanami is pretty chill with most mid laners, but against Kim, he's like, okay, you're showing off a little bit too much. So I don't know. I'm looking at either Izanami is going to make a lot of mistakes or he's really just going to be aiming everything onto Kim.
Well, we're going to find out in a little bit. Wait, did this all start from last season when
Yes.
Kim was like right up in the camera?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here we go. The fight's already begun. The real one manipulation comes out. Bennett's rage does connect off the ball just at the edge. And they find Emal with the decimate as well. RSG MY continuing to maintain their lead.
Really nicely done there, and very steadfast of RSG MY to just continue with the fight anyway, even under the feathered airstrike. They were confident they had enough HP and enough damage to finish things off before Kim ever proved a threat. So Izanami definitely making the good shot call there with the real world manipulation. We'll see whether or not that's because of the interaction with Kim we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, right now I do look at RSG MY with their composition. If they want to fight, it has to be a 5v5. A 4v5 is serviceable. It's either Demon Kite or Ripple has to be the one starting things off because Izanami with the real world manipulation can really start a fight, but the moment everyone exits out of it, there's not a lot of follow-up. So either the Martis or the Yuzong has to create that kind of friction to make sure that people are staying inside the real world manipulation and taking out free damage.
Speaking of which, Mild does find the initial cast on towards Storm's side, but doesn't bait out his ult or even Purify. Aaron and Amal are working on the opposite side, applying pressure. Oh, penalty zone actually coming out towards Demon Kite's side. Feathered airstrike landing on top of it. Demon Kite is going to be the one that secures this turtle as Ripple gets a free hit. Petrifies Kim, looking for this kill. Shao Residue can't close the distance enough, but I think they'll take Mal as a consolation prize. Amal is nearby, getting on top of Izanami, gets pushed away by the Assurance, the Mortar Coils coming out from Demon Kite, but now even with the Appraiser's Wrath down, he's got nothing left. Demon Kite finds another in the jungle.
Too much damage from RCMY, so much staying power with Stone, being able to keep himself alive and the rest of his team as well. And something we missed out was the fact that all won his 1v1 against Lolil in the gold lane.
So maybe a mistake coming in from Lolil, but I also have to ask, Amal was very ambitious, trying to help his team out, but it looked like he didn't have an exit plan. So I'm not so sure why did he go into that situation, because his teammates look to be pretty alright. Because right now he's at 0, 3, and 0. Let's see where the impact is. He's level 7, Demon Kite is level 9, and I talked to a lot of junglers. EXP is very important when it comes to turtle fights.
Really important. It matters because your retribution also scales alongside it, but let's not forget about the 1.5k gold lead that we see Demon Kite have over Amal at this stage of the game.
Yeah, already completing that Guardian helmet, so the Martis looking very comfortable here. We already talked about how RED Esports needs to avoid the snowball on Demon Kite, but I feel like it's already proceeding apace here. Lolil did definitely go for a more aggressive item build though, from what I saw. Fury Hammer into Blade of Despair, no boots. While Al does have his shoes as well as the pants there for the extra defense. So that may have been why he won out the 1v1 earlier.
I mean, to be fair, the Holy Healing does help with movement speed, right?
Feathered airstrike coming out towards Storm's side. They want to make sure that he is separated away from the rest of his teammates here. Ufra's in position, but they don't find the angle just yet to jump on top of him. Ow, even popping the heavy crossbow as well. Good damage, but doesn't change the fact that the turtle is spawning. They need to play towards the strong side of the map, but here comes Demon Kite with a Mortar Coil. First half of it is down. Storm is going to slow down. Holy Baptism hits onto 2. Rippo is jumping onto Aaron's side. Bennett's rage as well. Penalty zone connects, but it doesn't matter. They've secured everything. They've got the turtle. They found their kill, and now it's about bonus money. Amal now in some trouble, as well as Mal, both of them in a lot of trouble as the RWN chunks him out. Amal still trying to run away as Al finds the opportunity to get on top of Izanami. He's running them down for dear alive, looking for as many auto attacks as possible, but now out of position. Gets the kill, but he's got 4 members, one of which doesn't want to interact with him at all. But Loyos, he's going to try and snipe somebody out. It can't be Mal. He's just got too many stats to actually cut him through it. Al actually gets away for free.
So even though Al was able to get out of that, I actually like what Izanami was doing. This is kind of like one of the old rules of MOBAs that we don't talk about too much. Like if you're gonna die anyways, die close to your teammate so that they could get something out of it. So Izanami is not moving there. It's just because he knows his teammate is collapsing onto him, and he wants to make sure that Al is stuck in a bad position. But he was still able to get away from it. So good play by both teams from Al as well as Izanami. It's just that Al, he's just very quick on his feet. Leo has 4 legs.
That is true. 4 legs are better than 2 a lot of the time, especially if you get more boots.
Oh, what a huge holy baptism. Demon Kite takes 1 down with the decimate, looking for the second. Let's make it a third. Chases and looks for the target. Amal doesn't get clipped by it, unfortunately. A double for Demon Kite, and a tier 2 is set in their sights.
I apologize to Al.
Yeah. The curse already hitting back once again. You should have used less absolute language. We already learned about this earlier. But if Demon Kite wasn't snowballing before, he sure is now. 404 right now on this Martis. Nearly a 4K goal lead for RSG MY as well. 8 kills to 2. The game very much shifting in their favor. Our Coach Arcady already mentioned that for this draft on RED Esports, Amal needed to survive long enough in the front line. And when he's this behind,
yeah, I mean, how far behind can they actually go? Aaron losing 50% of his AP. He can heal back up from the wave side, but not without some form of punishment. None of the big ults from the side of RED Esports have been utilized. Holy Baptism as well as Bennett's Rage. Rippo is going to get that shove on top side to secure the tier 1, but here's where it gets really dangerous. Kim, very close, 60% of his HP. Not a lot of mana to actually work with. And even Al, he's going to break a tier 1 down on bot side. And it looks like RSG MY, they're willing to give this up. They know they can't take the Lord, so therefore I'm going to take your mid tier 1.
Oh, honestly, looking at the situation, they might want to go for it all. Al, he's showing his face.
Oh,
Rippo.
Mal, he lands it onto Storm. Holy Baptism is going to stop him from the follow-up. Al looking for that backline. He's already got the heavy crossbow to chunk him down. Real world manipulation as well being popped as Demon Kite slowly decimates the front line and jumps onto Kim to get the double.
That's so scary. Having the Martis running onto you is like, okay, that is not a good sight. Oh, but Repo goes in. He really wants Aaron.
I don't think they're going to dive this too far, but the Shard Residue is going to run along beside him to proc it as many times as he can. This tier 2 looks like it's going to crumble really fast under that wave. Look at these perfectly set up waves inside of RSG MY as they now collapse and take all outer turrets.
this is a trend we've really been seeing from RSG MY. The moment they gain a certain degree of momentum, the game just shifts so heavily in their favor. Normally with the first Lord, you don't expect to get all that much, but all the external towers are already gone.
Real world manipulation underneath the tier 1. Mal looking for an angle, but can't seem to find the right targets. He flickered earlier, can't use that resource. Amal is tanking here, but Void Crystal is making it tough to even walk up. Fraser's Wrath and Bennett's Rage have been utilized. They're going to have to pull back, right? They've got no more waves to work with.
Yeah, right now, RSGMY, I like that they're kind of trigger happy because they're like, hey, you guys have your ult? Yeah, then let's try it out. And really putting a lot of pressure onto Red because this makes it so that Red can't really get out of their base. It's going to make it very difficult for Kim and Al to really have an impact.
Speaking of which, second Lord Empowered Wave is coming. Now looking for the opportunity, aiming towards Storm's side, but that's want to get canceled out. It looks like they don't want to instigate any more wars from this point onwards.
I will say that RED Esports is building very defensively right now, and that's really helping them in holding these towers. There's 3 Radiant Armors, multiple Giants belts, so you can see how the real world manipulation isn't able to zone them out. They're just standing under it, taking down the Lord, but RSG not letting up on the pressure at all.
Once again, real world manipulation being deployed. They want to get this last hit. Here comes the Black Dragon form to zone them away. Perfectly done as the inhibitor finds. Oh, the Petrified finds 2 into the Furious Dive. Can they secure the kill with the Shot Rescue? Yes, they can. They flicker forward with their Feathered Airstrike in hopes of taking something back, but they get absolutely nothing.
This is impressive from RSG MY. Other teams, when the Lord is taken down, they just wait for the next one to come up before pushing into the tower, but not for RSG. The crystal's open.
Now they're going to get some damage in, but at the end of the day, it's about getting rid of that last inhibitor off of the first Lord of the game. This is starting to look like a cakewalk for RSG MY.
I mean, they understand that they have a very, very big goalie, 9,700 here. So look at how confident they are to actually initiate a fight. And the initiator is actually Izanami. He's not waiting for Stone. He's not waiting for Demon Guy. He's not waiting for Rippo. He's just like, I'm just going to open my real world manipulation. They will try to catch me, but I'm immune to crowd control when I'm in this state. But look at that state.
Oh, the combo is good. Rippo now finally locking them into the real world manipulation. Kim's in trouble. He gets jumped on. Demon Guy decimates one. Looks for a second into Al. Penalty zone to slow them down. Al's getting the free hits, but he doesn't have the damage to commit to them. The Ice Queen's wand making all the plays. He sees Izanami getting to the face of Al. They run them down one by one, and they collapse on the crystal. Second wave of minions to end this off. RSG MY take game one.
They just power straight through without a care in the world. This was an absolute stomp coming in from RSG MY. Perfectly executed to the degree where RED Esports were just not even playing the game anymore.
Gideon, I gotta say, you said Lolia has the heart of an EXP later. Izanami did the same. Did you see the last fight?
Yep.
He's basically hugging Al at that point.
He is trying to get a whiff of him, just smelling him before he goes, you know? I don't know what to say at that point. They were so far ahead, and the raw confidence from RSG, honestly, kind of refreshing.
Dude, I gotta say, it's almost disrespectful how Izanami as a mage is positioning himself like an EXP laner. He's putting himself in dangerous territories, and he's like, yeah, there's nothing you guys can do about it.
We have seen that behavior before from other mid laners here in MPL, but it's pretty rare for Izanami to do this when he's not on a hero like the Kadita, for example.
I guess he's really
right?
angry.
He is angry, but I think there's also a sense of faith, right? He's definitely understanding that even if something were to happen, his team is already so fond, they've got his back. He can basically leave it all to them and play as aggressively as he would like. But of course, we gotta give it to the king of aggression himself, Rippo MVP for game one. Wow.
I love the confidence. It's like, oh, I'm feeling sleepy. Someone wake me up.
Yeah, wake me
when
up.
September ends.
Especially when September ends here, because it is a green day for Rippo. Crazy enough, I mean, they first picked the Yusong.
69% kill participation.
All planned. Nice. I swear to God, all planned from the beginning. He was trying to get the GPM up to about the same score.
Yeah.
It kind of overshot the mark, but hey, still there, still there.
He just needed like
Literally
one more, just one more GPM.
Maybe like one minion wave. It would have been perfect.
Could have been, should have been, would have been, but at the end of the day, Rippo, our MVP, first pick worthy. I'm guessing RED Esports is like, no Yuzong for next game.
But then what else do you let through the draft in exchange for that, right? Rippo's presence this game was massive, diving in every single time. And because RSG MY were already so far ahead, there was no one who could stop him. Only 2 deaths on the side of RSG MY. Surprisingly, an Izanami and a Leo, who definitely should be dying the least. But hey, it's the results that matter, right?
Hey, okay, here's the thing, right? This is what we were talking about, the potential of a healing meta. Instead of kiting a lot, you just dive even stronger. This is what RSG is showing. Is like, yeah, we can heal, but doesn't that mean we could make more mistakes and it doesn't look like a mistake?
Yeah, I mean,
That's
it's true.
true.
The bouncing ball is supposed to be like, oh yeah, this is going to slow you down. Rafaela's like, haha, cute.
You're funny. You should be a stand-up comedian.
Oh, yes.
Or stand down.
Just sit down.
I mean, Stone was already really showing what he was capable of as a set-up tank roamer. We were wondering how well can he perform on a support. Well, we got our answer. 0-0-15.
Izanami and Storm have 15 participations in 16 kills and deaths.
Ooh, you're right.
Very good coordination between the two.
I think it's crazy coordination because a lot of times, even if it's not Izanami who opened it up, especially in the earlier stages of the game, it was the Holy Baptism coming in from Stoa.
They did both have that wilderness blessing as well, so that means that they can match each other's pace moving across the map. Not to mention the holy healing, and Izanami and Storm can basically be anywhere at any time.
Yeah. Stome and Izanami. Stomey.
Hold on a moment.
Oh
here.
wait, that's a different player.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Different brand.
Gotta make sure not to infringe on anything.
True. Is a gnome?
It's a gnome. It's a gnome.
Oh, that's actually pretty good. I'm sticking with that one. It's a gnome.
It's a gnome. I mean, the combination between the two was definitely great. But let's look at it at RED Esports specifically, right? What could have they possibly done better?
Be better. I mean, here's the thing, right? In terms of the draft, I think it's pretty solid, but I don't know.
There's nothing wrong with the draft itself, but in the first place, we know that RSG MY's players have better micro and even macro sense as compared to RED Esports. Even so, RED Esports took a very aggressive turtle fight and then stayed for very long to try and contest the buff and stuff, which resulted in Izanami as well as Demon Kite getting a good amount of kills and assists to start off the game. After that, rotate over to the side lane. The game plan was sound. RED Esports, unfortunately, is still missing something somewhere.
Is it bad for me to say Amal shouldn't have died that much?
No, I agree.
Right? Because I think, I wasn't here, but I think even Coach Arcada said Amal should not be dying a lot in this game, at least in the early stages of the game. So I kind of feel like RED Esports took a lot of unnecessary risk, and it bit them back.
I would say from first turtle to second turtle, I would agree with you that there are certain moments that you probably shouldn't be there. Other times I felt like it's necessary, right? You don't have much of a choice. You need to be there, and RSG MY, just great target prioritization, making sure that the real one manipulation on top of the slow coming in from Stowen made sure that Amal, there's no leaving this. You are stuck in here with us.
Yeah, what's crazy is RED Esports, their draft here is actually pretty suited to counter-engaging against RSG MY. You have the penalty zone, you have the Kufra, the feathered airstrike. It should be pretty simple, logically, to stop them from diving the backline since you have so many resources. But because RSG MY put them so behind initially, a lot of those resources no longer became viable. And these team fights did not go their way.
I would say this is the trend of the top 4 team. Do not give them a 500 gold lead. 500 feels too much for them.
500? Oh, I mean, in retrospect, it feels like that's such a very small lead, but to professional players, every advantage is basically a free game.
At that moment, it was just a 300 gold lead, and they quickly made it into 1,000.
Just putting on the pressure continuously here, you wouldn't want to stand under the feathered airstrike. RSG MY doesn't care at all. They'll just fly in, they'll just get kills, they'll just run down RED Esports, punish Amal for overstaying, and just generally never giving RED Esports any chance to make some sort of comeback, to get space to farm. You see a lot of teams play slower, right? They wait for the Lord to go for any pushes. RSG MY is not one of those teams.
I would say as well, Mal didn't really do much in the game, and it might be harsh for me to say, but he hasn't done much the entire season.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with this is just clearly not his role. He doesn't have as good of a map read and needs that direction from somebody else to kind of set things up. And when it gets messy, even for someone like Mal, it's a lot to deal with, especially as a Kufra.
Yeah, from a gold laner to a roam, I don't know, man. I kind of miss his gold laner days.
It is a tough switch. Compared to, say, like the mid lane to roam that we've been seeing from a lot of players, this is a lot more different, just in the sense of how selfish you have to play, where you have to be on the map. I do kind of agree with you. I feel like we miss those days of the Mal hyper carry.
In situations where 7,000 gold behind, 8,000 gold behind, it doesn't feel that bad. We can still win.
It's still possible, but they gotta keep it clean, they gotta keep it fresh, and especially with these games, we want to thank Garnier Men, Champion XGG with Garnier Men, where you can fight 99% of acne causing bacteria in just 10 seconds.
And you leave that 1% to give a warning.
Send a message.
To the rest of them. Don't mess with Garnier Men.
Man, I can't.
Cold-blooded.
I can't imagine just having an effigy on your face to be like the rest of the bacteria, be like, hey, you want some of this? This is the 1% that lived on purpose.
That's why your face is so clean, right? That is the message. That's what you're sending. by telling the bacteria that, hey, this is what his face looks like now. If you come on over, that's gonna be you.
I kind of feel like that was the situation just now.
A little bit.
RSG left 1%. Just to remind the rest of y'all, don't fight against me. But here's the thing. This match doesn't just influence the placing of RSG as well as Red. The fact that Red just lost, they have no more chances to get to the playoffs because they needed a 2-0 win. Now the thing is, if Red wins one game, there's hope for Team Secret. The moment Red loses one more time, 2 teams relegated. Instantly.
RSG MY holds the lives of 2 teams in their fingertips.
It's not stressful
Do you think that matters to them overall?
I mean, if you're in Secret's position, like, come on. I think even they can agree that, like, yeah, I'm kind of a Red fan right now, and I really need you guys to win at least one game.
Red is our blood.
Red is our blood.
I feel like if you were in RSG MY's position, it'd just be killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
True. True.
It's not like, well, I don't think Secret has stepped over the line with RSG either. I don't think they've got a vendetta against
all
them.
competition is fair competition on the MPL stage.
Yeah, all's fair in love and war. What can you do? With a minute left.
Maybe they have this thing where we like to call, you gain happiness by taking the happiness from someone else.
That's just bullying.
It's like, it's not enough for us to win. It's nice to know that we're the reason they lost. Hey, Izanami, my boy.
Izanami definitely been doing very well here. Definitely likes that Valentina, but overall, there's a reason why he is called the Prince of Mages. Though he has had a definitely smaller hero pool, only 4 unique hero picks, so that's less on Izanami and more on the mid lane meta in general. He has definitely gotten the comfort to be able to play more aggressively nowadays, because back in the day, Izanami had to play much safer to kind of be the carry for his team if things didn't go according to plan.
I mean, there was a point where he had a lot of Beatrix game.
That's true.
I don't know how he got low Leo stats, but you know, it is how it is, you know?
Yeah, it is how it is sometimes, right? Now, as we jump into the second game, right, RED Esports, they want to give Team Secret a fighting chance of making it into the playoffs. What are the adaptations? Because we mentioned in game number 1, the draft was right. It's just the in-game decisions that seem to not go in favor of RED Esports.
It's a tricky position to be in, because usually, in this case, we would say, pick heroes you're more comfortable with, pick a draft that's easier to play. But I don't feel like the draft was hard to play. It was actually pretty appropriate. So I don't actually know.
No, just don't die.
Just don't die.
They died a lot.
Yeah, don't die, Al. Carry harder. I know your backpack is pretty big, but like you can widen it a little bit more.
Look at that. Even the coach is rubbing him and like, yo, I know your back is hurting.
Let me help you out there. Relieve that stress in your shoulders.
Right now, RSG MY taking out the Angela as well as the Matilda. RED Esports showing respect to Demon Kite. Don't want the Fanny. Don't want the Martis. Is it good enough for them to ban out the Yuzong? Because I agree with what Stafa says.
Okay.
You take out the Yuzong, you're going to fight against the Khalid.
All right.
If it's not the Khalid, it'll be the Terizla. If it's not either of them, it'll be the Lapu Lapu. Worst comes to worst, ciao.
I think that giving Khalid over to Ripple probably is going to be your best option. I mean, there are so many backline divers, right? But in terms of like what you would prefer Ripple on, if he takes Lapu Lapu, I think RED Esports will be incredibly happy. Give him Khalid. All right, sure, you can still jump into our backline, but at least there is some form of counterplay.
You should.
Fredrin getting banned out here, so...
Maybe?
Barats for Red?
I mean, RED Esports themselves could take the Yuzong away. It's still something that Aaron does quite like.
True.
The Barats, well, I didn't like it before, but it has been buffed recently. And if you combo it with, say, like the Raph or the Matilda, which unfortunately has already been banned, so no more flying dinosaur here, it's still viable.
I would say that the only reason that they want to take Barat is because they don't like Storm playing the Rafaela more than anything else. That's the only logic that I can come through at this point, because how oppressive of a jungler do you need to be in this particular game when you're up against Demon Kite, who even when behind, we've seen him in games where he is 3 levels behind and catches up 3 minutes later.
No, just pick a hero that doesn't die. Barat's dies pretty
slowly.
Thank you. I mean, what else? A Lancelot, a Ling? I kind of feel like if it's going to be picked up, it's going to be picked up by Demon Kite. Kind of just flexing, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair. It is kind of flexing, I'm not going to lie. But I guess giving him... Oh, yeah, Link's probably would be kind of bad here. We'll see. As we do see the Baxia coming in from Red Esports. A little bit, more meta towards the comfort zone. Well,
but it has 0% win rate.
Look,
today.
We are terrible at it.
Really?
As Malaysian professional players, sometimes bad. We're just so bad at Baxia.
I think there was one win, right?
There
Am
was
I
one
remembering this wrong?
No.
No,
For
like today.
Oh, for today, none.
Really?
Yeah, it was just SMG and Red Giants.
I think my memory is failing me right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Thank you. I appreciate the recognition.
Ripple has 10 unique hero picks. Mal has 9.
Definitely don't remember that.
Yeah, no, I don't remember that as well. Wait, the third game, who was using the Baxia? Was it Sakai's? Or was it Saksa?
Oh, it was guys, I think.
See, yeah.
Okay,
0%
you're right.
win rate.
You are correct. But Red Esports picking Baxia first means that RSG doesn't only get the Yuzong again, they also get Izanami's most picked Valentina.
He loves that hero. And I mean, I think at this point, RSG MY are drafting in a way that, again, the Yuzong first pick, very, very confident in Rippo's overall capabilities of not only just surviving, sometimes even winning the lane, but in these team fights overall, he's got a good eye for opportunity.
Yeah, I kind of feel like even when the coach is asking, what potential weakness does the Yuzong have in lane or in team fight? And then Ripple was like, I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. What do you mean, lose?
I never felt it in my life, ever.
Yuzong has weakness, but me on Yuzong has none.
That does sound like a very Ripple.
Yeah, it sounds very Ripple-like.
Yeah, I can see it. I can definitely see it. Red Esports, on the other hand, they're going to get the Paquito as well. Ooh, Paquito as well as the Beatrix this time around. We've already seen the Baxia, so therefore we can only assume that the Paquito is going into the EXP unless they really want to shake things up and switch it on over. Double flex pick this. Don't think it's a good idea, but just opening up the possibility.
I don't think it's going to be a flex because it's going to be pretty funny if the Baxia is roam.
I mean, he could be EXP versus Yuzong.
And he does pretty well into that matchup.
Okay, you know what? Fair. But I don't know why my brain was thinking, like, what could be the funniest situation if Baxia roam?
Baxia
That's the funniest.
Technically, it is a tank.
I feel like the funniest would just be in a weird spot, like Baxia mid.
Yeah, or Baxia
Gold.
Yeah, I was thinking more like Baxia Gold in that case. But once again, RSG MY, we are seeing signature picks coming out from everybody. The Lancelot gets locked in.
Now, I kind of feel like with this kind of draft, it feels a bit personal.
A bit personal? Just a wee bit?
Yeah, it's just like RSG MY is like, we've shown our strength against other team, but you, Red Esports, we have a special spot for you. We're not just going to win. We're going to dumpster y'all.
Well, let's see how much of a dumpstering it's going to be. We still have the second half of the drafting phase. Maybe Red Esports could flip this around.
That's just banned out. Pretty good
there, making sure that we're not gonna see some weird support meta coming out at the end here. It makes sense. Estes with Baxia is pretty oppressive, even when RSG is on their comfort picks. So making sure to get rid of that going to be pretty valuable overall. I wonder if they'll decide to get rid of like the Rafaela as well to just limit the rotational ability of Red Esports even more.
At this point, which ult does Izanami want? Because honestly, Estes being on the opposing side, be like, hey, we got a Blessing of the Moon Goddess as well. I kind of feel like I saw Demon Kite and Izanami fighting about it. It's like, why do you want to ban out the Estes? You could have taken the ult. It's like, no, you don't understand. I don't want to heal you guys.
I don't want to be that guy. I want to decimate.
Exactly. Let them pick up the Martis. Wait, never mind, got banned.
This is already bad, but I mean, the idea is definitely there, right? Let's see whether Red Esports is still going to either, well, usually there's two answers to the Valentina in terms of how she uses the IMU, which is A, either you overload her with a bunch of good ults or have no good ults to really take. And I think in this case, it's don't give them good ults to take.
Not gonna lie, I'm praising RSG in hopes that it becomes a 3-game series.
So that Team Secret has a chance, right?
I mean, we gotta keep the league entertaining. Should we
That's true.
not? Should we not?
Dude, we've already had like a 30-minute game and a 40-minute game. How entertaining are you expecting it to be? Out of a level of 10. Not enough?
Not enough.
All right, Joker. All right. All right, Mr. J. Looks like we're going to have to keep on going with this one. RED Esports, though, Harith ban, I think that's already a very good start, knowing how Loliel's overall hero pool, quite versatile in the gold lane.
Yeah, Loliel is just like, what can I use? What if you use a Khalid in the gold lane? It kind of feels like his kind of hero, you know?
I mean, there used to be a time when double fighter in the gold lane and EXP lane was a thing.
I was going to bring up one of a few favorite picks that Loliel's has done before, and that's Esmeralda in the gold lane. Anybody remember that? Except this time, he's not going to build full tank and goes into Common Emblem Starlium Scythe.
Yeah, Starlium Scythe is pretty great.
Fun.
Yep. Let's see what it's gonna be. We do see the Airtel. All right. I was thinking it was probably going to be Bruno or Airtel. LaFell already judging. I mean, they're playing this serious, you know? Like you said.
I mean, it could be a little bit less meta, you know?
No, there's a special place for RED Esports.
Oh, true.
Then it would have been Ixia then.
Actually, Ixia would be pretty good. I think he doesn't like it because he cannot dash forward.
That's a good point.
Right.
He doesn't want to just stand there, you see.
Right.
Unless he takes Pull Yourself Together and Flicker.
If he has two flickers, both of them would go forward.
Yes.
Never back down.
If Munton offered him, Loliel, we have a proposition for you. We'll give you two flickers, but it can only move in one direction. Give me those flickers.
No wonder Loliel's doesn't like playing Brawl, because he has two battle spells and both of them can't be flickers.
It's like that meme, right? Flicker backward or draw 25.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
Okay, so now RED Esports, they got a lot of bursts. My worry is, in early stages of the game, they couldn't do much. But I have to say, Kim in this season have been performing very well on that Karita. Sure, a bit of nerve. Minotaur.
Wow.
It's weird that Minotaur now skills with magic.
He
The heal, yeah.
It's... I don't know. I don't know about this one, Chi.
When I was saying a little bit less meta, this is not what I had in mind.
I think they were all investing their points here. I'm gonna be real with you. Storm was like, guys, it's my turn. I'm on the rotational block. I want Minotaur no matter what. And everybody looked at him and was like, all right, dude.
Imagine if we get like magic damage.
It's
Minotaur.
like your vendetta is with them, not me. I had nothing last season. I don't feel your pain.
Oh boy.
Which is funny because you think he would have beef with them.
Why?
Beef.
I hate that he had to repeat
know
it twice. It hurts me. It hurts me.
Maybe that's why the pick. They're like, let's pick Minotaur. Let's be clever.
Let's be clever.
We have beef with you.
Well, let's find out whether or not this beef RSG MY has against RED Esports will be able to take them down and fell two birds with one stone, sending them to relegation. RED Esports, one chance to bring this to a heel as we enter the land of dawn.
Two birds with one stone.
Oh, I like that.
Right, yeah.
I'll take that one. I'll see if I can fit it in later. But RED Esports on the blue side, RSG MY on the red side, and immediately the mid lane already Kim taking a whole bunch of damage. Stolem does not care, disrespecting the Kaja, knowing Kaja really isn't going to do much.
All right, so tank emblem here for the Minotaur. Looks like is using the wilderness. I kind of feel like this is good because he needs the extra movement speed.
He's trying to make sure that Amal is under check here. Every single time he's outside of combat, he needs to make sure that he's visibly getting information for his team.
We know Storm, very good at opening up the map, very good at identifying where opposing players are going to be. Already, we do see a bit of an invasion of stance on Amal to slow down this Voxia.
I don't know about this, Chief. I mean, it's a 3v2 technically right now. He's gonna hold on for as long as possible, but now the jump actually begins. Amal cuts off the escape path for Izanami. He's got the flicker, will flicker, and Storm needs to block the shots, and he does. Perfectly played by RSG MY, but up on top side, Rippo making sure that Aaron cannot proxy the waves, or at least proxying up, but with punishment.
How were they not punished? I mean, a flicker is like, sure, but I don't know.
It's not enough damage yet, because when you have a Kadita mid, you really need that level 4 before you're able to actually kill anyone. Aaron obviously can't rotate over, Amal's a bit too slow. So although it looked bad for Izanami, trading out the flicker there is very worth it for RSG, as they're still going to be maintaining their scaling.
Now Kim up top. Izanami is mirroring Kim for now. Looks like the abilities will not hit, but Bo will be. Oh!
Oh! Oh! Wow, he actually catches him off with that one. Nicely played coming in from Aaron. With no Minotaur, they're going to walk forward as Grippo's already used his Petrify onto EM outside. He secures the turtle still, and the rough waves come out, finding no effect. Izanami unable to deal enough damage.
That was actually nicely done there by RED Esports. Storm definitely overextended in the mid lane, got caught off guard. Without the Minotaur, very hard for RSG to engage, especially since Demon Kite is not near the turtle pit as well. And RED Esports knows this, that's why they just rush it down, even under the pressure of the Black Dragon Court. So they're definitely keeping an eye on things.
I would say they should try to win out a lot of the turtles because Demon Kite, actually most junglers playstyle. Oh, Al doing a lot of damage on Lolio.
Oh, and he can't. No, does he not have flicker? No, he doesn't have it. But Lolios has his sprint, surviving with 1% of his HP. Gets topped up by the Minotaur before recalling. That was not. I think he was hoping for a way bigger heal there and help with the wave. Finally, he gets help with the wave, and now it's gonna recall.
I don't know. It's just funny because you could have just recalled, but then give me a heal first, then I recall.
This is the equivalent of calling the ambulance and then driving to the hospital yourself.
You know what? That's 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10 right there. Finally, we did it, boys. We got it. Do you think it was Lolios or Storm who was just like shouting down at Lolios like, I can heal, and he gets like 2% back?
Good question.
I think Storm said, I'm gonna heal you, but Lolios the one be like, I have enough HP. What are you talking about?
The opposite way. Ooh, Amo.
Right. Does get on top of Storm. Divine Judgment already being used into the Bennett's range, and finally the rough waves to secure the kill. 4 ultimates for 1 cow.
I can feel the curse working here, right?
Yeah, I can feel it as well.
Red might win this one. Oh wait, no. Never mind. It would be nice.
Well, it's over now.
Yep, look at what you've done, the Fel. We were already so close. Lolios clear up this wave. Good damage onto both Mal as well as Al, but at the very least, you only just lose the gold plate. You don't lose an entire turret this time, with the rest of RSG MY now posturing for the turtle. Bane, hold on. It looks like Aaron might have gone a bit deep here. He's still pretty tanky for now, very healthy on his HP, and Demon Kite, he's gonna call this off.
Ooh, Al actually doing really good as well in the gold lane, up against the top gold laner this season. Definitely showing us his potential as a rookie here on the stage. RED Esports, they have a solid lead here, but here comes the Black Dragon.
He's going to be jumping onto what Mall side. Finds 2 with a Petrify into the combo. He cannot get out. Not a single member can deal with the raw CC from RSG MY. Beautifully played. Oh. What a combo.
The dragon did save the beef right there. Being able to get that Petrify at the perfect time to stop the rough waves ensured that the Minuan Fury would come out. And then because of that, RSG MY instantly took the fight. RED Esports actually had a good lead, but all of a sudden, RSG are the ones that have the 1k advantage. And now Tier 1 has fallen up top. I feel like we've just seen literally the caster curse happening.
Yeah, I refuse to talk anymore.
You don't make any more of those absolute statements no more, Fel.
Yeah.
Not here. It feels like, honestly, it does feel like the curse is a little stronger on the instant broadcast.
Yeah, what's happening?
It feels a little bit more instantaneous.
I should show you a clip. What I did in the Malay side, I called it within seconds, 2 instant wipeouts.
You've shown me this clip.
Yeah.
You have shown me this clip. If we can top that, well, let's just say that you've done your job.
No more absolutes coming from Mr. Olapel. But now RED Esports, here's the thing. They need to catch, but they haven't been doing that quite a lot this game, have they?
They should be catching, not
Oh,
needed.
sorry. They should.
Be. Yeah.
Sorry,
No
sorry.
absolutes, no absolutes. 56 more seconds until the next upcoming turtle to spawn with RSG MY with 1.1k gold lead so far. I think they're doing fairly well. These neutral takes are honestly scary, but they can apply pressure. Even if they give up this turtle, they can apply pressure on the different side of the map.
Yeah, RSG seems to have a lot of faith here that their late game scaling will come into play regardless of how things perform in the early game, which is why they're willing to be
Storm ends up dying here. Lolios 50% of his HP, but now RSG pull the trigger and gets on top of Kim, jumps towards Mal instead to proc the shot residue, doesn't find the kill with no other means of follow-up. They get nothing off of this. A one kill for RED Esports for free.
That was a good catch, I think.
Yeah, you gotta be sure at the end. But yeah, it was honestly a pretty solid catch. Kim has definitely been catching out Stone very often here. I do get the feeling that being a big red cow does put a pretty obvious target on his back, especially since the hero does lack mobility compared to some of the other roles he plays normally. But I think this is still within RSG MY's predictions, actually.
Oh, Kim, whoa! That damage from Kim chases him down, making sure they didn't even stand a chance, take him out of the equation, and now Aaron is next on the chopping block with the empowered champion stance, giving him the mobility necessary. Stoa blocking Amal, and now he's trapped, locked in, Plus drops down the ult as well, making it so darn clean. Demon Kite secures another kill.
Demon Kite is so cracked this season. The mechanics on point, being able to take out Kim, being able to combo with the team to finish off Amal before the turtle even drops here. RED Esports, their timer is already ticking down. RSG MY not pulling any punches.
Honestly, this feels like as if, like the times where they brought 3 huge Filipino players over to Indonesia for the very first time, right? And Beloyski and as well as Kyrie really making an impact for their own individual teams. It feels like, in this case for RSG MY, they just got both of them and slapped them onto their team and decided, you know what, we're going to win it all.
Here's the thing, right? Starting off, they need a little bit of RAM. It's like, okay, we're getting used to the team, we're getting used to the environment and everything like that, but I think after week 3, I would say, RSG just like, yep, we got it. We understand how we want to play as a team, and they'd never look back.
It's like when you get into a relationship. Now that you've been
just wait
locked
3
in,
weeks.
yeah, wait 3 weeks, get into a relationship, and once you're comfortable with a person, you show that you're an absolute weirdo.
Not to get correct, honestly. In the end, though, RED Esports are the ones that have to overcome these relationship issues with RSG MY, right? The nearly 3K now net worth difference, 9 minutes in. Amal actually doing very aggro here. Not sure if that's why.
Oh, Rippo, he's going to go into the Black Dragon form, but they've already lost it to Poise. Not Leo's in position. Kim looking for the knockup. No, it's not enough. The cow does it again. Stolen helps out. Rippo secures the kill. Rough ways to get on out of there, but Izanami, he's looking for one target and one target only. Mega kill coming out from the Lancelot. Demon Kite. Wow, what a player. What a team RSG MY have become.
This is insane right now. RSG MY again on a different tempo entirely. We're already seeing the tier 2 mid fall. This is usually a very difficult tower to take at this stage, considering the first Lord has only just spawned. RSG MY seem to be posed to run away with game 2 again.
Stone was the reason Kim couldn't complete the combo. I'm pretty sure if we asked him during the interview, he'd be like, I meant to do that.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just like, the Mino and Fury, just to stop Kim from doing what Kim wants to do. And Kim wants to win.
Well, I mean, he's not the only person who wants to win on the side of RED Esports. The entire Team Secret is sitting by the side waiting for the results to actually show, but let's just see whether that's going to be the case. The RED Esports, they just need one match win against RSG MY.
Will they be able to get it though? Just look at the damage difference.
Oh my god.
Right now, actually Aaron and Amal doing a lot of work, but Izanami,
Well, Leo's not going to push any further than this. He knows that Mal is nearby, the conceal has already been popped. The outer turrets have all immediately fallen, but oh my god, Izanami's damage is through the roof.
I can't even see the roof. I think that's a me problem.
I think your ceiling is missing and you need to call the carpenter.
Got it.
Desperately.
Maybe someone brought the house down. A little bit too hard.
A little bit too hard? I think it's really hard because right now RSG MY with a hammer and an 8K goalie might be a repeat of game number 1. Oh, the Divine Dungeon comes and jumps in time to cancel out the out. Ripple jumps in a little deep. They're a little low. They're trying to pull on backwards. Nobody dies to Nibiru's passion and chunks him out. But still, every member of RSG MY walks away for free.
How did Ripple not die there?
How did Stone not die there? How did anyone not die there?
I mean, 9,000 goalie. I guess that's what happens when you have it. Oh, Aaron.
What's on in? They're trying to punish Aaron. Champion Stance trying to get him out of there. Demon Kai can't go further than this. He knows the ultimates are down, but why risk it for the biscuit? They pull back, steal away all the jungle. As they've already gotten a mid inhibitor, it is a very, very advantageous position for RSG.
Compared to the previous game, I think RED Esports does still have more tools to potentially even this out. Eren should be able to get some split push across the map on the Paquito. And Maul is always going to be around with that Divine Judgment if anyone happens to go too far. But I'm not sure RED Esports has enough damage at this point. If Kadita falls this far behind, I'm not too sure if Kim is going to be relevant anymore.
I mean, Izanami was punched in the face and he just shrugged it off. So yeah, I'm worried that they don't have enough damage here.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a part of the patch, you know. They did nerf her rough waves a little bit. Each of those waves don't do as much damage as they did before. Let's see. Next inhibitor being spent on the middle of it. Ooh, and Mind Judgment hits onto one Storm side. He instantly explodes. Doesn't get his ult off in that time. No big knockups here as the Black Dragon form has been baited out as well. RSG MY are 10k ahead with 18 seconds left on the clock for the Lord to spawn.
Stone is more tender than I thought.
Gotta have some tender beef when you have some hard beef against the opponents. Overall, this is a difficult position, right, for RED Esports. We've already seen that, like, yes, if they're able to get a catch, they actually can kill, but that's usually only one, and they're forced to use a lot of ultimates just to pick off Storm, and even if he doesn't get the Minnow and Fury out, his job is still basically done. He trades his life for the inhibitor, which is pretty valuable at this stage.
Yeah, Izanami has the Divine Judgment as well, so it's a matter of when RSG wants to go in, and Stone finds aim out.
Did they notice the flank? Actually, Kim comes in off towards Storm's side, tries to blow out. No, he still manages to get it. They find Mal. They jump on top of him, kill him right after the immortality as Rippo zones out the entire backline single-handedly. And now Loliel's, he's got to be careful. Ibiru's passion is done for. They need to start pressing backwards. Izanami finds the Divine Judgment onto Eren, and the next is going to be Amal, who falls to Demonkind. He gets a trade off the Storm, but 3 for 1 is always going to be more profitable for RSG MY.
I think this is basically it right here. RSG MY could potentially just shove on in with 2 waves. There's only 2 people alive on the side of RED Esports. They might be able to defend this, but RSG, they're gonna go for the Lord, and that could be it for RED Esports.
Okay, it is personal. Here's the thing, it's incredible how Storm died 5 times, and he still has 100% kill participation in this game.
Wow.
Every single death means something. He's the only one that dies.
He also has 100% death participation.
True. He's a perfectionist, right?
He is a perfectionist.
Killing 2 KDAs with 1 Stone.
Yeah, it's hard to fit it in. I'm still trying to find it. Right now, Storm, he's catching some good people, but I think, you know, at the end of the day, once you get that Athena shield, like, Kim is not going to one-shot you no longer. And I think for Storm in particular, he's very happy about it. He's even got the immortality as well. Now, the final push begins for RSG with their 12k gold lead. They get the Terrify onto Eren's side. Heavy Crossbow is already being utilized here from Loliel's. Or the wave is already crashing in from bot side. They have to wait for the second wave. They're not strong enough to take it out entirely, as Al has more than enough damage for this first initial push. Second wave's starting to collapse. Looks like they might just give this up here from the side of RSG MY.
I do like the respect. They're not going too far with it. Black Dragon form to try and find an opportunity, a window, anything.
Yep, they petrify and lock it down. But Amal, oh, they secure it! And even the knockup onto 4! So beautifully done! Godlike! Looking so clean! 2 birds with 1 stone. How about all of them for Stoa?
In one fell swoop, RSG MY has secured the exit of RED Esports and Team Secret from the playoff. Oh my god,
this is
the Rippo shirt.
I mean, celebrations all around, but with this win, both RED Esports as well as Team Secret is not going to the playoffs. This is it for them.
History is made. Team Secret, unfortunately, history repeating itself, but they have the potential. RED Esports has been an MPL mainstay for so many seasons. To see them bow out like this is very unexpected.
Well, respect where respect needs to be given here amongst the players. Even though they are having war in the game, outside of it, don't worry about it. Fist bumps to show respect and sportsmanship.
Yeah, right now I believe we're gonna interview with RED Esports first. because yeah, this is their last showing for MPL Malaysia. So we're gonna give them a bit of space.
Some time is gonna need to be given. You can see the disappointed faces of the rest of RED Esports in the room. RSG MY, this is just another day of business for them. But of course, like we mentioned, we're going over to the interview with Rose on stage right now.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. And it is with a heavy heart that we will now say goodbye to our Team RED Esports from MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Sebelum Papa, guys, please give them a round of applause. Alright, so Sora, sebagai coach of RED Esports, apa yang Sora nak cakap kepada semua orang yang support RED Esports untuk musim ini?
Okay, terima kasih kepada fans RED Esports yang tak jemu datang dekat MPL. Kami semua, saya mewakili tim RED Esports, kami meminta maaf disebabkan performance yang kurang baik daripada kami season ini, dan terima kasih banyak sebab still support kami.
Alright, thank you very much Sora. Mamba nak cakap sambil juga.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, thank you for the opportunity untuk handle team ini, and then kita cuba buat terbaik from week 1 until week 6, tapi tidak mungkin bukan rezeki kami di sini, mungkin rezeki kita tempat lain. And thank you for the all fans RED Esports yang selama daripada week 1 daripada rumah maupun yang ada di venue yang datang support kita orang. Thank you so much. Sorry for disappointed you guys. And thank you to all semua yang terlibat, semua tim yang terlibat, semua kru MPL Muntun untuk handle event ini. And then untuk tim semua yang bertanding, teruskan perjuangan korang, tingkatkan prestasi, kurangkan kontroversi. Kita sama-sama meriahkan suasana MPL ini. Dan ini adalah perjalanan akhir kami. Ini adalah kehidupan. Setiap pertemuan pasti ada perpisahan. Setiap permulaan pasti ada pengakhiran. So ini adalah pengakhiran kami di dalam MPL MY season ke-12 ini.
Alright, thank you very much Mamba. Thank you very much RED Esports. For the last time, can we please have a final bow? Alright, in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much RED Esports. We hope to see you guys in the upcoming season. And now, for the winning team, the top 1 team untuk regular season kita, give it up for RSG MY. Alright. Okay, Ripo. Ramai orang tahu that matchup ini is satu matchup yang Ripo dengan Izanami memang tengah tunggu, look forward to after what happened musim lepas. So, adakah misi membalas dendam jadi hari ini?
Ya, tapi ada satu lah. Sebenarnya untuk siapa tim-tim yang tak lepasan, kita kena ada nyanyikan satu lagu lah untuk diorang. Sama-sama lah. Okay. Sayonara, sayonara, sampai berjumpa lagi. Sayonara, sayonara, sampai berjumpa lagi.
Ada lagu Eda sekarang? Alright. Okay. Untuk Izanami, mana Izanami? Oh, okay, Izanami pula. Untuk Izanami pula. Season lepas Izanami kena taunt dengan Kim. Sekarang Izanami yang menang. So, dia memang dah biasa spicy dah. Dah biasa taunting orang dah. So, apa Izanami nak cakap actually? You rasa puas tak hari ni?
Sebenarnya sebab season lalu diorang macam tahun-tahun kami kan. Jadi sebenarnya season ni saya mau revenge lah balik. Tapi game tadi macam terlalu senang pula. Jadi macam tak ada hype lah.
Alright. Okay. So, sebelum apa, I nak announce MVP dulu. Alright? Alright tak? Okay? So guys, count with me. 3, 2, 1. Lepas tu, MVP akan show up on the screen. Alright? MVP kita ialah in 3, 2, 1. Our MVP is Demon Kite. Demon Kite kita. All right. Demon Kite. With the new patch, okay, a lot of teams are adjusting. But why does it seem like RSG had a very easy game? Is it because RSG is ready for this patch? Or you guys are just going to dominate every meta that's going to come?
I think if we always have a match, the preparation for us is always long, and we always do our best in practice to learn many things through ML.
Wow. Okay. Let's ask Rain. Rain.
Okay.
Okay. Rain.
Alright.
With the upcoming playoffs, a very, very good prestasi yang sangat-sangat cemerlang untuk RSG untuk regular season kan. Playoffs, will we be seeing, I don't know, maybe stronger RSG, lagi ganas ke, lagi garang ke? What should the people look forward to?
Untuk peminat-peminat boleh look forward lihat kepada permainan yang berkualiti lah daripada RSG. Sebab saya sentiasa pesan kepada player-player, jangan pernah expect kepada result dan keputusan. Kita nak offer apa gameplay yang terbaik yang kita boleh bawa untuk M5 nanti.
The eyes are on M5. Alright, terima kasih. With that, Repo, final words?
Yeah.
Apa ni? Oh, baju Repo.
So ini ada baju daripada merchandise aku. Aku nak bagi kat siapa-siapa yang aku baling ni, siapa dapat. Siap-siap, berdiri. Aku nak campak ni. 1, 2.
Wow! Alright, siapa? Oh, dia dapat.
Tahniah.
Alright. Okay guys, macam I cakap tadi, kalau kita nak throw it back to caster, kita kena pose, alright? We're gonna pose as we throw it back to casters. Alright? So with that, casters, it's time to take it away for the last time today. Casters, silakan.
We gotta always leave it to Rippo. Demon Kite is the MVP of the match, but Rippo is the MVP of the stage.
The song, it's...
What are your thoughts about the song?
Here, I'm gonna list down a bunch of words and see whether you can resonate with any of them. Untasteful. Bad timing. Necessary? Unnecessary.
Kick them while they're down.
Ooh, salt in the wound.
Salt in the wound, yeah. I'm more resonating towards that. It's like, oh, did you lose?
The worst part is that the song is actually a little bit more like, as you say goodbye until we meet again. It's supposed to be a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
When Rippo says it, it means something else.
Like, you would normally think, oh, he's expecting to see them again next season, but when it's Rippo, you never know. Let's just throw it over to the mic check, and we'll take it from there.
Drafting.
Tolong diam, Storm.
Contribute to the draft, please.
Tolong diam.
I'm good.
Go. Fight.
Heal. Healing for us. We can get dirt. Pull.
It's okay. They back.
Right. Pull.
Dead. Nice.
Oh, I still die.
We can end bot. Nice one, guys.
Nice one.
I think it's pretty clear from these highlights as well as the performance of RSG MY overall in this series that this is a team that has greatly outclassed RED Esports. It's understandable why they would get sent home here, but it is still a disappointing result nonetheless.
I gotta say, losing doesn't feel the same against RSG. There's
I get what you mean.
There's an extra bit of damage there. There's like overkill, and then there's RSG.
I mean, you gotta double down on walking the walk and talking the talk, man. I mean, so far, RSG is able to do that. I'm sure other teams out there are looking to knock them down a little bit, but let's break down this game, as well as the items that we've seen so far. Like Demon Kite, specifically with his item build, we've seen many different variations of the Lancelot. This one, my personal favorite, where you've got inbuilt damage, but at the same time, with a large health pool, and especially with the lead that they had, sometimes it feels like it's impossible to die.
Here's the thing, if you're using Lancelot, with this kind of itemization, there's usually a song coming up as well.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Come catch me. Come catch me. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's just like, I'm just gonna run away from all the damage.
I mean, I would say that about Irithel as well, but you can definitely tell that Loliel's
Okay. Yep.
wanted to be a little close. He's not like, even when he's at 10% HP, we saw in the highlights, it's like, I'm gonna run away. Actually, I do kind of want to kill him. You can see him like inching closer and closer.
I can feel inside Loliel's head. He's always just like, I can outplay this.
I gotta get in there. I gotta be able to shoot someone in the face. That's just the necessary part of being in the land of Dawn here for RSG MY. Looking on the side of RED Esports, in terms of itemization as well, we're not going to be seeing anything too unusual, and unfortunately RED Esports were not given a chance to scale into the game once again. So it's obvious that their itemization going to be notably behind with RSG MY.
I mean, there were correct moves coming out from RED Esports, right? Catch them off of rotation, look to actually blow them up and get your backline, and Kim, big perpetrator of that. Everybody else was trying their best. Even Al had his own moments, but it really boiled down to how many mistakes can you just not make in comparison to your opponent.
Well, looks like Izanami and Loliel, they were fighting against each other to do the most damage, so... I like that Izanami was like, I actually want to taunt them, but the game was too easy. It feels distasteful.
It is distasteful, but you can't really deny that they've earned that position up there. Like, they've done so well the later half of this season. And even in this screen, that is easily the highest GPM we have seen this season.
Oh yeah!
Nearly 1,000 from Demon Kite. Almost every other score has been struggling to breach 900. Demon Kite just shoots it out of the water.
I mean, you say that shoots it out of the water, but I'm pretty sure he's had another game with like, the exact same number and hasn't been able to break the 1,000 mark. I just can't put my finger on which one exactly. I'll go research it some other time. But I mean, yeah, it's ridiculous how much it felt like the early mid-game was kind of back and forth between RED Esports, and then one mistake and it just snowballed so out of control for Red.
It's unfortunate, but that is how the cookie crumbles here. Let's have a look once again at the highlights brought to you by Republic of Gamers, where in the beginning, RED Esports were actually doing a good job of rotating around, and Stone was getting punished pretty consistently. But then the reversals came, some beautiful petrified timings into the Minuan Fury, and RED Esports just crumbled like a tower of Legos.
Demon Kai, no hesitation. He's like, I'm sure someone's in there. Ult's in. Oh, it's Kim. Yeah, you're going down.
Such good game sense overall, man. I don't know. I don't know. Filipino imports who play in the jungle on Lancelot is something else with them and their assassins.
Assassin gameplay overall going to be a little bit more difficult nowadays with the support meta, but of course in this case RED Esports not feeling a lot of healing, so still perfectly fine for Demon Kite. And even if he goes for full damage, which means he's more vulnerable to burst, man just dashes in and out so quickly that it never even matters. RED Esports groups up to try and defend, they get all knocked up by Storm, and the game just ends very cleanly for the side of RSG MY, who will officially solidify their position as #1 in the regular season, moving on into the playoffs upper brackets.
So for tomorrow, it's really about who's going to be #2, because RED Esports has run out of opportunities to gain more points. The same can be said for Team Secret. So Torak against Team Lunatics. Even if Team Lunatics doesn't win, they're going to the playoffs. And Homeboys, if they want to be the top 2 spot here, they need to win against Team Hawk 2-0.
Oh, and even that one might be just, I mean, Team Hawk could fairly gatekeep them. But to finish off the season, it's going to be Torak versus Team Lunatics, Team Hawk versus the Homeboys.
The final day of the MPL MY Season 12 regular season will be tomorrow, where we will witness Todak face off against Team Lunatics and Team Hack face off against the Homeboys to finalize the positionings and rankings for Season 12 of MPL MY.
Definitely is going to be an intense match for Homeboys and Team Hawk. Homeboys really want to win that, and I kind of feel like Team Hawk has this kind of ego to be like, we don't want you to win. We don't want you to be top 2.
Ooh.
I don't know, I guess.
You may call it petty, but sometimes you do need that energy of pettiness and competition when you're up on this stage. That's how you make yourself stand out and become the MVP, which, if you guys were able to predict our MVPs for today correctly. You may see your name scrolling at the bottom of the screen right now, which means that you are one of our MPL predictor winners.
Flex it out in the chat down below. Show it to all your friends and tell them how many, well, in-game currency that you have achieved, or even skins. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky. Go open your in-game app and make sure you check out your mailbox. You might get something special.
Something special to finish off the regular season. Lafel, that was a big sigh right there. Well, how are you feeling?
Mixed feelings, man.
Relief.
It's 9:36 p.m. That's how I'm feeling right now.
It's been a long day, truly a long day, and honestly an interesting one with the new patch coming through. I didn't expect to see every aspect of the patch actually being shown up in one day.
We did see many different parts, right? At the start of the day, the new support meta, double supports, leading to the longest series we've ever seen. And then other teams showing how you can play more balanced with the new hero changes, how it can be as aggressive as possible, leveraging emblem changes and mobility. So we got all sorts here, and it's been a lot of fun.
Favorite moment, Lafel, go.
Definitely Demon Kai getting the kill onto Kim.
Yeah, that one was pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. I like that.
The Maniac is okay, but I kind of feel like that kill was pretty good. We have around 30 seconds to end the show. Want to just sing Sayonara for the last 10 seconds?
Seriously? I thought you said it was distasteful.
Oh, when he does it. If we do it, it's fine. It's just we're just saying bye to the audience here.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
You want to do it? I don't know the song. Lead us.
Sayonara.
Sayonara. This is not working. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
That's the end of the day.